on, it just weirdly turned off on the front screen. But yeah, so today we're going to be checking out Timberborn again. This is not my first time playing. We have played this on the channel a number of times, but they did just come out with their update 7. It introduces a bunch of new mechanics, so like you've got ziplines for the folktale where you can kind of go over and across the map more efficiently. There's the tubeways, which I believe are the iron teeth that, you know, they're like pneumatic tubes that let you move stuff around. They have this whole thing where they just say 3-dimensional terrain. I'm not sure I would actually say it's a good descriptor of what's changed. Their terrain has always been 3-dimensional, but what they're trying to communicate is we sort of kind of ish got this when they gave us the platforms where you could build underneath the platforms, but now you can just do that with anything. You don't need the platforms anymore. I could literally just make a tunnel that is empty into the mountainside, and as long as there's enough supports, I think it said like for every tile up, and it has to be supported within 3 tiles to the side or whatever. As long as there's support, you can build now. And it's also going to let us do stuff like, you know, shove a house into the wall and build dirt over top of it so I can grow stuff on the roof of a building and all that. That's actually the thing I'm most excited. Like the zip lines and all that'll be cool. But I actually feel like that 3-dimensional terrain thing has a lot more implications than people realize. The tunnels are just the 3-dimensional terrain. The tunnels are just the 3-dimensional terrain. It's giving like, here is a use case for it. Adaptive power shafts is a nice quality of life for people. Remember, you'd have to be like straight power shafts, straight, 4+, straight, left angle. Now you can just like draw it on there and they will put the appropriate ones in place, because honestly, queuing up the different ones was more just annoying extra buttons. And I'm assuming they did that so they could get rid of buttons off their UI as they've added more stuff so that the UI doesn't get too cluttered. And then the modding and all that's cool, but I'm not worried about that. So let's go ahead and hop in on a new game. We are looking at none of these, let's see. None of the things here, I believe, restrict me from one group to the other. I'm going to do the folktales again. I have done both groups on the channel a number of times. I kind of feel like the zip lines will be easier to set up. So to make sure we get our dare drops done. Well, actually, I don't think we had one there. What I do need to decide is which map we're doing. So I know we did this one, I believe it was. No, it was the diorama. We did this one the last time because there was a dare drop for making something on like the really super small tile. Helix Mountain is always an interesting one that I want to say you start up here and it's a really hard start because there's just no buffer for the water. But then, you know, once you get going, it's pretty solid. That one looks truly awful. I'm leaning towards Helix Mountain. The Thousand Islands is also an interesting one in that it'd be pretty hard to get things started. But once you got things started, you have a ridiculous amount of grow space and everything. Probably Helix Mountain as well, because if we're going to be tunneling and doing that kind of stuff, that gives me an elevation to work with. Versus if we did something like the, where'd you go? If we did the Thousand Islands, there's like, the elevation, there's always stuff back there and like right here, but most of the rest of this isn't that high. Okay. Have you checked out the Ribbon World custom map? Oh, do you mean like a download map? I'm probably not going to download anyone's map. It's cool that they have modded maps and all that, and like, maybe eventually I'll do that, but yeah, I'll probably not mess with that right now. Yeah, so a lot of these ones we don't have as much elevation. I'm going to go with the Helix Mountain, I believe, which we have done before. We'll just leave it on normal, because honestly, these difficulties to me aren't that meaningful. If you played Ribbon World and Factorio, you'll enjoy it. I'm familiar with the Ribbon World and Factorio. It was one of those things that, like, for me, neither here nor there. Like, no negative towards it. For those who don't know Ribbon World and Factorio, it's a map that it's got, like, a set height, but then just kind of goes on forever sideways, so you have to, like, keep building a longer and longer factory. I'm not too that huge at doing a lot of that stuff. They're cool challenges. I tend to play very little in the way of, like, modded anything. Granted, a modded map is not nearly the same thing. Okay, what would you like to call the settlement? Naming things is hard, chat. Why does it always start with naming things? Deferred to later. Excellent. I think I misspelled deferred. Damn it. It's not a bad name. Oh, I thought I started at the top of the helix. Okay, so this shouldn't be as bad. So, for those who are not familiar with Timberborn, it is a... Yep, it's perfect. I love the fact that we misspelled it. That's exactly how it should be. So for those who are not familiar with Timberborn, the basic premise is this is a post-apocalyptic city builder with sentient beavers. Humanity once was walking the face of the earth. It died. Here's the ruins. You can see them right now. We don't really know what happened to them, but they're not here anymore, and beavers became sentient and are now, you know, now the dominant life form on the planet, but the planet kind of crap. In practice, what this is unlike most of your city builders that you're used to that are survival city builders, where it's like spring, summer, fall, you build up your resources and you get ready, and then winter happens and you just try and button down the hatches and survive the winter, and then you start rebuilding after, you know, the winter's done, and you repeat that loop until everything's stabilized and you can just roll with it. This one you have normal season, drought, and bad tide. And the idea is basically around water management. So we're not trying to collect a bunch of firewood and that kind of stuff. We still have to deal with food, but we're not worried about freezing to death and firewood and that kind of stuff. Instead, what we're worried about is keeping the water, we are beavers, keeping the water supplied even through drought, making sure when a bad tide happens, we can divert the bad water away from ourselves in some manner or another, which I'm already seeing what's going to make this one really hard, because that's going to be pretty difficult to divert that, and all that. So pretty early on, I'm going to want to dam up this part of the water over here somewhere, probably right along this line, to just hold this water here as best we can. And it's been a hot minute since I've played, so the first things we're going to need to do is we are going to need to say, all these trees over here, cut them down. Cut them down. Any trees you see on this area, get rid of them. So for that, I am going to need, it is under, where are you at? There we go. We're going to need a lumberjacking post, and they've got a range to them. So I'm going to go ahead and put the lumberjacking post way up in there, and a separate one over here. And we can build paths for free. Alright. In addition to that, I will need a gathering tent, whatever it's called. And that can gather these berries and all that. I don't remember if I have to flag the berries for gathering. I think they just gather them. Yeah, so they should gather that. So that should give me the basics for wood and all that. I'm going to unpause the game for now. The other thing we're going to get going right away, that's very important to get going right at the beginning, is our water pump. The long story short is everything in your city, whatever you want to call it, is very heavily based around water. Your plants growing is based around water. Your beaver's well-being is based around water. Water is your lifeblood and everything you need to stay alive. So what we're going to need to do is, for right now, we are 2 tiles up here, so we can actually store a lot of water. So we want to get a levee as early as possible. The dam is worth something. Here, I should build that right there. 1 second, that's a mistake. I want to move it 1 tile to the left. And then the reason for that is what I can do here is I can put a dam straight across that way. And we can grab, is this? Yeah, this is the delete tool. And the reason I want to do that is because now I'll be able to use the other side of the river. We got this connection. That should be pretty good. So let's get all that going. We'll need to get houses as well. I will need to get storage for a lot of things. The good news is storage costs almost nothing. Now, one thing you notice is I've got green ground here. I can grow on that, and I got dirt here. I cannot grow on that unless I get water closer. So stuff like storage and all that early on, we probably want to do our best to put it in places that I won't be able to grow on, so that way I can preserve as much of our arable land as possible. I'm going to go ahead and plunk 2 storages up here. We will put the regular wood and the planks up there. And then I'll also need enough housing for our beavers. Okay, that's 3 inhabitants. I have 12 beavers. And we will also need storage for other stuff as well. We can get the water stockpiled. And I've got to be careful early on, because one of the things I'm going to run into is at the beginning of the game, there's really not much ability to get more wood right at the beginning. You have research, which comes out of that building. You don't require mechanical power, right? Yeah, no, you don't. And so you get your research there. And so if you look at all these things, they got the padlocks on here. They got like that little science symbol up in the middle there. It says like 600 and 500 and 700. So basically someone works in that building and they slowly generate that. And what's going to happen is as we cut down the trees, until I get enough science to get the forestry, I will run to a situation where I can just potentially run out of those. Now, as an extra thing you got to worry about is I will need to make logs, or planks, sorry, to make the forestry building, so I will need that, and that requires horsepower, or just mechanical power, which does require me to have something like a water wheel or whatever. And that's going to be another thing to juggle. So you're getting the ideas. I'm going to have lots of things to worry about. We will also need to make a farmhouse. And generally speaking, usually I like to build 2 farmhouses to deal with my farms. And then the reason I like to usually build the 2 farmhouses is just the fact that I could have one on harvesting and one on seeding to keep things going. Horsepower, yet there's no horses? Yeah, you are correct. So now we can go here and say plants. And I believe we can just straight up eat the carrots as carrots. We don't have to do a whole lot with them. So I'm going to tell them to just, hey, this whole area, that's carrots. So we can get some food going right away. Now, I'm already running into the problem. I am queuing up too much. That's going to be an issue very quickly. But our stuff we got going is going to block that off. We're going to get wire production online. We're going to get storage up here. We're going to get food online. And we are cutting down their trees and getting berries. I still have even more I've got to build. In that I am going to need warehouses for our food to be stored. So I can go here and say, alright, you are going to carry the berries that we're getting down there. And you are going to carry the carrots that we're going to be farming there. You're set the logs, you're set the planks, you've got science, those are the houses. We got those going on. And then the last things I would need are going to end up being a water wheel. That's gonna have to wait. We're gonna end up needing a water wheel so that I can hook up the thing for making planks off of it. We'll speed up time a little bit. We are in the early game. We're not gonna have a lot of stuff come super fast, but we'll get there. Okay, so still... Ah, so there's a power shaft and a shaft. Gotcha. So yeah, so this used to be broken up into way more things. You have like the straight shaft, an elbow shaft, a four-way shaft, and all that kind of stuff. And they did simplify it down to just shaft. Which we kind of covered at the beginning that was a thing. Yeah, so got to build it up here. So we'll put that there, because I'm going to need that for other stuff. I'm going to need to queue up and say, hey, get rid of the trees. Get rid of the trees. I don't believe any of those can reach over here. So even though it's probably not something I need, I will be putting down another place to pick that up. And we're just going to keep that going for a little bit. So we got a whole lot of buildings queued up. We just need to get them all going. We will be making the water pump a high priority, because if the water stops, beavers die. As you can see, we already have some beavers complaining about being thirsty, but they can just go to that pump, get a little bit of water, then that should help. But we need to get the water storage online. So let's queue up one of those water storages to be a high priority, so I can get that going. And always, we've got to keep rolling with it. We actually have a pretty decent amount of wood here. The big concerns we have for this one to get things going, that could get us in trouble, is one, I need to dam this river off as fast as I can. If we don't dam it off, the problems are, one, if we run out of water, beavers physically just straight up die. But also, two, as the drought goes, our growing space here will dry out and the plants will die, including the berry bushes, if they don't get water for long enough. And I usually believe, like, the first drought you typically get in the game, generally they make it short enough as just, like, an introductory to the player being like, okay, the drought rolls through and you get down to the point that the plants get close to dying, and you're going, oh man, what do I do, what do we do? And then it ends in time for you to be spared. So it's just the game kind of giving you a little poke, being like, this is what you're going to run into. So, here's your freebie. Your next one's not going to be so kind. It used to be a thing in the game that you had all these separate districts you'd have to manage, that you could only, like, if you look at the paths here, they'll be like green, and it'll slowly turn from yellow, and then eventually if we went over here, it'd go to red. And it used to be once you got to the red, you couldn't go any farther without building a new district. So you'd have to go like way over here, have a little thing over in that section that would then, you know, lead on to the next district or whatever. And then you had to have like a whole separate self-sustaining population over there, and then a whole self-sustaining. And it was not a very loved feature. So as much as people loved the game, that particular thing was not something a lot of people are particularly happy with. Okay, so we've got our first thing of water storage. That's really good. That means this beaver can pump up water until this thing's full. Then they'll carry the water over to that, fill that up, then they'll get more water. That way I'm not making water as needed. I'm getting more water in advance. I'm getting a buffer. But we'll keep having everyone cutting the wood and all that. So right now I've got 3 beavers who are unemployed, 6 who are actively working, and I've got 3 young beavers. Now, the 2 factions, you have the Iron Teeth and the Folktail. The Folktail, to gain their population, all you need to do is not let them starve, not let them dehydrate, and make sure there's more housing than beavers. As long as you have that, the population will go up. With the Iron Teeth, on the other hand, they have a more complicated setup where you've got like these growth fats that they have to put, I believe it's berries and water into, like for nutrients, and they basically grow their young in the growth fats. And there's this whole math you do with that one of going, okay, well, each growth fat can give you a, you know, X number of beaver during the lifespan of a beaver. Therefore, to keep your population trending up, you need Y number of growth fats. And it's not a thing that you need to necessarily sit down and do all the math for. You can sit there and be like, population is not staying up, more growth vat, and all that. But it is very different ones. And unlike other games where, like, if you don't have a house, the people just die or whatever, they are beavers. They can sleep on the ground. The catch is there's this score up here that says the well-being score. And genuinely, the way this works is the higher their well-being, they'll get a bonus to their movement speed and their speed to work. So basically, the better you make the morale, the better they get at doing things. So, morale good. It's also, when you start the game, the Iron Teeth are locked, so you cannot play them until you do that, because they're the more complicated of the two. So it is a thing you got to get their well-being up. And that's kind of one of your objectives in the game, is to just generally make a place that they have higher well-being, yada yada, that kind of thing. I am going to add some priority on some of these buildings that I think need to be prioritized, because it's good that they're getting the dam done. I'm a little concerned that we're going to fall way behind on here, and while we can support ourselves in the berries right now, very quickly that's going to be inadequate, and then we're going to have problems. So I'm going to try to put a little bit more prioritization on this so that we can get the carrots going. And that ends up being another tricky part of the game, is as your population grows, you only have arable land near the water. So not only the retention of water and all that for just keeping your people alive in general, you end up getting into the situation of going, okay, how do I get more water stored, and more water stored, and more area covered, and more water stored? So you get to, like, dams and levees and floodgates and sluices and all that, which sounds way more complicated than it really is. But it is a game you will genuinely build these, like, giant reservoirs and all that, and you'll have, like, using sluice to make sure, okay, the bad water goes this way, the good water goes that way, that kind of thing. And if you're wondering what the bad water is, I don't think they give you a specific thing other than they imply it's very, like, it's irradiated. Like, whatever happened here, the bad water is just, like, super contaminated, toxic. If your beavers go into it, they get really, really sick. And you have to get them medicine, or they just straight up will die after a while. They get kind of zombie-like and then eventually just die. I do like some of the flavor text here. So, like, the bad water source, the bad water is, like, bleeding out of the ground like a spring. It's like, why do we need to clean up the human's mess? Oh, right. They're all dead. Pina. The wise beaver Pina. Yeah, so what'll end up happening here is once we cut down these trees, I'll get rid of that lumberjacking spot. That was just a temporary one. This one will probably stay long term. I'm thinking we'll put, like, the forestry right here once I unlock it and have them plant the trees up here. And we'll keep most of this for farmland. And we'll probably try and, like, build housing and that up into the cliff and all that as much as we can. And then, you know, actual manufacturing production will probably put on the water itself, because as you probably saw, I've got a water wheel here. I don't have anything hooked up to it yet, but we will build the water wheel, and we'll put, like, the place for making planks off of that, so as long as the water's flowing, it'll get some power to make planks. That's actually not going to be a great spot with this little ledge right here, but I can just build a water wheel next to that water wheel, and a water wheel next to that water wheel, and a water wheel next to that water wheel. It does give power based on the size of the water wheel and the flow of water. So you do end up having a thing where you deliberately try to channel the water into a narrow area and put as many water wheels along it as possible, because that increased water flow just makes it work that much better. You don't seem to be building these, despite me bumping up their priority, and those being lower. And that does worry me, because I don't really understand why. It's fine, that's also important, but it does worry me. Because this is definitely one of those games that if you really fudge your start, you can kill your colony right at the beginning. Like, one of the really common mistakes that I myself am completely guilty of is queuing up way too much construction at the beginning cutting down the woods, like the trees, to get it all built, and then realize you do not have enough wood to build the thing to get you more wood, which again is locked behind science. It's this one right here. Oh, I see what happened here. So you need to be bumped up. Did I bump up the wrong one? Ah, there's our issue. The issue was I was setting the priority on the on when it's built, putting workers assigned to it, not on the construction. So that's a me being rusty problem. All right. And already the berries are getting desperately low, which is very worrisome. I've got spare beavers. I believe this doesn't cost me anything. Yeah, the berry tent is a freebie. It just takes person like one tiny little bit of work. So I'm gonna get that queued up so I can keep trying to get all of the berries. But we're behind the 8 ball on getting our farms online because I misread that. And that's me queuing up too much. Okay, so we've got our researches officially started. That should have been going for a while back. So what'll end up happening is once we get 30 research, I get the forestry place. We'll mark that up here. Then I'll also need the plank production. And once I get the plank production on and that forestry built, then we're okay. Like, the worst case scenario, as long as I don't let my people starve, we could just kind of stalemate the place in its size and let research churn. One of the other problems you can run into early game is even when you get the forestry up, you're basically out of wood. And you just got to wait for that first batch of wood to come in. And if you don't have, like, say, for example, your dam built or whatever, you don't have the resources to solve that. That's just kind of a trial and error thing. Yeah, so you are going to be a little bit more before you grow in. There's a good chance I'll end up pausing that lumber place while we wait for these other trees to come in pretty soon. Alright, so I've almost got the first of the farms built. And one thing to keep in mind when you're choosing what to farm, some plants you can just farm them as they are and your beavers can just eat the plant as it is. I'm pretty sure carrots fall under that category. Whereas some of the plants like potato and spatterdock, you can't eat just the raw vegetable, you have to cook it. But it gives them more of a mood bonus and all that. So it is being mindful that some of those things you do have an extra step before they can consume it. Alright. The good news is, once we get these 2 farms built and I get that sorted, we can let them keep working away at the dam, we can let them keep working away at this other stuff. That should be fine. Well, we are knocking down a bunch of trees. Once we get to your side, I got another big batch of trees there. This has barely been dented over here. We've got another spot trees there. Feeling pretty good. Okay, so cool. We've got our beavers are starting to plant stuff. That's going to help a lot. Short term, we're still dealing with the fact that, you know, don't quite have what we need here. Add a little bit of priority on that, since that literally just needs to be slapped in. And then we are going to run the problem of not having enough beavers to do the work that needs doing. Which is the whole juggle you run into all of these games, is like, I need more people to do this, but if I have more people, I need more resources. But to get those more resources, I need more people to work. But then I don't have enough people to do this, so I need to get more people. But now I have more people, I need more resources to support them, which means I need more. You get the idea. Not that you can't make it sustained, but there's definitely... Oh, I don't actually need this. I noticed that beaver is just standing there, so we could just cancel you. I remember most runs I end up needing multiple of those tents, but because I can see this beaver is just chilling here, because none of these are fully grown yet, they're just getting kind of close. There's no reason for me to make a second one, so we could just take that off the list. And same thing here. I'm going to pause that one for right now. That way the beaver can be assigned to do something else, because this is right about to be built in just a couple seconds. And honestly, with how big, how this area is and how we don't have the resources, let's go ahead and queue up and just say, hey, you know what? Why not make that into even more carrots and that as well? That'll probably repurpose later on for other stuff. But in the interim, we don't have what resources we don't have. We could just deal. Yeah, we're basically out of food, which is not what you want to see. So we just got to survive a couple of days for the carrots to come in. I really botched that start. Basically, for those who are missing, like, what I botched, I built too much too fast, which meant the work was getting divided up too much. And I didn't prioritize the important stuff correctly until a little ways in. Alright, so we've got a bunch of people working the farms. So right now, I've just got to try to hang on until we get the first batch of carrots up. Once we're there, we'll probably be completely overflowing with food for a while, which will be a good problem to have. But in the interim, no food is no food. Like, we're getting the occasional berry that might be enough to drag out the starvation until this gets all harvested. But the good news is this only takes 4 days to grow. And some of this is already a day in. So we probably won't be dealing with a lot, big loss of people due to starvation. Okay, I have no free workers. Okay. So now we can unlock the forestry. And I am going to plunk that there. I won't be able to build it yet because it does require planks. And I haven't got the building over here for planks yet. But that'll be good to have the wood set aside for that building. So that way if I do get low on wood, we'll be okay. Because that is one of the ways you can get yourself in a lot of trouble, is if you knock down all the trees and you can't plant more trees. It gets bad real fast. But I'm feeling pretty confident on that regard, because I still have more than half of this area left. This one's mostly tapped out. Once we get across here, that's a pretty good batch of wood, and that's an okay batch of wood. Because these are the trees that are worth... what's it? Yeah, these are trees that are worth a pretty good amount of wood. I think there's one better than oak. Whereas, like, these are only worth 2 wood each. Those are 8 wood each. These are 1 wood each. So that actually represents almost as much... That actually represents probably more wood than that over there. Okay, so we got some water in storage. That's good. We definitely want more than that. Food, we're still struggling, but we're about halfway grown. So I guess for right now, let's knock down the number of beavers working on both of those. Free up a couple there. Because I believe to get construction done, you need beavers who are not assigned to other tasks. I think, if I recall correctly, it's one of those kind of games where you're kind of people who haul stuff and your people who construct stuff are your unassigned workers. And then it's another one of those things here, like, this is planted. There's not a whole lot else for them to do. So we need to just keep things moving as best we can. Alright, so far managed to stay ahead of the starvation, just barely. But we are right about to tap that out. I just gotta hold out for 2 more days. Build over the district. Oh, right, you are correct. I misremembered. That's fine. We'll go ahead and unpause you. Regardless, they have nothing to do until that grows, so I'm just going to leave them alone. Yeah, I forgot they have that set there. Because remember, that's one of those things that can get you in trouble a lot of these games, is when you don't have any spare workers. But yeah, that's fine. I do know they did change one thing, which is you now have where you can look at layers. Oh wait, that's interesting. You can now look at layers of depth, which is a new idea, because, like, you didn't have that same mechanic in the past the way it worked. And that's because of being able now to build stuff under things and all that. They added that to make it a lot easier to navigate what's going on. Alright, and with that, all berries are picked. So, this is what we call really bad. I don't think we're going to lose the colony or anything, or the settlement, whatever you want to go with. But we might lose individuals. Man, that's pretty standard, though, like, with a lot of these games. It's just figuring out what's the thing that's the most urgent to get up first. Get that sorted. And like I said, I just set the wrong priority thing on here. And that got me in trouble. It's usually not also as bad, because a lot of times you won't be fast-forwarding a little bit like I am, because I'm trying to keep the flow of things going for the time being. This is a game that you can have lots of relaxing downtime in between events so far as stuff going on, depending on how you choose to play it. Because you'll end up being like, okay, I want to make this whole area into a giant reservoir, and you will take a very long time to build that out into its giant reservoir, and it'll be amazing and impressive. But it is a very macro-scale project. And so it just ends up taking time. Ooh, you're 50 logs. That's pretty rough. Okay, so you're almost done cutting that down. How are we doing? 70%? Come on, man. I think so far we're still mostly staving off the starvation. Somehow. But, like, the food supply is gone. Like, we'll get more berries here, but not fast enough. I think we're gonna lose a couple of beavers to starvation. Yeah, it's really costly. Time for tacos. Alright, everyone is now starving. Literally the entire settlement. And we are at around 90%. We got some right at 90%. They just gotta make it through tomorrow morning. If they make it through tomorrow morning, we start getting carrots. Let's see, yeah, you let your beavers run overnight and lay a bunch of dynamite and do research. You unlocked everything and still have 154,000 things. Yeah, once you stabilize everything, you get it sorted. Your settlements can just run. It is one of those things. It's always a little bit of a risk that there is a cap at how bad it gets, but it is a thing that it slowly escalates. Where your droughts get longer, the times between them get shorter. We got some of these at like 95%, 96%. I think that might 97%. I think that might be the most ready. Oh wait, no wait, we got our first carrots. No one, if we're fast, no one might die. Pick faster, beavers. Snack while you're at it. Consider yourselves highly motivated. I need you to feel a hunger for the job. And by that I mean just a normal hunger, because you are starving. Okay, it's going good. We only got 2 more beavers who haven't eaten yet. And no one has starved to death so far. So we did just weasel by without losing anyone to starvation. So We aren't out of the woods yet, but that should be sustainable now. At least until, you know, drought and all that becomes an issue until so we got magic. Let's see, you've automated the water management, have enough water to capacity survive the worst droughts and bad tides. Yeah, no, that's what I was saying is, it does get worse up to a point. We can pause you again. And then when those last trees get done, we'll get rid of it. So with this, I'm going to bounce that back up to 3 workers on each of those. And the reason we're doing that is because now we've got enough stuff going there. Little thing. Alright, so we got a chipped tooth. Yeah, broken teeth. Where was that even under in here? There's like a wellness thing. Teeth grindstone. Yep, so every so often your beavers will get an injury. Chipped teeth is considered an injury. It's a pretty mild one in all honesty. But it will hurt their mood, which then in turn can cause other issues. Yeah, it's like broken teeth, you got 1 beaver with that, so it's got a minor mood penalty. Not enough to matter. We're almost done building the dam across here. We haven't gotten the warning of the first drought. Like I said, it is those things that when you first start, the time between droughts is fairly long. And over time it gets shorter and shorter, and the droughts get longer and longer. But it does hit a cap. And it's very manageable if you're mindful of what you're doing and you take the time. Unless you're doing some like really bizarre challenge map, there are some maps that can get pretty rough to manage. Okay. We have 1 job vacancy. Oh, we had our first one die of old age. That is not encouraging. Because I didn't get my housing up earlier. Which needs to happen, but so does everything else. We got priorities on everything. And it's you who has broken teeth up there. So you can go ahead and turn you back on. There's 3 more trees you can cut down. And then that tree is right about to be done, and then we can just get rid of that entirely because it means all the trees will be gone. I think long run, if I remember correctly, wherever I had the lumber mill, I think I always had 2 beavers that were woodcutters nearby, and then, you know, whatever the forestry was handled the rest. Because the 1 forestry could keep up enough growing that 2 beavers would be required to keep up with that rate. Yeah, and this is where I got into, like, the old age thing. That, very genuinely, the beavers don't have a particularly long lifespan. Which is why at the beginning, when people were like, let's name them, I was like, no, I'm not going to name them. It just ends up being a thing that in practice, you just keep cycling names constantly, and it gets pretty tedious, actually. I do wish, and I'm going to check to make sure they didn't actually add it. Okay. I do kind of wish they had, like, a Twitch integration thing, or, like, if you said a beaver name, it would just keep cycling the name through the pot or whatever. So you'd always have, like, you know, you name a beaver Toothy or something like that, and when Toothy dies, like, you know, the next time a beaver is born, they could be named Toothy potentially, like, it'd be on the list of options. Okay. And so nothing in range, so get this out of here. What about to be and not to be? Well, I mean, all the beavers that aren't to be are not to be. Alright, so we got plenty of food going. The food's no longer... That's no longer the thing. Let's go over here really fast while we're waiting. Maybe I should have done this earlier, because wood is the problem right now. Let's put another place to cut wood, because that's what's holding up everything. Is the lack of wood. Which is a very normal problem in this game. A constant and perpetual problem. Is no matter how much wood you make, even if you're making heaps and gobs of wood everywhere, you need more wood. Because all your grand scale projects are usually, I need boatloads of wood. Bring me more wood. Alright, we got our first house of 3 beavers inside. We definitely need more. I would suspect pretty much any time we're going to get the alert that a drought is coming. Basically what happens is you'll get an alert that'll be like, drought coming in 3 days or whatever. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. That, you'll end up getting the alert that, you know, drought is coming, and however long this thing is, you get your warning for it. And all that good stuff. Alright. Now get the thing for the hurt teeth. Chipped tooth, whatever. We need them to finish this dam, because then they can get over here to get the planks and more wood. We need them to get the houses. We need to get the warehouses. We are unlocking more tech. So for the more tech, we are going to need levies. That'll be an important thing for the entire run. Honestly, a lot of the stuff in here, on this left side especially, you're going to want to unlock some of that to begin. Like, you're going to want to get the levee, you're going to want to get at least one of the floodgates, if nothing else, the triple, and then the sluice. Like, those are almost, you know, absolutely mission critical to being able to manage anything long term.
Hello there.
Hey, Bentley, how's it going? Yeah, you got them waiting here because they're waiting on the wood. Hey, Learning, how's it going? I'm doing pretty good. Just getting a, getting a round of Timberborn up and running. Little rusty, so little bit of a sloppy start, but it looks like we're going to be fine. We had a bunch of people on the very brink of starvation for a little while where it got pretty touch and go, but you know what? That's just, it builds character, that's all. Nothing like a little malnutrition stunting your growth and causing severe long-term health problems to make you a more motivated person. Certainly wouldn't be, you know, significantly health compromising over a long period of time. Perk those beavers? Yep. If you want to live, get back to work. Yeah, so I'm gonna go and probably unlock the levees next. Because we unlock the levees, then I can go up here and build that up a bit, and then put the dams on top of it. And the dams aren't the greatest solution, but that would let me... Okay, here's our warning for our first drought then. 3 days we'll have a drought. I'm feeling pretty good about our situation here, because we can queue up these and say, alright, those are now high priority. They should be able to get those 2 tiles done for before the drought hits. And that'll give us a pretty good amount of water retention. We might lose part of the carrots over here to the drought, but this whole area should be mostly okay. Low-key, one of the pros and cons also with the droughts and all that is until you get later to the game where you can, like, manage your water a lot better, When the drought happens and we have like this dam blocking the water, just holding the water here, water flow will end, which means our water wheel will also stop moving, which means anything I power industry-wise over here won't keep doing its thing. Let's see. The perks of being understaffed, you're supposed to be part-time, but you're going to have like an 80-hour paycheck. Nice. Yeah, that's definitely been the pro and con that Toon's been going through, where her department's been super short-handed. It's like, okay, on one hand, it sucks because she's working all the time. On the other hand, you know, it's pretty exciting when you get that paycheck in. Granted, generally speaking, I'd rather have the extra time off and all that kind of stuff. Now, what I'm going to try to do is put in some of the faster growing trees over here and then put the really good wood, slower growing trees back here, just to get myself a little bit of wood coming in to keep things moving. But then we'll want to get rid of the fast growing trees for the slower, way more wood. Because we look at this one, 8 wood in 30 days. You know, someone can do the math to figure out what that is. So 1 wood per 7 days. So, what? It would be, for 30 wood, 210 days? No, that's not the way I want to do this math. So 1 wood for 7 days. So if I wanted to get 8 wood over the course, like at 7 days each, it's in like the 40-something days. So you get way more wood that way. Same with the pine. It's 2 wood for 12 days. It's a little bit better than this. Way worse than that. You get the idea there. That there is kind of this thing. I think there's like 4 or 5 tree varieties that you can deal with. So you've got like birch, which, you know, it grows pretty fast, but has very low amount of wood. Pine is still not super great. And all that. Chestnut, again, a bit better, but still not as good. Yeah, and then it was like oak. Oak is the all-star magic one here, where if you're just looking for wood, oak gives you the most wood for effort. But we do need enough, and you'll generally want most of the trees. Later on, birch, I believe, serves no purpose, but like the pine, you can get the resin, the chestnut, you get chestnuts, the maple, you get maple syrup. And then the oak, you just get wood. And Lardine having their 455 stream streak, catch the last 455 streams, not miss a single one, so thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. Means a whole heck of a lot. Yeah, we've got, I think it's down to only 2 or 3 people have a really high, like a really, really, really high stream streak. And like generally the most impressive part of that is, 1, obviously tuning in for it every time, but 2, that nothing's broken yet. That's like equally as impressive, that nothing has gone wrong that's cost the stream streak. Because genuinely, that in itself is a surprise. One of the other really cool things that Timberborn does that's not very common in the genre, you can build on top of other buildings. So, you know, that's a thing. Okay, so you got 1 day left, but literally just gotta slap that last little bit of effort on there. Then we'll get across here beyond that.
Thank you, Elicity NZ, for subscribing for 27 months. Sub day, Rual Hyperave, Rual Hyperave.
And thank you, Listen NZ, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get 1 of those a month, and you used it here, and that's 27 months you've been subbed to the channel. I really do appreciate that. If it was Twitch babies, there would be 3 of them. But thank you so much for that. I do hope you continue to enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emote. That support means a whole heck of a lot. Let's see, Factory Town also does the building up well. You have to put a platform up first, but then the building can go from it. Yeah, there's a couple games who do it, but there's just not that many. Cool, so we now officially have the dams built. So that when the flood comes, you'll notice the water level's a little bit higher. It will retain the water. Like, this part will dry out because the water will just keep flowing. but we will hold back the water in this one segment here. This area will dry out because it's a higher elevation. So now we just want to let them keep building. They're finally getting the houses online. That was just... So it was another thing that I had, that my wood production was falling behind and I missed it. Which is yet another thing to worry about. We don't have any spare beavers. I will add to have the wood cutting spot over there increase in priority. Because like I said, this area of wood here is almost the same as that whole area was over there. Because it's 8 versus 2 per tree. So every 4 of these trees is the same as one of those. Now we also got that area, which is generally terrible trees. Okay. Now, with the drought about to happen, the drought in the game is fairly comical in how aggressive it is. This is not like, oh, it's a little dry. The world will go barren in a matter of seconds. So what ends up happening is you have your water source, which I am assuming is buried way down here. Yeah, it is. Buried way down here. That'll stop producing water. As that happens, you know, things will just keep going down more and more, and it'll just dry out, and it'll follow the path. As, you know, no new water is going in, and that water continues to flow downhill. Hey! Our beaver's wellness has increased all the way to 4, because we went from people being homeless to not homeless. For the most part. We're getting there. They're also slightly happier because they have carrots now. So water level takes a couple seconds to go down. As this all dries up, and then very quickly, then this area will go down. The world will start to dry out. It's actually not going to be as pronounced on this one, because normally you have like a long river that it goes around, so you just watch it like whip around, but because this is supporting that area up there a little bit. Yeah, we'll slowly go down here. And then we'll see this area dry out. Actually, not going nearly as fast as I was expecting it to. Should be bottoming out any second now. Yep, and so now the world starts to dry. And Zoffer at 300 stream streak with a nice round number. Well, thank you so much, Zoffer, for catching the last 300 streams without missing one. Means a heck of a lot. Yep, and then this all starts to dry out, and all the trees start dying. It continues around this way. So normally this is like way more pronounced, because again, it'll be like a long splitting river versus this like big spiral. It weirdly gives me a lot more warning. We're already half a day into the drought, and it's still trying to dry out the area. But as you can see, in 12 days, if that drought lasts that long, the trees die. So with all they've had this pouch, you can clearly see some crazy multi-layered colonies connected with those tubes for extra efficiency. Oh yeah, and there's a lot of opportunity for a lot of ridiculous nonsense. Yeah, so you get the idea that this is all lush and green up here, and it's all become dry and barren. And it's just going to keep working its way down. But like I said, it will stop that this is a little reservoir. Not a high-volume reservoir, unfortunately, because it is just one tile deep. But it'll be enough for us to ride through a nice, short 3-day drought. Okay, so with that, this side dries up to this point, and then because we've got that dammed, the water doesn't go anywhere, then this will all dry up, and then like the map will be basically devoid of water. But if we look at the entire map, there's like this one little lake here that has a pocket of water. There's the one little lake on the top of the mountain. But yeah, if you were trying to grow anything anywhere else on the map, it's dead. So it's all around water management, so like there's a good chance. Yeah, so I'll lose these carrots on the back end over here. Those are going to dry out and die, but that's okay. Alright, so We need more housing. So let's go over here because I didn't think this through. Oh, it'd be this one, wouldn't it? No, it's in here somewhere. Yeah, we need more housing, so get that going. Oh, you'll try this update tomorrow? What they're doing is really cool. Yeah, I do agree, like, a lot of the promotion stuff was talking about, like, the zip lines and all that. But then when you, like, dig into it, it's like, no, the thing in this update that's, like, actually really a big deal is more so the fact that we can go under stuff to build and all that now, like underneath the dirt here. I don't know how you remove the blocks and all that stuff yet. We haven't gotten that far. But that's kind of the stuff that you're like, okay. No, but really? Being able to just carve into the wall there, and make yourself like ledges and all that, there is a lot of implications that has. Okay, and soon enough we'll end up needing another pump and all that. Alright, so the water wheel's getting built. Was there any reason to not build the dam further down? Mostly it would have been harder for me to do, because I have this area here I'd have to climb up onto. So realistically I'd have to cut it across there. Makes it even, makes it even more of a thing, and I'd have to get down to that. So it's just a little trickier to get to this spot to build it, versus trying to rush it across the way. Hey! Well-being is slightly higher because everyone here now has shelter. They're getting good sleep and thirst and hunger. They got carrots that make them slightly happier. And as a reminder, every time their well-being goes up a level, they work just a little bit faster. I think it'll actually tell me how much faster here somewhere. Doesn't it tell me here somewhere? There was somewhere in here I can... Yeah, because of well-being, they move 5% faster, and they work 20% faster. So you get the idea. 20% increased work speed and 5% increased movement speed is not nothing. And it goes up by a lot. Once you start getting later on, it starts to really build up. You wonder how underground works? If it's even possible. You can definitely go underground. Because there was literally one of the dare drops was to build a settlement inside of a cave. I don't know how it works. I didn't check, choose that one because it's one of the ones that are like difficulty, legendary. I'm like, all right, hang on, hang on. Let's not jump into the legendary difficulty one right away. But I'm sure there's gonna be in here somewhere. Zipline beam. There's your pillars and all that. I'm sure there's going to be a way they could be like, queue up, get this tile. You're guessing it needs dynamite? It could be. So we could also try going... Here, can I interact with you in any way? Can I be like, hey, you know what? I want that tile gone. Delete rubble. Don't we have the dynamite? Destroys the terrain underneath it and triggers. So that would only be underneath. So it really doesn't... Ah, it is dynamite. Make a tunnel. Yes, that makes it very end game, so we would end up doing that. That might be a dare drop that we don't get done then, unfortunately. Because dynamite is pretty late game. We're still waiting on them to get this done. At this point, I'm going to take one of you and put you as a lower priority. So we could bounce one of the people over here. Start having them cut down those trees. Because I still need more wood, which is a concern. Okay, so drought's ended. So if we go back up here, we're going to start seeing this fill back up. The water will spill over. They'll start filling all that in. Oh, you mean like growing? Yes. So literally one of the, if you look up at my list here, one of the dare drops is to grow plants atop of another plant, which the way you would do that is I'd have like ground level here and then a ledge above it, and I could grow stuff on top of that as well. It is going to be a little concerning if, unfortunately, because I don't see a spot that I could do that easily, because I don't see like any caves. So I'll be pretty disappointed if I got myself caught on dare drops I can't really finish. We'll figure it out. Alright. So what I want to do next is, like, we're already getting this sorted out. Okay, so I've got the water wheel built. The problem I have now is I need the lumber mill. Oh, I can fit it there, can't I? Okay, so the lumber mill... I might have to just hack that tree down. That tree, we're going to take the thing where we just kill it for the resources. Like kill it to make room so we can get this in there. Because now at the water wheel here, once the water starts flowing by, that's not going to be great. You can do a raised platform, but not sure you can grow on top of them, though. Right. The specification, like, I didn't have, like, the full description of the thing there because it was, like, 2 sentences. But it is grow a plant atop one another using only dirt tiles or whatever it said, like the ground tiles. Now that could be I build a platform, put the dirt on top of it, then remove the platform or something might qualify. Because I believe as long as it's supported within 3 miles, you can or 3 tiles, you can have it stick out 3 tiles before it no longer works. And they did warn you in the information about the update. They're like, yes, if you do something where something's supported and you remove the support, yes, even buildings will collapse. Be careful with this information. Okay, let's not... We don't have the forestry thing built yet, so let's not build anything else. You remember making dirt is an endgame thing as well. Yeah, that's what I'm curious. Like, because I know that's the terrain block here. And I don't remember what you make it out of. Yeah, so I need one to remove that, because as soon as I do that, we can start making planks. Yeah, you need an excavator? Yeah. That tree holds up a lot. There we go. Okay, so with that, we do have you connected. We will need an extra worker to do anything. I'm also going to go over here and bring this straight across. And then cut it like that right now. We'll certainly want to reroute these things later, but that's a normal thing you have to do in the game, is like redo your paths again and again. Alright, so with that said, we're going to plan for this whole area. I forgot, it's got to stay in the green. Plan for this whole area to be birch. Birch sucks for getting any real volume of wood, but it is good for getting immediate wood. And then in the other part, we're going to go for oak. Because oak is on the other thing, is it gives you a lot of wood, but it takes forever to get it up and running. Oh, not there. But it makes me wonder if they plan of adding text afterwards, because it seems kind of silly to get those texts after all production is already built. Yeah, I don't know. Well, this is unfortunate that is just not turning it all. Oh, there it goes. There we go. I was about to be like, that is not going to work if it physically doesn't do what it needs to do. Alright, so what do we deprioritize? I've already got that cut down by 2 people. And I got 3 jobs that need filling. We're gonna increase the priority on the planks for just a little bit until we get those planks done, and then I'll probably knock it down a peg. Oh, we have more here than I can use as well. Because as I mentioned, if it's not on tiles that have water, the tree just won't survive. But yeah, so with that, once this forestry is built, it'll start planting trees so that the other one can start cutting them down. It takes a little bit to bootstrap it up, but we'll get there. Okay, so planks are starting to happen. Slowly, but they are starting to happen. One of the other things we'll end up needing to do is probably tearing up this to get more water in. Realistically, what I probably should do is somewhere over here get a second water pump. That way, as I dam this off, they're in the separate areas, and I'm not drawing all the water from one spot, because that'll get you in trouble. Because then you literally pump all the water out of here, and then this goes dry. And I'm fighting the temptation that I want to dam that off so badly, but I really need to wait to do that till I've got my forestry built. Once the forestry is built, the stress goes down a lot, because then at least I know, even if it means I gotta wait a while, we do have more wood coming. Like, you're relatively safe at that stage. But we're still in that early game where you can run yourself out of resources and then realize you don't have a way to recoup. And I've got more beavers dying of old age, but we now have enough housing, so we'll start getting replacements. I think part of the idea is you can get through the early and mid game, and you don't have that tech available, most likely. And you gain all that, and then when you want to go like the super macro scale projects, you can then start slowly kind of terraforming the entire map into exactly what you want it to be. And just like really abuse that. Alright, so I got lots of research here. Okay, so I got a couple of things we can do. One is I could get the levees and get that going. Levees just block stuff off. It doesn't let any water through. So it's one of those things when you want to build up an area for a reservoir. So we definitely will need that. But the other one we'll probably want is actually platforms and stairs. Which you already have what we need for stairs. And those are straightforward why you need those, to go up and down different elevations, that kind of thing. Oop, cancel that, please. So like over here, when I want to go and try and build an area to block that off, I'm going to need to get over here, probably use some platforms to get across, get to this side, use the levees, and then some dams to, you know, get that all blocked up. And I'm going to try and raise it to the height that the rest of this is. That'll make this a deeper reservoir. And that should be good. It's interesting there's a blockage here that we can clear for later. With the bad water there, unless I wall that bad water in, I just don't think there's going to be a good way to manage that. One of the big things we're going to need to figure out is dealing with the bad water. Realistically, for right now, looking at the design of this thing, it would probably be going up to this area up here, building that up, adding a sluice on this one and this side, that, you know, good water go this way, bad water go that way, and just dump it off the side of the map. Because as much as I'd love to get that sluice system way up here to the source of the water, that's what you probably want to do end game, I would need to build this up higher and then probably make like an aqueduct off whichever side of the map seems to be the one that makes the most sense to just shunt it off. Short term, what I might even do is we just go over here, not even build the sluice or anything, and just slap up a floodgate and keep it all the way down when it's good water, and just slap it up when it's bad water, let it dump out the side. The only part of it that becomes a problem is then when it switches, there's like this delay between getting the good water while you're kind of like flushing the bad water out. Which is fine. That's all stuff to be figured out. And we still got more job vacancies, which is a big reason why I'm trying my best to not build anything else. We're getting all this stuff. Cool, we got the forestry. You're now a higher priority. Replant dead trees not marked for cutting. That'll probably be none, but that's fine. Okay, so now the stress is down because even if it's not efficient, eventually that will get everything sorted out. Where we get that all popping in. We've got our 2 woodcutters here. We still got the wood coming in from here and that last corner, so we're fine for right now on wood. We are just waiting for more beavers. And then the other thing we need is I need the platform. So that's going to be 100 science. So what we'll probably want to do is figure out how I want to navigate this. Like I said, I could build a platform straight across here, straight across there, use the levees on the bottom side, and then build dams over the top of it, which is probably the quick and dirty way of doing it, and probably what I'm going to do. I could also have taken, like, staircase down, staircase up, platform. Yeah, so it's still 100, so I can't do anything one way or the other. We will put the path across here. The other thing to check is for the fun and leisure stuff we can do. A lot of this could be really helpful. So we got a campfire. Put the campfire back there. And we can potentially go here to the terrace. A little bit of a zigzag here. That'll be a bit of a mess, but that's okay for right now. Because the rooftop terrace has to be built on a rooftop. There'll be 2 more recreational things, so that should be able to bounce us up to, when this is all said and done, to 7. Which, again, should give us another boost in how well people work. Because... oh, actually, it doesn't look like it might give me a boost. It's fine. But basically, that's the thing that gets some more happiness. That ends up being important. It'll just use a little bit of logs, so it's relatively inexpensive. We do have places for storing food going on. But there will be a juggle between building projects to get things working, and then switching to other stuff going on to, you know, make them happier and all that, get more room for people to live, better food, that kind of stuff. Because that makes them work faster, makes them able to traverse the area quicker and all that. While we're here, let's go down to the berry bushes. Because our forester can also plant berries. And then this kind of future-proofs it where if something should happen and the berry bushes should die, the forester can replant them. If there's gaps in between the berries, they'll fill those gaps. So that's good. And we're just waiting on our research for the moment, giving ourselves a chance for our wood supplies to actually catch up a little bit before we start dipping in too hard. Because like I said, if I start burning through all my wood before I have it, then we get stuck in that waiting game of just waiting for the next set of wood to come in. Which, like I said, I'm planting the birch trees that only last, like, they go for 7 days and give me 1, and then we have oak trees over here. So kind of my plan here is mostly get the birch trees planted, and then, you know, once they're planted, unzone it for birch, and then switch it over to oak, so that way as they cut down one, they put down the other. We'll want to get ourselves better water storage. That ends up being a big thing. Better food storage. There's a whole lot here. One of the things they did have in the patch notes as well is the underground storage has been nerfed. They've nerfed both the cost of it and how much it stores. And it was just like, yeah, now you can modify the terrain. It's like, this gets broken as hell. That's what they're basically like, yeah, it needed to be nerfed. With being able to modify the terrain, you could just make absurd amounts of storage with little effort. It's still supposed to be good. They bumped it from something like 1,500 down to 1,000 or something like that. So it wasn't a super hard nerf. And like I said, they reduced the cost to build it as well. But they're like, yeah, this makes the other storage irrelevant, so we're slapping it down a peg. Which I think is fair. Okay, so we're kind of in a weird spot now, just waiting for people to age up. Hey, and we got another thing of happiness because we've got the campfire that people are going to. So that's cool beans. And that's just giving them more variety of things to do. We'll get a more variety of diet. Once they start going to this terrace, when it's built, that'll be another point in happiness. Those are being oak seeds, which I wasn't expecting that to do that. Did I accidentally flip it? I know I keep doing this over again. I think it did. That's okay, because that means... Sure, it means I only got like a little spot here. That is always the thing. Like the oak seeds, it takes a little while to get going. You're kind of in that weird, just get on with it, please grow. But then the moment they come in, you're usually really solid for, like, for the amount of labor you're doing, the wood just keeps flowing. It's just, you end up getting so many more builders than tree cutters due to limited grow space that no matter how much wood you bring in, you almost always end up needing more. We're doing really good on food. We've got our carrot supplies utterly full. I would like to get more going. The challenge I have is because I'm pressed up against this mountain and I don't have platforms or anything else researched quite yet. It's kind of making it so it's harder for me to put storage without losing a bunch of grow space. I would definitely like to make platforms on the front side of this and then build up the side of this thing. I think it's dare drop, singular. Yeah, and that's the link to the Steam page for Timberborn, I believe. It's got like the whole thing there. It's basically linking through Dare Drop and then the Steam page, and that just gives credit that you found it through here. I don't get a kickback for that or anything like that. It's just one of those things that you know, it makes it look good on the creator when you get a lot of click-throughs for a game for someone who is supporting you or whatever, giving you keys, that kind of thing. Because as a reminder, each one of these objectives we finished today, it is a future key I will be able to give out for Timberborn. That's actually the reason I selected these three as opposed to... There were a ton of dares, that'd be a lot easier to go. But they're like, you can get a key for the OST or a wallpaper. It's like, nah, I don't really care about that one. But anytime I get a key for a game that is the game we're playing, I'll usually grab the dare if it's something I think you could do in a reasonable time. Interestingly enough, a lot of their dares were for t-shirts. Like, I've done that one in the past. We had, with Timberborn, that, like, the last 2 times we did Dare Drop with them, they did give out a t-shirt. And from what I understand, people like the t-shirt. But a lot of the dares to get the t-shirt were pretty extensive. They were not insignificant. To be fair, we are finding those tunnels and all that probably not insignificant as well. I didn't realize it was going to require dynamite. Because dynamite is... Where are you at? Where are you at, dynamite? I thought it was here. So dynamite's here, but I remember you produced it in one of your buildings. Oh, here it is. Yeah, so we will have to have metal. We'll have to have bad water handled. That's really late game. Yeah, if you want to rush this challenge, I think you can give some advice. Yeah, no, it's one of those things that I could speed run the tech stuff. That we could go here and try to, as quickly as possible, get ourselves set up with some of the tech stuff here. And, yeah, via the observatory. That'll let me get the research really fast. And then just try to beeline the research. We would probably be able to honestly run someone over to just start grabbing the metal at that stage. Like, literally just make a path up here to just grab the metal. I wouldn't even need it to be sustainable. Was you had someone ask you in real life where you get a 2-point shirt and you felt so bad you had to disappoint her? Yeah, no, I've played this a lot. Like, I don't think I'm gonna go out of my way to speedrun it or whatever. But yeah, that's what I imagine the strategy for getting there going can be, to, as quickly as we can, get the production line set up for the gears and the pine, because no matter what, we're gonna have to wait on the pine. And then going from that, use the research we beeline for that, run people up here to start grabbing the metal, and then get the dynamite production, because it'd be paper, it'd be dynamite. The bad water we'd have to set up here, which I thought it was under here. Yeah, no, it's not a contamination barrier. Where are you? There's a big cover thing you can put on this. You can also just literally have a water pump that pulls it up. One other thing we're gonna do, I'm holding off on it. Okay, we've got the 100 for the platform. So let's grab the single platform. Now, ideally you would want, like, these become more efficient. So you see, like, that's 6 planks for a tile. That's 8 planks for 2 tiles. That's 10 planks for 3 tiles. So getting the appropriate height is the most cost-effective as far as materials go. Till we have the research. That's future me's wants and desires and all that. Right now, me is just going to live with it. And I want to say you're cheap. Yeah, you're cheap. Relatively speaking. Alright, and then we would put the dams up here. One second. There's no point in making that part dams. Okay. Cool. So with that, we'll give ourselves another reservoir. It will fill up to this tile right along here. So it's going to be raising the water level in here one whole tile. That'll give it way more capacity reserve and all that. That'll also make a lot more of this, like this area up here where it's dried out. A lot of that's going to become green as well. So that'll be good news. And that's just trying to future-proof for, as the droughts get longer, the more we can retain more water, the better we'll be. And then the other thing we're going to want to do with this is I'll probably wait until we have more science so I can get the 2 tall platform. But I'll probably want to put the 2 tall platforms here, put another water pump in this section, and we can get all that going. I'm going to start speeding it up even more, since we got some pretty big goals to get going. We're going to also, once this is done... Right, because it's looking like we're tapping out of wood that's fully grown now. So we're getting, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, it's not that we're tapping out wood. It's we're in that stage where a bunch of our people are dying of old age. We are getting the new kids to replace them. But we had the dying off of the old before the young people became old enough to work. So we're dealing in that weird situation where we got really old and really young people and not many in that middle zone. Approximately how many hours do I have in Timberborn? In Timberborn, I have apparently only like 90 hours. I thought it was much higher than that. But, how is it only 80? Like 80, 90 hours. But either way, I've played a bunch. That feels wrong. Because we've gone to late game multiple times. Like Dynamite and everything. On both Iron Teeth and on Folktale. It probably is right, I'm just overestimating how long it takes to do that. Because I do know in the course of a stream, you can get pretty far in the game. If you're focused on teching up. If you are trying to, like, end game it and all, it usually took me like 2-3 play sessions to have all of that sorted out. Okay, so we're continuing to get that all planted. They'll keep cutting this down. But yeah, right now we're short-handed jobs-wise. We got 3 jobs not fulfilled. We do have the housing to build that up some more. We're going to want more housing. Housing is cheap research-wise. That's Inhabitants 1. That's the mini lodge. I don't want that. Yeah, so I want to get better houses here soon. So I will build another house. But I gotta be careful on how much I'm allocating right now till our wood starts coming in. But the good news is, as you probably noticed, the oak trees are all getting planted pretty well. Now, I believe since we've already got these down here, I'm pretty sure I can go in here and unqueue these. And queue them up for oak. And then they'll still cut those trees down, but once that area is clear, then, you know, we would do that. And they're still cutting down those. I believe all of that. Oh, no, we're in the edge of their range. Gotcha. So there's only a couple trees left over there, but that's okay. Still got this area down here. Okay, and that one's deprioritized, so we only have the one up here. That should sort itself out once we... Hey, and we got the, next happiness because we got the rooftop terrace getting put to use. Yeah, so we'll be in a little bit of a rough patch so far as our wood goes for a little bit here. That's not at all surprising. We are getting the first birch trees are all coming in. That's not going to give me that much wood. All of this wood is probably 20, 30 wood. Versus, on the other hand, those three trees, those three alone together, are more wood than this. It's just this takes 7 days, that takes 30 days. So, it's a very normal thing in Timberborn to hit the early game and be like get past that first initial I'm just trying to survive, and then kind of get stuck for a minute waiting for your first wave of wood to come in. And then usually you can keep a pretty good cadence after that, even though you always demand more wood, more wood. There's never enough wood, I need the more wood. But at least you'll see like that like it'll keep coming versus you have like that long dry spell of wood between when you run your existing out and get to that. Okay, so we're definitely not going to get that built by the time that drought happens. That's okay. This should be plenty for right now. Our water is fine. Our food is amazing. So that's not a concern right now. We are going to start needing more water storage pretty soon. Ideally bigger water storage. But it becomes that thing where if I want the bigger water storage, I got to be making gears and planks, which means more resources, which means more beavers, which means more water consumption, which means needing more storage. You get where all this is going. Well, actually, I don't need to go all the way over there for the water pump. We can just put the water pump right here. Yeah, I'll be fine. I'm gonna put it over here. Probably not the best place. But I'm kind of visualizing it as I could put some storage here. Maybe, actually, ooh. If I remember correctly, this is going by memory, so, you know, take it for what it is. If we scooch that one more to the side, I believe one of other recreation things is 4 wide and needs to be on the water's edge. So I could put that here. I believe it is. I think it was the Lido. I don't know if I'd be allowed to place it there or not. It might have to go one tile forward. If not, I can put storage here. I can put like a couple planks, and I can put like 2 of the large water storages there. It's fine. I think that's fine. Short term, I could just plunk down a couple water storage here. Right now, I need to not queue up more wood use for that till we're ready. And we're running out of workers right now. I do have more Childens sitting around. We do have a whole house just not in use right now. So we're just kind of in the wait for it. Let's take this one and bump it up in priority. It'll probably take a person away from our farms or something like that. But that way we keep the wood rolling in. They're still planting the trees, which is good. That means I can get like the really high volumes of wood out of these oak trees down here. Clear up the area for when we have to make our gears and make our paper and all that crap. that water wheel won't be able to handle alone. So one thing with the mechanical power in the game, the mechanical power is neat in that it's not like, say, Satisfactory, where if you have less than max power, the whole thing just goes boom and the power goes off. Like, it doesn't just throw a circuit breaker and the whole thing stops. Like, if you don't have the demanded horsepower here, it's not like the building stops working. To a degree, it'll work slower and slower and slower. There is like a critical minimum that it stops working. So if I had like one singular horsepower on this building, I don't believe it runs in that case. I don't know what the threshold cutoff is, but it is one of those things that in a pinch, even if things aren't great, you could chuck down a hamster wheel and let them run in the hamster wheel. And does it work well? No. But it gives you a non-zero amount of production, and sometimes that's all you need in the short term, is just enough to stay above water. Yeah, so this one will let them cut down all trees there till it says no more, and then we can kick them back over here. And actually, now I think about it, put someone on this one. I'm making too many things, too many priorities. The classic, if everything's high priority, then nothing's high priority. That classic argument, which is a very sound argument. Yeah, so one thing, like I said, we'll also need to do is once I get this leveled off, more than likely what I'll probably want to do is get up this way to put a sluice up here that basically says, hey, if you're clean water, let it through. If you're dirty water, let it through. That way, you know, we block it to make this like a split. I'll want that someplace later, you know, someplace else later. Okay, how long do the oak trees last? Okay, 15 days should be fine. That's pretty good. Eventually, that'll be a problem, but that is tomorrow me's issue. Yeah, so as you can see, because the water's not flowing, the water wheel's not going, and now this is offline. So that's the whole thing. Not much to be done there. So that should give us a chance to catch up on our wood a little bit. We still have 3 beds. I am taking a little bit of a not great approach here, and the reason I'm saying that is I am building quite a bit more... housing right now when I probably shouldn't yet, because we don't really know how some of the stuff's going to shake out. I also just realized up here, that'll give me room for one more place there, and then a 2x2 there. Okay, and we're increasing our storage. That's not going to help me with this drought, as this drought's solidly underway. But all that. But yes, I'm building way more house than I probably should right now, which means potentially massive increase in water and food demands. But I'm trying to get more people going. Okay, cool. So it seems like our kids are starting to grow up and starting to fill the jobs. So we still have 1 job vacancy left, but it is catching up. I'm going to build 1 more house. I'm probably going to regret this. Just because growing too fast kind of things. Because the more we grow, the more water demand we have, the more water demand, the more lots of demands we have. Right, so we need the medical bed at some point, and the shower. The shower is cheap. Let's get the shower. Because I could sneak that in there. And that's another thing that improves moods. It turns out with layers, becomes a bit easier to play extra small maps because you usually are limited in grow spots in the late game. You need to test it though, which is what we want. Yeah. No, that's the whole thing. With the layers, like, there's probably going to be a minimum on how high stuff has to be relative to each other. Like, growing a tree underneath the ledge, there might be limitations, that kind of thing. But yeah, no, with the layers, if nothing else, you could do something with the layers where you have your entire civilization living below and then put on top of you all the grow space with, like, an aqueduct going through the middle of it. There's definitely ways that that could be used to massively expand what you're capable of. Alright, so we still got a bunch of research. So the sluice, that requires metal. We're not going to be there for a bit. So we'll probably want to get the floodgates going. That's kind of the juggle. So I also think the medical beds are probably a higher priority. And we can get that. So I'm trying to go a little bit more on the beaver's needs this time, right up versus the tech advance stuff. Brain slowing down. It do be like that though. Because we get these need stuff, we'll probably be able to make them go faster. And so when we hit 100, I can get the contemplation spot. The Lido and those will probably come later. But I'm trying to get those ones that are just, you build it, they visit it, it makes them happy, and thus makes them work harder, all that stuff. Because, you know, like, these give more health. Like, as you can see, each time they level, they get something. So yeah, that doesn't get another tier till 12, that doesn't get another tier till higher. That gets at 10. But you get the idea, is just all the bonuses. Wait, what's this? Oh, apparently they become adults faster at higher levels of well-being. That's deeply concerning and kind of upsetting. Okay. So, if we were to try and move in the direction of getting better food, we could potentially start growing... Sorry, we could potentially start getting, roast potatoes going. We apparently already have the building we need for it. There's no mechanical power, I think, needed. Just spare wood. So we'll chuck it there. And so what we're probably going to want to do here, then, is I'm going to go in here and say, hey, you know what? Stop planting all that. You harvest that, let it go. And also that spot there. Let all that go, that's becoming potatoes. Yeah, no, I'm aware. I've done Iron Teeth. I just didn't realize it was a thing that you could speed up the rate they age by making them happier. Like, what is the message that sends us as people? It's like, oh yeah, the happier you are, the faster the faster old age comes to claim you. It's like, this is a really grim thing to think about. Right, cut childhood short by being too happy. If you want to stay a child longer, you have to be miserable. Maybe childhood in this game is purely and only measured by maturity. So grilled potatoes, that'll take a minute. We will want to go here to potatoes. Like I said, they should harvest all these, and then when it's clear, we'll put the potatoes. Too happy? Great, off to the mines with you. Yeah, so get the potatoes going. That'll get us some more happiness. Imagine if that was a logic that works in RimWorld. No, RimWorld, the logic is, you turn 60. Every part of your body is now simultaneously failing. It's actually a little bit older. But it is... RimWorld can be pretty hostile on the age front. RimWorld can be downright cruel on the age front. It's like, 58, bad back. Kidney failure. Dementia. Loss of hearing. Loss of sight. All organs have failed. Get wrecked. You're like, calm down, RimWorld. Buddy. Like, don't get me wrong. Getting old can be rough. It's not that rough. Like, aging come at you fast. Not that fast. Alright, so plan for you. You will be for the grilled potatoes. And I guess I'll put another one here. And you'll be for the raw potatoes. Okay. You had to get brain issues as early as 28 or something crazy in Rimworld? Yeah, but usually there's overlying things. Like you got exposed to toxic waste or toxic fallout, so you've got the toxic buildup. That'll cause your characters to have stuff like the organ failure, that kind of thing. Oh, that's not even set to cut down. No wonder it's not happening. I think it can just happen, but generally speaking, there's usually something has occurred to your pawn, or you get shot in the head, and then, you know, it may surprise you, but being shot in the head's bad for your health. Has significant health-wise repercussions. Yeah, so they are slowly harvesting all the carrots. Hey, and we are slightly happier because we have the contemplation spot. Love to see it. You've only seen, like, Savant twice? Yeah, it's pretty hard to get, was it Trauma Savant is I think what it's called? Like, I've definitely gone it before, but it's not one you see very often. Alright, for the sake of what we're doing, let's bump you up in priority. So I'll get the path to this warehouse. That warehouse is set up. We're clearing that spot for the potatoes because we got tons of food. We get potatoes, that's another variety. We are actively getting this area to be blocked off. That may or may not get done. Probably not get done by the next drought, I would guess. Probably a little bit after the next drought. See, there's one brain injury in Rimworld that's not always bad. Right, that's Trauma Savant. And it's good bad. Like, it's not good, it's not bad. It's like a neutral, it's got pros and cons. So, like, Trauma Savant, they cannot socialize at all. Like, zero socializing capabilities. And I want to say there's a bunch of other limitations they get, but then they also get extremely good at a bunch of things. But it also does mean, I believe they get a scar on their brain? I can't remember. I think you can get rid of the scar. But that means it lowers their brain's total health, so if they take a hit, they're more likely to die from it. Generally speaking, if you get it, it's really good and you want to keep it most of the time. Unless it unfortunately happens and it's like, it's on your one person who is like your ward, who is your main social pawn, and then they get Trauma Savant, you're like, well, crap. Because they just lost their main trait. But it's one of those things that pivoting that is probably worth doing. Because I want to say it gives them, like, better crafting, or it's like better manipulation, better movement, and a whole bunch of things. It's like this across-the-board bonus with, like, 1 or 2 severe penalties. It's also one of those things you can't reliably recreate without, like, dev moding or modding or anything like that. Because it's just an RNG chance on a brain injury that it happens. And, first of all, taking a brain injury in the game and not being dead in Rimworld, that in itself is not super good odds RNG chance in the first place. People do tend to just straight up die when they take a hit to the brain in Rimworld, as one would tend to expect. Alright, chat, it is going to be about that time. It is my quote-unquote long break, which is about 5 minutes. I just gotta run downstairs, welcome my wife home, throw some food in the oven, get back up here. Like I said, it'll be around 5 minutes. But thank you again for tuning in, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes for more Timberborn, and I'll be back in a few. So thank you for tuning in. But I want to eat the pizza. Okay. So surgical strike to there and here. Okay. So we did drop the drone port power consumption by a lot. The factory does seem to be coming back online. There goes the steam coming back online.
Hey.
I know this spot should be safe. Oh, okay. Safe from above, I should preface. There's probably another zombie that was chilling down behind one of these machines. Getting one of the things that really makes it easier to pick up trees. That's not what I want. I knew that was coming the moment that happened. Or, arms wide open! Bring you to this place. I'll show you anything. Is there something I don't care about I could just toss in front? Hurry. Aha! I have shields!
They had a family, children, a job that now needs to be reassigned.
Whoops. I missed with the whale. I'm sure they'll figure it out. Let's do this the uncontrolled way. All right. I didn't do that right. What? Where am I? What's happening? I'm confused and disoriented now. Okay, just clarifying, that mole rat came out of the dirt, shot into orbit, and then fell to its death. Could someone clip that? Something has happened in our world. Something is really bad in our world. Oh no. What has happened here? So, I'm gonna hit escape. Where are you? Clear all raw resources. Yes. And it's all better like nothing ever happened. And since there's two sides that... Well, we've lost. Individual groups or whatever like that. Oh, you legitimately scared the crap out of that. That's the first time I've been gotten with that in a long time. Whoever did that, you were well-timed, probably Cookie. Because this is legit a place that always makes me nervous. And I was looking at chat for a second, and the noise played, and I thought I had just gotten got. It's very rare that I actually get caught by that, and that was like, I'm not afraid to admit when I do get legitimately caught. Well played. Okay. There's fuel in there, but because we pulled the reactor, it doesn't look like it's that bad. Nice. So yeah, literally all I had to do was just grab the reactor and be like, alright, get it out of here. Oh! There's apparently still fuel in that line? Oh. And here I was making the comment to myself earlier, it's like, you don't fire the gun when you left click it without. Unless you aim it. I would be wrong. That startled me. Why did I think that was gonna work? No, don't say that way, I don't have any of the... Hey, see? Perfect. It went exactly according to plan. Obviously, it did not go at all according to plan. That said, we actually didn't take any damage from that. And it certainly could have gone worse. Hey, 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 hey! Well, that's just mean. Done. Alright. Come by for another pass. Plus, with their performance getting a little pokey, this is probably helping us keep the performance from getting too terrible. Alright, nip after,
And now, let's talk about what you've got under there. Holy
Haha! You are impressed by my ceremonial weapons. Each of these weapons have drank their fill of blood in ceremonial combat, or of the blood of those who tried to remove them from me. Did I stutter? The blood of those who tried to remove them from me stains these weapons. Ha! You are indeed brave, little one. Brave and stupid. Let the combat commence. Kapla!
Ho ho ho. Please step forward when you get up. Please step forward when you get up. Buddy. Buddy, you and me, let's do the worm over on this side. Door yourself. Ow! Okay, I understand. Orange. And home. You brought this on yourself. You knew this was coming. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Okay, hang on. Hang on. Little too ambitious with that jump. Oh. Yep, let's take a minor detour. Alright, let's open the door behind us. That's not the way I wanted to run. I wanted to run back this. Something is getting messy in the physics calculations. Oh, I see a real problem with going this way. Hang on, we might need to go around. That one log on the right looks like it'll be a little problematic for taking through there. Just gonna go on a guess here.
More than you know.
Don't forget beautiful. I am also beautiful.
The sun's coming up. I must go.
Okay, I am back, and it is paused. It is paused. So yeah, we're good. I'm pretty good about that. Let's see, what game is that with the swords and shop window? Oh, little guardsman, and it's little like ILI. Really good game. Really good game. Really good humor. Absolute chaos. It presents itself like a satirical Papers, Please kind of thing, where you've got like you're like in this magic city and you get, they're like, okay, if someone has a funny name, you need to call the jester. Okay, if someone's from this kingdom, don't let them through. If someone is like got this going on, but it never gets to the point of like really complicated. And really, you don't spend that much time doing that part of the game. There's just all sorts of other systems. I'm not going to spoil those other ones because them suddenly showing up is half the fun. And it's also like, Papers, Please, it's doing the whole merp, bob, merp, bob, boom, boom, boom. Like, it's got like that like really dreary, sad thing going on. It's a great game. But like, it's really this depressing thing. There's a lot of just like silly fun stuff. Like they've got people who show up who are basically like Disney princesses and all sorts of silly things, which I won't spoil. And everyone who remembers that scene, it is great and cursed and wonderful. And 65 stream streak with Infinity Simplex, and thank you for the welcome back. Yeah, so we're trying to get this dammed off. Again, to have more water retention up here. It'll be deeper than the water retention up here. So as the droughts get longer, it'll be a little bit more of a buffer. It also means I'm drawing water from 2 different reservoirs, so I'm less likely to bottom out one of my reservoirs faster. Yes, it is. Oh yeah, like, Papers, Please is amazing, but also a depressing game. I could also wall this off to another dam. That's probably not as useful. It'd buffer up here, which would still be better than not doing it. But what'll end up happening is eventually our droughts will last long enough. There is evaporation in the game, so even if I'm not pulling the water out, the larger the surface area and shallower the water is, it will just dry the area out faster. And if you do a bunch of those like little tiny 1 or 2 deep areas the whole way up, eventually you start getting the droughts that are long enough to evaporate a full tile of water over the course of the drought. And then you go from feeling like you have limitless water and you're just good to suddenly they all simultaneously dry out and you're just like, oh, I'm effed. As everything dies. Yeah. Glory to Ostroska. Which again, Papers, Please reference. It is one of the first games that I feel really did a good job of tackling what on paper should be the most mundane, boring, and frustrating job of being the person who's effectively like border like passport checking, border guard kind of thing, where you're just dealing with bureaucracy that's very arbitrary and making it fun. Papers, Please short film was also... Oh, I haven't seen that. Was also great and very high quality production and similarly depressing. Yeah, so it's like that, except if instead of the tone being that, like, oppressive, depressing kind of thing, that the tone was very, like, you're in this magical place that's completely dysfunctional. So not magical place like Disney film, but like magical place like Disenchantment. Or, not really Shrek, that's not the right tone, but in that ballpark. Okay, so we're trying to get this set up. Like I said, I'm not confident we'll get that done before the next drought, because this is being built 3 tiles deep, so it just takes longer to do. And we are starting to dry up the amount of wood I've got available. And these are growing. Actually, they're not that bad. They're about halfway done. So pretty soon I'm going to have wood for days. Oh, we can also start queuing that up to have more people. I didn't realize our population had caught up yet. Yeah, so we've already filled that up. I'm probably going to wait to build more houses until the next drought passes. Because one of those dangers you can get yourself in with folktales is to like build a bunch of houses really fast and then realize you've thrown your balance out of whack. That you just need way more food than you realized. And considering I've gotten rid of a large area of food, to make, like, because I'm in progress of flipping it to a different kind of food to help with morale, that plus blowing up my numbers could be very dangerous if I do that all too much at once. Realistically, this'll, like, ideally I want to put the production actually on the water, because it'll be build still so we can put the power, it's all right there. And that makes it so, like, the actual water area is useful as a production thing. The other thing I could also do is I could wall this off higher and then wall it off along this way to lift the water up. Because the deeper I make it, the more volume there is in that area. And the more volume we put in there, the longer it runs. You know, for a drought. Okay, how are we doing on research? What'd be the next thing I'd want to do? We could do the double platforms and all that. The other one we'd want to do potentially is a floodgate. Even the 1-tile floodgate at least gives me enough that I can go up here and put 1 floodgate there and 1 over here. And then, you know, again, bad water, good water, you flip the floodgates back and forth. It also let me make this kind of a bit of a reservoir. Yeah, and I'd probably cut across here would be the 1. And then the other one, it just doesn't really matter. It'd be up here. It'd only need to be like 1 or 2 tiles. The hardest part would be getting our beavers up there. And then also making sure as I'm working on it, things aren't a problem. Okay, so unlock that. So that'd be step 1, building that. I think they'll need to be higher than this. Hey, Blind, thank you so much for the raid. I was lurking there earlier for some Dwarf Fortress. How did the rest of your stream go? And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. For those who don't know, Blinder, if I could get a shout out for Blind, by the way. Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, the stream team that I'm on. Plays a lot of Dwarf Fortress and similar games and all that stuff. Really good stuff over there. Really fun, dry wit, dry humor. Definitely a good time. And thank you for the follows. Welcome to the stream. But for everyone popping in here, I am Rual Storge. We play a variety of games here on Twitch. Let's see. Played Chronosphere. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, I remember you mentioning that. I had to bounce before you got to that part, unfortunately. How was that, by the way? And we also have Alana Rama and all that, so thank you so much, Alana Rama, for popping in as well. Another fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team. Somebody definitely recommend checking out. Also was popping in there and lurking for Dalek Town. Yeah, Dalek Town, that's right. I had to double think about the second part of the name. Which is a game I have been looking at, which is actually the one I had literally mentioned at the beginning of the stream was the one I was figuring it out. You want to play more, but time was limited and you're hungry? Hey, I mean, you know what? That's actually a pretty good sign for a game. You're like, I only stopped because my body told me I had to. And that's a pretty strong saying, hey, this game was good, that the limiter was my own biology. Alright. But for the moment, we're playing some Timberborn, which is a post-apocalyptic city builder featuring sentient beavers. It is a absolutely fantastic game. And it's weird because when you think of like most of your city builders, it's usually, you know, you go spring, summer, fall, you get your firewood, you get your food, you get your shelter, you do, you know, get your clothing, all that kind of stuff. And then you ride out the winter, and then you repeat the process. This one's different. There is no seasons like that. There is the wet season, there's drought, and then there's bad water. And so really, most of the game is based around water management. So you'll see, like, right now, as beavers do, we have dammed the river. And yes, certainly beavers do dam the river with, like, actual, like, industrial-style dams and not just random sticks. Don't at me. But a lot of this is just trying to hold the water back as much as possible, so when the drought comes in, we get as much time as possible before, you know, everything evaporates, so we have bad times. Was back to being just normal Canada, complete with the beavers. Moist season. Yep. But Timberborn's going good. We did just start the run today. We're still very early run. Like, I've just got, like, we're just starting to get our first batch of the trees that we planted that are not just crappy birch trees out of the way. So we will get our first oak trees up here, and then we're going to be up to our eyeballs in wood, which is exactly what we want. We're just starting to dam off the second part, and I'm starting to switch this over from carrots to potatoes, so I've got variety of food. And I am trying to get set up here so we can get ready for the bad water. So I can have I'm going to put a floodgate on this side and a floodgate on this side. So good water, this floodgate goes down, that one goes up, water flows. Bad water, this floodgate goes up, that one goes down, water flows, and we just dump it off the side of the mountain because pollution's not my problem. That's my neighbor's problem.
There you go, that's me.
Oh, hi, thanks. I love you.
I love you.
Which map is this? Yeah, this is Helix. This is Helix Mountain. Because I figured with the new ability to tunnel into the mountainsides and all that, I would want to do this. Then came to the realization that the tunneling doesn't come up until you get dynamite, and that is very late game. So we're gonna be a little while before we get there. But yeah, for those who don't know me, I am Rual Storge, who play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. You know, whatever. Past tense, you get the idea. I had a record. That's all. That's the whole thing there. But I am a variety streamer. I do play a whole range of games. Like, we've been doing a lot of Farm Sim recently. We did Blacksmith Master. We've done lots of RimWorld. Getting all excited and ready for Roadcraft. We've done SnowRunner. Doing Timberborn. So I do a pretty wide range of things. So your map might not be good for tunnels, but it's great for ziplines. Yeah, I haven't messed with the ziplines yet. We haven't gotten that far. What do I need for the ziplines? It was over here, right? Yeah, so it's metal. Gotcha. So we haven't gotten to the point of metal yet. The nearest metal I've got is up this ledge, which shouldn't be terrible to get to. It's going to be a lot of planks. It's just right now you got to get our water secured. The other thing that happens with the droughts is you see I got this little water wheel. It's giving me mechanical power to this building. And that's, you know, fine for right now. As we add more buildings that need mechanical power, I will need more water flow or other means of getting power to keep that going. And as you can see, this water isn't exactly moving that fast. Versus over here, it's going a bit faster as we're narrowing that. It will be a thing later on that I will want to make a bunch of very narrow paths for the water to follow, to just force it to move through the area really fast. Because then I can slap a whole bunch of water wheels on for mechanical power. I might take the thing, because they're just taking way too long to pull up these carrots. I might take the strategy of just saying, hey, all these carrots over here, just get rid of them, please. Because I want to get the potatoes down. I've already got the place for cooking them. I just need to plant them. And our food is doing extremely well. So I want to get the variety because in Timberborn, as your beavers get happier, they hit different thresholds that make them work faster. So like this beaver's got 9 well-being. If we get them to 10 well-being, they work 20% faster. And again, check out Alanorama. Absolutely fantastic content creator. Plays a whole range of games. Plays a lot of RimWorld, but not just RimWorld. Been doing some Dalek Town earlier today for the wind down of the stream. But also been playing a whole mess of other games. So like lots of indie games over there, lots of good times. Okay, so the drought started. And for the people here who have checked this out before, you know what happens. This is my water source. This is where the water comes from. And yeah. So you'll see it start to dry this out, and as it goes down, you'll just start seeing it dry up around here, and the whole thing will become barren. And that's where, like, having this dam here is water retention. So this will dry out as well, which means this will all dry out. But, we should be okay in this area. The droughts are getting a little bit longer. The first drought was 3 days. This one's 5 days. As you get farther and farther into the game, your droughts get longer, and they get less time in between. It does have a cap it hits, and that if you know what you're doing, you can get yourself well managed so that once you kind of understand the worst it can get and you automate things, you can kind of survive perpetually. But that's, that's your end game. You eventually hit that point where, like, I've got this solid. There would be a point that even mathematically you wouldn't be able to survive because your water would not, like, you would be consuming water that fast that got replaced. So they had to limit it. But yeah, there is a point where you just got it. But what ends up being the fun thing when you get to that stage of the game is you can change the map, like move the dirt blocks around and all that. It's very laborious to do it. But you will see people in Timberborn who all the way from like one corner of the map to the other corner of the map will literally build like the giant wood structure that's got all these like aqueducts going through it so you can get mechanical power and just make this ridiculous thing. And for those coming from the Dwarf Fortress side, new feature, we can actually go underground now. We can go deeper. And so you too can accidentally funnel your entire river into your own base and make it sure that everything's underwater and it's awful and terrible. Just like Dwarf Fortress, where water is terrifying. Important, but terrifying. Don't go too deep now. That would be a great Easter egg for the game. Being able to, like, funnel all the way well below everything and just, finding... Actually, there's stuff way down here. Oh, I guess... Oh, that must be the scrap whatever. But, being able to funnel down into something like this and just making everything awful. Like have the circus or whatever. Okay, so this building stopped working because it's no longer submerged in water. Just find humans. Yep. Yeah, so as I mentioned before, this is a post-apocalyptic city builder. We don't know how the humans died in this world, but this is the world of the humans. And we only know that from, like, random references we see here. Like, if you go to the bad water source, they complain about why the humans made such a mess and why they won't clean it up. Oh, right, they're all dead, so they can't. And in the absence of humanity, that the beavers became sentient, and they have inherited our world, and there's two different factions of beavers. There's the folktale, who is what we're playing. They generally try to work in line with nature and all that. And then there's the Iron Teeth, who are far more in line with exploiting nature. So it's just kind of a whole thing. And I didn't choose it because of anything there, one way or the other. I found I enjoy the folktale a bit more. There's a lot more interesting things you can do with the Iron Teeth. But I played a bunch of times with them. And out comes a bunch of clowns. Yep. Clowns, aka what you get from the circus, that I won't spoil for anyone who's not seen that in Dwarf Fortress. That's gonna take a while. That's, we're kind of in this, like, start position, yeah, but if you look here, these trees, if we weren't to get water back within 13 days, they would die and I would lose all of them. That's a pretty long time. But stuff like the berry bushes, it's something like only, like, Yeah, so that's 9 days till they die, 2 days they die, that they're, you know, in dry area. And so while our droughts are relatively short now, I do believe they get up to something like 14, 15 days or something like that. And then you'll have only like 5, 6 days in between. And it's pretty rough when you hit that phase, that you really need to hold on to water as best you can. You can manage it, like it's a very manageable thing, but it does come with some planning. And there are difficulty levels for if you want to be more or less aggressive. Let's actually speed up time more. Yeah, so the big project right now is to dam that off, so that way by the time of our next drought, this is 2 tiles deep versus this is 1 tile deep, so that'll hold water much longer. Because as you can see, I am pumping water out to keep, you know, my beavers hydrated. Eventually they would pump all the water out here, and it's not actually that much considering that tile's already about halfway down. And the game also does have evaporation as a thing. Getting a little worried that we're going to be on for bad water soon. And bad water is like a drought, but way worse. You still don't get usable water for everything, but even worse, it contaminates stuff, so it kills anything nearby far more aggressively. If your beavers go into bad water, they'll get extremely sick, and if you don't have the medicine to treat them, they just straight up die. So it is kind of just one of those things that it is a major threat to their well-being. So that's the reasons why, after I get that walled off, my next project is to go up here and get these floodgates in place, because that'll give me a way to deal with that. And we are doing this with the whole dare drop thing. So I've got my 3 objectives over there on that side of the screen. Each one of those objectives we accomplish, I submit a clip of us finishing that objective to dare drop. You know, a couple days later, they give us a key for the game, and then I'll give out that key to the community at that time. I know we're gonna get the first one done. The first one, that's honestly, even if we have a bad tide rush through here, we probably have enough supplies that we could just ride it out. It would be after the bad tide that would probably have the bad time. But the other 2, I didn't realize I need dynamite to do those. Dynamite is very, very end game for Timberborn, because it lets you basically do terrain manipulation. So that is going to be a hard push. I'm going to try and make it happen, but it might be one of those things, like I talked, that we're definitely doing this today's stream of it. I might do another stream of that to knock those out as well. It's good seeing all of these oak trees come up, because that means they'll be in really good shape for wood now. And then this one's continuing to cut down the trees over here, but it's just about... Actually, you're basically spent. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of the woodcutter on this side of the water. The last of trees, I'll just chop them down without getting the resources, because all the oak trees should cover us for a long time. And that'll free up another beaver to do something, literally anything else. Alright, so research, you got 100 points. We are working on that, so I need to not queue up too many other things. We can make a hauling post at some point, which is always nice because it improves carrying capacity. I think we're a little early for that. I don't have the gear production online yet. It would be worth considering doing that, though. Okay. And now everything gets less miserable, because this will fill up. And so, in about half a day's worth of time, the water will flow the whole way back down around to home. And as you can see, like, all this is barren, but as the water goes down, the nearby area turns green again. But yeah, so that'll feed into our stuff here and we'll be good. We're pretty close to getting the dam down there sorted. Alright, let's see here. Yeah, so getting the gear workshop would be a really good one. A little ambitious for right now, because I don't really have that much mechanical power going in here. Which means those are both going to run horrifically slow, but... that sounds like someone else's problem. Do we actually cancel that? And put that on... Let's cancel that and put that on platforms. Let's change that up. Because what it can do is I can put platforms on the water and build my construction stuff on the water. Actually, no. So we're gonna keep what I just did. We're gonna put you here. And then what we'll do is I'll put my next stuff on the water. And let's go ahead and just assume I'm gonna need another water wheel. And go down here. I really don't like putting spaces like that. It doesn't hurt anything. It just annoys me. But yeah, so I'm thinking is we could put the water wheels across here and get the mechanical power out here. And then once we get the mechanical power out here, we can have paths to go deal with all that. Yes, that's built enough. It is still getting higher. Because there's not enough flow through this spot here. So it is filling up to that point, which is good. Because it does mean the water level is much higher here. And we'll get this other water wheel built. Because that'll make sure we have enough mechanical power. Because this requires 50 horsepower to run at full speed. But you can see like it kind of bounces back up and down. It'll still run with less than 50. It does have a minimum it has to be at to run. I don't know what it is. It's like 10 maybe. But as we add more stuff that has more mechanical power requirement, because that one's 120, I will need more stuff supplying it. Hey, Unic, how's it going? And then plus, because of how wide this is in the water flow speed, we won't really get maximum out of that at all times. You can see that's hovering at about 40 or so. And 50, it's max. We'll get better ways of getting power later. And already getting that done, which is good. Okay, let's grab this and increase priorities here. I am kind of tired of those still not being done. And Eonek at their 450 stream streak, catching the last 450 streams without missing a single one, so thank you so much for that. That is absolutely ridiculous. But thank you so much for that. It's always good to have you here, Eonek. Now, I don't really care about working on much over here yet. We will eventually, because I want to use that green area for growing stuff. And try and build my houses more up along the walls here. Because you can build very vertically in this game. So like I could literally put a house on top of a house. I just need to make a ramp to get to it. But yeah, so stuff like storage and housing and all, you kind of want to build up the walls and all that as much as you can. Like not waste your really good growable ground on stuff that doesn't benefit from growable ground. Okay, you're almost done. Okay. I continue to work on that path, then we gotta go all the way up here to get that one. And once that one's built, then I gotta do the same thing across here. Probably around this spot, maybe? There's not really a good narrow spot for me to work with. It's a big area. You stayed up late playing Claire Obscure, and then you had a bad dream. That's no fun. Don't do that. Okay. So I don't need this to be open the whole way, so we can go ahead and just use levees because they're cheaper for this part. And I'll make this part the floodgate. That should be the same elevation. Yeah. So then what'll end up happening is after we finish all that, we can worry about the next segment. You'll see what I actually need platforms for. Time for cozy vibes? Nice. Yep, that is the plan. Okay, you're almost done. We've got the wood. It's just the construction people. Oh, you know what? Hang on. Put more people on your staff. I'd have 2 more beavers out here building. I've got the spare workers. They should be working. And that's the very last tile, and then that's all dammed off for future stuff, which is good. So we've got that water table a bit higher. And now that's sorted, so we can go in here and say, okay, next plant, we are growing potato. How far do you reach? Oh yeah, so you won't get all the way over here, that's fine. Alright, so that'll let us start getting our potatoes, so we can start making baked potatoes. And then with having baked potatoes, our people get a bit happier. Actually, let's go here real fast. I will cancel those 2 spots. Because I believe we'll be able to get the Spatic going pretty quick. This is a fantastic metal game. You like the woodwind orchestra music? Does it make you feel like playing with real wood ever? It does for me. I mean, I have a wood lathe and everything. I do woodworking some. Alright, so very genuinely, it would be good to get the aqua farmhouse here somewhere. Honestly, probably put it right along here. So pull up this little area there of the carrots. So you can put some Spatic down there. Oh wait, literally I'm going to be putting my wheels there. Maybe over here somewhere. Make that path come over here. Yeah, make the path go over here, drop down, put the aqua place over here. Yeah, that'll be good. So we'll plan to go here and say, alright, this area up here. I'm grabbing all the wrong things, don't mind me. We will want to spread that out and this out. So we can go here. I have exactly just about what I need. And while I can't reach the area down there yet, as I put this down here, we will, and then I'll be able to tell it to start growing Spatic down there. We'll just, oh, it's going to already show me the radius. So I'll be able to get all the way over here. Let's not worry about that area. I already know we're not going to use it. Yeah, we'll just leave it like that for right now. And that'll all be in range. Which does mean I will need another place to cook. Because then we can cook that in for more food. So we'll set your recipe to grilled spatterdock. And that'll give our beavers more food to give them more happiness. And that happiness just makes them work harder. And that's what we want. I remember the last time we played, we did set up the whole thing where it picked up the 1 block of dirt, we can move it someplace else and all that. We did get to that stage. Okay, cool. So we do have the thing to make gears going now. The problem I have is I don't have a warehouse for gears. And I should have that over here. I'm leaning towards taking it and building a ramp up here. Oh, there's actually a ramp right there. Yeah, let's lean towards putting a ramp over there. Or not ramp, but like... You get where I'm going with this. Rip up that tree. And then we can just tell them to get the hell out of these trees out here. They're dead anyways. They're not going to do me any good. But then we can go ahead and put our warehouses over here. And the reason I want to put the warehouses up there as opposed to down here next to it, while it does add pathing, which is certainly not something you want, the bigger thing we have is that area down there I can use for growing stuff. This area up here I can't. Not without some work. So we can go up here. And put our warehousing and housing and stuff up here that doesn't need it. So we can go to you. You will have the gears up here. Where's the gears? Gears up here. And you will have the paper when we have it. We also need a place to put the spatter duck, which... That's the grilled potatoes. Our regular potatoes are over here. What would be the best way to approach this? Or a usable way to approach this, not even the best. Ideally, we want to be starting to build up here. I'm just trying to figure out where I want to build, like, build a ramp up to go in front and across here, then build the storage up here a little bit. That area will be hard to use, but that's okay. Yeah, so we could go here. So that could be the spatter dock. We could put 2 platforms back there. And then this could be the grilled spatter dock. What I could probably do is get rid of those 2 plants there. And then we can reroute the path this way. And then I could have, you know, one path that goes up here to hide a house back there. And then the other one goes up in elevation and across. Yeah, so you would have that there. Plunk a house back here. You'll be Spatterdock. As soon as I find it, it's here somewhere. There's the grilled Spatterdock. Where is the raw stuff? There it is. Okay. So with that now, I would bring this path over. Then we go to here and delete that path. And then we can make a ramp. And just like that, I've got room for this. And now give us a place to Spatterdock, and they're still working on all this. That's fine. That's waiting on the planks, and part of the thing that we're going to be running into the planks is just... You have a path in your ceiling? Don't do that. That we got the gears coming in and all that. And it's just going to take time. Because that means now some of my planks are getting gobbled up by the gear production. Yeah, we are not quite reaching our demand. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go ahead and put in our water wheel on here. To keep that going. Again, I probably need to narrow that path to get more horsepower out of less space and all that. But right now, we're just going with what's better than what we've got. More. Oh, right, I'm going to want 2 of these, aren't I? Okay, and our beavers are a little bit happier because they got yet another food option. So, quick adjustment to plans. Is let's go here and we'll rip up those 3. And we'll rip up those 3. And I will add platforms here. And then what we could do is, like, this one will be the planting priority, and the other one will be the harvest priority. You get the idea. We did get our house already built, which is good, because I'm going to need to increase the population of my beavers. We'll probably sneak a couple houses in back here. Maybe put, like, the tall, narrow ones up here. And that'll be another food source. Alright, that's actually just the mood bonus from the potatoes just now. That's not even the Spatterdock, which would be another mood bonus. We still haven't grabbed some more of the recreational stuff, like the Lido. Yeah, the Lido would be next. Because I think the Lido's the last one we have that doesn't require stuff. That's a ton of grow space? Yes. It's well more than I need, and I am aware of it. And you'll prioritize harvesting. But it also means food is just not really a concern. Alright, so now we got a 7-day drought coming up. But we should be in better shape this drought than the last one. More than likely what I need to be doing for my next purchase is we will get the larger water barrel that takes the gears. It's just one of those things that one of these carries 30, one of those carries 300. So literally this is worth 10 and takes a space of 4. And obviously I'd like that one, but that one requires metal and I'm not there yet. So we could chuck some more significant water storage up here somewhere. Right now I just got a handful of little teeny tiny barrels that are fine for now, but they won't remain fine. Eventually they'll become inadequate for our needs. Yeah, so our drought's getting long enough now that they're a bit... By the time the water gets back down, it'll be a bit over half the time that these trees can survive without water. Probably getting to the point where these will die. Nah, not quite there yet. Getting close, though. And that'll be one we need to address. We're definitely going to need to get ourselves a proper reservoir, though. And while this will kinda sorta do it a little bit, really poorly. It'll only be like 1 tile deep or whatever. We're gonna need much better than that. The interesting thing with the Helix one here is I could see, for a completely unreasonably large setup, I could see you building a wall up around this Helix part here to raise the entire elevation to the water source or higher, with then, you know, a way in and out. The only catch is you'd need this water source here, and there's the 10, so our beavers just got a bonus to everything. So we look at these ones that got 10. So the ones with 10 work 20% faster. Apparently, this one just died of old age. But, so it's now going to work 20% faster than the other one. And then two more well-being levels, they'll move 10% faster, too. So, that's all good news. But yeah, so what I need to do is put like a little enclosure here with like 1 sluice here, 1 sluice there. The good sluice just dumps out into the whole reservoir. The bad sluice would have effectively an aqueduct that just goes off and just drops off the side of the map because we just don't want the bad water. We're nowhere near... That would be the kind of project we queue up, and it would probably take me over an entire stream to get that done. That is the thing that this game does have a tendency to cause you to start messing with, is really, really big macro-scale projects like that. Oh, if we're up here anyways... and block off that side of it. And we can go over here and do the same. And I'm having it go out slightly as opposed to the other way as a deliberate decision. Just have a tiny little pocket of deeper water there. It's not really important or anything. It just feels like to me that'll help with keeping the area, like more area green to work with. Yeah, it's fine. Either way, it'll be 2 ramps. Just let me get down to ground level. Okay, so I can just keep working on all that. I probably am once again queuing up stuff I don't need to be working on. I've just got, I was going to say a bunch of wood, but I've got wood coming in. But all that'll help. So this way we can hold water back in this area too, and that'll help these trees from dying, because that'll be a problem soon enough. Yeah, unconnected building. That is because you are waiting on 2 more planks for your stairs. And that's been our bottleneck right now is the planks. I've got enough people. I could put up another place of planks. We don't have much spare wood though, so I don't think that really helps much. I think literally I'm overbuilding for the amount of wood we've got. That's a ton of grow space? Yep. It's one of those things in a lot of these games, if it's worth doing, it's worth overdoing. Because, like, having too much grow space... I just realized that path is missing. Having too much grow space doesn't really hurt anything. They just won't get it done. It's not like it robs the soil of nutrients or anything.
Thank you, Smiffles, for subscribing for 8 months. Rual tree.
And thanks, Smiffles, for the tier 1 sub. That's a month you've been subbed to the channel, so I really do appreciate that continued support. Does mean a whole heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that. But yeah. So it is one of those things, like, with this kind of thing, that, okay, maybe not, there's a better use of that time or something like that, but the reality is, it doesn't hurt anything. If they don't have enough labor time to get it done, then it just sits there. It doesn't have any negative effect one way or the other. On the other hand, if they do end up using it all, that's great. That means I'm getting my full advantage out of it. Realistically, a lot of that's just going to sit down there. And then eventually I'll start cannibalizing it to put more stuff for, like, mechanical power on there. That might end up getting moved around. Who knows? There's also a thing that we get later in the game where you get gravity batteries. So you use your mechanical power while things are going to, like, sit there and lift this battery slowly up in the air using a like a winch system. And then when you lose power, the weight of the brick coming back down, you know, basically runs the coil to give you mechanical power for a while. So you're storing kinetic power. That way, during drought, you can keep operating. Another thing you end up getting is you get wind turbines. And those are another thing that you can use to supplement power. They're really good. And honestly, I've got the resources. I probably should make them. You don't really have a reason not to. Alright, so let's make a little change in pattern here. Okay. Now I just gotta remember, there was something about the wind turbines that I don't remember the exact details, but there was stuff that you had to worry about with them. That's fine. And we can go ahead and put that connecting. Does elevation help the turbines? I don't believe so. Not that I recall, but I could easily be wrong with that. Yeah, so right now I'm just chucking that there for now. We've got space here. We could easily toss some decorations in there later. But this will give us another source of power for them to hopefully keep those buildings running. Okay. Yeah, so this one, we'll start seeing this side of the river slow down and this side of the river going really fast. Because this dam holds the water level higher on this side, it's just going to be a little bit of a swell that gets through here versus everything blasting through there because it's the lower end. Yeah, and you're waiting on planks as well. So my hope here, all that'll help with the planks. And I could potentially build another one of the plank manufacturing places, which wouldn't be a terrible idea for what we've got going on. I need to remind myself that I need to be getting the larger water storage. Now I just gotta figure out where I want to actually put it. Honestly, I could just get rid of the carrots and just... Yeah, it's probably what I'm going to do. Or do I want to do that? I could also put up here. That's very inconveniently placed. I'd have to walk a long ways. Which is certainly not the best. But I feel like it's okay. Because we can get dedicated hauling people to manage that. So you will be water, you will be water, and that'll let me get rid of the tinier little reservoirs. We probably do want to get the dedicated haulers going in not too long. We already get it. And you're another building that does not need to be down there. Okay, the hauler post, sorry, that's actually normal. The hauler post will be a lower priority for working. I want people doing the other stuff, but if anyone's spare and not doing anything, then they go to the hauler post to just be someone to mule stuff around the area. And that should help with some of our issues of speed of which things are getting done. Now we actually have it where we're producing more than the network needs. We got tons of food, we got tons of water, we're going to get more water storage going on here too, which will be good. Mechanical power is fine. We are slowly getting this built. I'm getting a little bit worried the bad tide is going to get to us before we're ready for it, which is a major problem if that happens. But it's kind of one of those things that I think we're bottlenecked by how fast they can cut down these trees and all that. I'll keep that as a normal priority, no longer low. All right. Yeah, they've almost got that done. I am thinking we make a second plank place. I think we're at that stage where it's like, yeah, we're not producing enough, so let's just do it. And we got our well-being to be 1 higher, so basic needs are all being met. Sunflower seeds, you can just get sunflower seeds. Oh, there's not an extra step to sunflower seeds? I thought there was. Okay, I guess we just need sunflower seeds. Okay. So, where are we doing that? I had not really accounted for that. I could tear up that section of carrots, make that into sunflower seeds. It's probably what I'm going to do for right now. I'll need more than that later, but for the moment, that's kind of, like, acceptable. And that'll give us another food source. And so we'll still have, like, the same quantities of food-ish coming in, like, you know, grow times or whatever the difference is we'll have to deal with. But by having more food sources, people move faster and all that kind of stuff, which means we'll get more done quicker. So we're massively expanding our food options. And as you can see, our happiness is just flying. That we've got all our basic needs met. We're quickly getting through a lot of our food options. Some of these other ones are going to be really hard to make happen. But then once we get that going, that'll be good. It'd be good to get a Lido up. That we could put that over here. I could also see putting it over there. Yep, and we're already up to 12 happiness. Or 12 well-being, whatever. Well, we poked there for a second. We'll get back up. I'm going to need more housing soon, and I know it. That's just another project to put on the queue. Housing-wise, so we can get the mini lodge. That's 2 deep, 1 wide. We can get the double lodge, which is 2 by 2 and taller, but carries twice as much as that. And then we got the triple lodge, which is way bigger so far as capacity that it's the equivalent to 3 of those houses down below. So we would certainly want to get a triple lodge going as well. Well, we can't afford it. What are your materials? It's just wood, so the material cost of it's fine. So we probably want to beeline for that. But I'm thinking we could put the triple lodges here. We'd have a climb up here. We'd go this way. We'd wrap around there. You get the idea. Continue to expand our like cliff-size housings. They're still building all this down here, so that's more projects I'm queuing up that we're not ready for. And it looks like I would need more beavers to work on those jobs. So we definitely want to get the population up more. Food has been no issue at all. Water's been no issue at all. So we should be relatively good to continue expanding our housing. We're just waiting on research for the next one, so I don't build a bunch of crappy houses. I can skip right to good ones. We can go here and grab the sunflowers as in our food option. You plan to dig tunnel through the hill behind the houses? Maybe. We haven't decided yet. By the time we get to that point, I'll probably be wanting to rearrange things anyways. Unfortunately, I need TNT to get to that stage. By then, I'm going to probably be like, all right, well, this is going to become a reservoir. We're moving the housing up there. Like, you'll have the massive relocation efforts about where things are going. That kind of stuff will happen by then. I do like the idea of, you know, shoving the actual, like, living space into the side here. And then just making a bunch of this, like, reservoirs and all that up top. That is one of the things I always find fascinating with Timberborn, is it's, there's water on the other side. Yep. So we can carve in here, and there's a lot of space to work with. That we could just have people, all that housing and warehousing shoved inside the side, and they just walk out. There's just the farmland and the water and everything else out here. Part of me feels like an indoor cave rooftop terrace hits different than like looking out the night sky rooftop terrace. Was I enjoying we had any bad tides roll through yet? Not yet. I am trying to work to get ready for it, but I am feeling like we're pretty far behind the 8-ball on that one. That the bad tide is going to get to me before I'm prepared for the bad tide. I think we could muscle through a bad tide. The big thing I'd need to do is disable the aqua farms. That way we don't have people running out into the bad water. But I think we would have enough water reserves and enough crops and enough food to just, you know, ride it out, let it trash the whole area, and go from there. Especially if we get this water storage up here online. But it is one of those things that you're like, okay, I'm not feeling the greatest about where we're at for preparation for a bad tide. I'd like to be farther along than I am. But that is what it is. But like food-wise, we're doing really well. We got carrots, we got berries, we got spaddock, we got baked potatoes. We're about to get sunflowers in there. Not quite at the same quantity as the other two, but that's, or the other 4, but that's fine. We've got generally keeping people happy overall. We've got enough mechanical power to keep a bunch of things going. I'm a little short on people to work. And I'm trying to not just, you know, build a bunch of crap houses. I'm trying to save up for some better houses. We're getting pretty close. Because then my plan is to basically put them like that. And what I could do in the meantime is I could start this, put a ramp here, and go like this. And you get the idea. So I could also put some storage or whatever up there. Yeah, so then I could put, like, this house right there. And that's enough for 9 beavers to live there. little sparse on space, which is not great. But still. And it might be we build some smaller houses and wedge them in there too. I haven't figured that out yet, what I want to do. Honestly, it's probably a thing to save some of the entertainment buildings, those kind of things. I also put the housing over here. The only reason I'm hesitant to do that... Well, I mean, is there a reason not to do that? Hang on, wait a second. Okay, let's pause before I do anything that's going to give me... Cancel all this. Okay, leave that going. I was just sitting there going, you know, there's not a reason to do that. I'm like, you know what? Honestly, there's not really that big a difference with what we're dealing with over here. I could very well just shove this stuff over here. I honestly could probably do it. Well, I mean, no, we'll leave it like that. I could easily make a little turnaround point so I can get to the second floor here and get all that. We could also just make a row for this, which is probably the better option. Yeah, so we could build some houses over here and start moving away from the little houses. Because then we'd have the food storage or water storage right there, and food wouldn't be nearby, but that's whatever. Let the run around anyway, so it's not that big a deal. Okay. They've almost got that bridged over there. I don't see a way. Okay, another drought. That's good news. I was like, I'm starting to really feel like there's just no way we get that blocked off by the time the bad tide comes. Why are you not getting higher, by the way? I feel like that should be higher. It's fine. It's whatever. Yeah, it'd be really good later on when we can move some stuff farther along. It'd also be nice to get this other side walled off. We didn't get that done. It's not going to be done in time, but that's okay. Oh, they're getting all the way over here. We're getting close. Okay, we finally got enough for the bigger house. So plan for 2 of those. And that leaves me 2 by 2 here to do something for happiness. Let's see. That's interesting. How big are you? Oh, you're huge. You require mechanical power. The detailer, I thought, yeah, the detailer requires like bad water stuff. You got the dance place. You've got the mud pit, which requires dirt. Yes, the point is probably not going to get all the stuff we want on that. That's fine. So that'll be a thing that'll just take time, that they got to build that up. And that'll give us way more people we can have working, so it'll get things moving faster. But as you can see, they are beelining over here to try and wall off this area and get our floodgates and all that built as fast as they can. Once they've got that done, we do the same thing the other direction. And once I've got both directions sorted, we are ready for bad tide. So we might get it in time. We'll see. I'm feeling pretty good with our drought so far. And also that system up there will help with drought as well, because it'll act like a little bit of a reservoir. So as this area starts to dry it out down here, I would slam down the floodgates to take the water that's up there and dump it down into the system down here. It's probably not enough to meaningfully help, but, you know, it's more than zero. Okay. Yep, we got our first floodgate. So these floodgates are going to keep those locked up to their highest. Because those we only want to lower when bad tide. Yeah, only good tide's allowed. Exactly. And then later on when we get metal, we would move on to using sluice. And that basically just lets me automate the floodgate kind of process. That I could say, hey, if you detect over this much amount of bad water, which is like next to none, dump it out this gate. If you detect no bad water, dump it out the other gate. Oh, you're still working on that. Yeah, so one problem we have is I'm storing the planks and the wood over there. That is going to probably need to change. I take that back. What's going to probably happen is once we get this built and some workers, it will solve itself. Because then I'll have the workers be able to run around and just deal with it. But yeah, planks are our pain point. Wood's not amazing, but planks are where we're actually hurting. Another thing we might do is once we get this area dammed up here, I might add another water pump up here. Because commute times are going to be a problem. We're just not efficient on our commute times. Oh yeah, you take, like, just wood, right? Oh no, you do take a couple of planks. That's fine. Yeah, so we're almost done with that. And once that's done, I'm going to knock down this block. Oh, you'll have to wait. I'll have to wait till they build that part. Then I'll knock down this block, cork that off. They should be able to go the rest this way once they get the ramps built. If we get that done before the bad tide, then we're in great shape. That's I think we're going to increase the priority on the windmill, because at least that would run sometimes during the drought, whereas right now we got 3 days that our production's turned off. And we're also running into the problem now where I need workers and I don't have them. And we just had 4 beavers born all at the same time. That's cool. Good hypers, nodders. Yes, this emote very good. Whose nodders is that? That is an amazing and cursed emote. Like, it's a solid emote, but also cursed. Those usually go hand in hand quite often. That's some of the best emotes you look and go, thanks, I hate it. But also I love it. Thanks. My feelings about this emote are complicated. Alright. So we're about to get through, well, we're getting close to getting through the drought. This isn't as long of a drought, which is good. I'm honestly wondering, well, I mean, I've got plenty of wood. Because my storage is only 180, so we're basically at capacity with the wood. I could very much justify to cut down on commute times. What I was going to do over here is drop another place for wood right there. And yeah, the people have to run, but that would shorten down the run times here. And then potentially go over here to, go here and... Was Planks here? I take that back. I don't think Planks went in here, did they? Hang on. So instead go here to the storage. There you go. Basically make some storage way over here, so these ones working here can just run back and forth from there and not go all the way across the map. This looks like Dwarf Fortress, but with buck teeth and tails. There are a lot of similarities, especially now that we actually have the ability to, like, go in depths like this, which is new. They didn't used to have that. So, while it certainly isn't Dwarf Fortress, like, it doesn't have the storytelling or any of, like, that kind of stuff happening in Dwarf Fortress, and Dwarf Fortress having way more absurd amounts of depth and all that, there is similarities. That said, the way this game works is a lot more around water management. Like, you do still have the thing now with Dwarf Fortress where you could just flood your own home. But in this game, like, water management is, like, the core of survival for the whole game. That you... Stranded? Why are you the way you are? I don't think I can save you in time. I think you probably die there. This is why you don't get things of any kind, in any capacity. Okay, so we're going to put those back, but this time I'm going to set that one to a high priority, so they build that first so they won't walk across it. Just like Dwarf Fortress. Just like almost all of these kind of games. Like Oxygen not included, the dupes just straight up are like, yep, I need to dig a tunnel all the way over there. I'm going to start right there on that end. I'm going to dig behind me. Oh, wait, I can't move. To be fair, it does look like the Dwarf Fortress visualizer. Oh, is it just a thing where you can, like, put your fortress's save file or something in? And then it will, you know, like, give what it's supposed to look like or something like that. I've seen a few things where you can take, like, games that are not exactly the most graphically wonderful, and then you could, like, put your stuff in there, and then it makes, like, this is what it looks like with, like, proper 3D modeling. Like, they've done that with stuff like Space Engineers and some of the voxel-style games, where you can just kind of huck it in there. That's cool. Right, no, exactly. It's a 3D visualizer, but not playable. Yeah, the same thing I'm talking about. It's like a Space Engineers thing where you can take your ship and you can plug it into, like, the visualizers. Like, this is what your ship would look like if it wasn't these, like, jagged voxels and all that. And sometimes it looks slick. Sometimes it's utterly cursed because it doesn't quite translate. But, you know, I imagine the Dwarf Fortress visualizer is probably the exact same, where some things probably look really good, and other things you bring through and go, that is not great. Like, the way it translated this block here doesn't really work in this place, because the way you're using, like, you know, using a texture for aesthetic reasons. But, you know, the texture was actually purposed for something else. It was possible to look in first person and walk around your base. That one was cursed. Yeah, I can see that kind of thing. it can be really fun when you have those things like bolted on after the fact. Like see one how they approach it and all that, and the methodology and all that, and then see where that methodology works and where it really doesn't, because you do get both. Okay, we only need a couple more planks, and that'll get the windmill on, which will make it so that this will still at least hopefully run. Thing. It was called Armuk Vision, you think? Gotcha. Okay, so we do actually have the house built. What we don't have is the way into the house built. But we're looking really good for a lot of this. We did get that. So once we get these two built here, then I'll be good to delete that path and add the levees there. And then they should be able to get these ramps and get the rest of that built up. You're going to have a little bit of funkiness when I first blocked it off. It's going to flood over the side and it's going to cause waves and all that in the water, but that's just how you do it sometimes. Question, what is bad tide? Gotcha. So there's three kind of weathers in the game. You've got right now, which is just normal. It doesn't have a special name. It's just not something else. And then you've got drought. Drought's pretty self-explanatory. Our water comes from up here, and that stops producing water for a while, so this all dries out, and you've got to weather the drought. And then bad tide is, instead of getting good usable water, you get this water, the radioactive poo water. That starts coming out of this. So it forces you to manage your water, be like, okay, here's where my water comes in. I need to, save as much good water as I can. Oh, the bad water's coming in. I need a way to divert that water so it doesn't go into my water supply. And so you do have those, three different states. So the game, it's kind of like your survival settlement builder. It's just, instead of it being, spring, summer, fall, you collect firewood and food and clothes and shelter and all those kind of thing, and then you just try and survive the winter, and then you repeat. Instead of having the seasons, you've got your like normal proper water flow, you've got your bad water flow, which is bad tide, and then you've got your drought, and they all have a little bit different sub-management for it. And there is like evaporation and water physics and all sorts of stuff. Was I using it as playing Minecraft version 0.001 or something? But it was kind of cool. Yeah, it's sometimes fun to have those like, all right, this like, should you actually use this for anything meaningful? Probably not. Like, it's just not good. But is it fun and interesting? Yeah. It's not practical, but it is fun. Okay, we can go here. I got a couple more spots I forgot to mark for oak trees. Okay, so we should be good with about all the wood we can possibly use there. Planks are still a problem. We've only got one more floodgate there, so we can have basically our locking system to be able to divert the bad tide water when time comes up. Because I'm getting nervous that we are probably about due for the bad tide. I don't know if it's hard-coded when you get your first one or anything like that, but it definitely feels like we're getting into that ballpark where we should be expecting it. Man, I remember when we had the multiple districts requirement. Even going over here, I would have had to go way over here, built a district separation, made a separate district here, had the people work this, then tear down the district. Getting rid of that was one of the greatest changes they ever made to the game. Okay, so that's sorted. So at this point, we can go here and say, okay. Give me levies. We'll keep trying to get that sorted out as best we can. Did I already put the path down between it? I did not. There you go. Because it used to be where we look at the we look at this pathing line here, where it's going from green to red and all that. It used to be it got red much faster, and it would get to like around here, it would just stop. And you could only go a little, like a tiniest bit past that to do stuff. And you could only improve that, like it was kind of the walking distance from your main building. And so you can make straight paths and make it a little bit better, but it's a hard limit. So you do the clips, so don't worry about it. If you miss the right moment, you'll fish them out of the VOD. Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah, for right now, the only one I'm thinking we're going to realistically get done today will be the Bad Tide. I didn't catch when I agreed to the dare drops that the other two were probably going to require dynamite, and that is some very late game tech. Which I'm trying to go for. The things I still need to do is I need to get the paper. That'll be a big one we need for the dynamite. And then I believe the only other thing I need for dynamite. Actually, that might be it. Am I misremembering that? Was it dynamite? No, it was dynamite and bad water. That's right, it's dynamite and bad water, so I do need metal as well. But I believe if we get the metal, we get the dynamite, what do I need for... Oh, cool, we gained even more well-being. Love to see it. If we go for the bad water... So the bad water dome requires a lot of metal. That requires other stuff. The centrifuge only requires metal, so we might only need metal. So it might be entirely doable. We can also get a bad water pump. So honestly, it might not be as late game tech as I'm thinking. It might literally just be metal. Like, if I can go and get metal going right now, I would just drop down the paper thing, and we would be at the point I could start making dynamite. So that might not be that bad. Because especially if I have the locking system up here, I can just not drop it the whole way. I can put a bad water pump up here somewhere. It'd be super inconvenient and awful for doing anything. But it's a classic, you know, if it is producing a non-zero amount, that's still progress and all that. It's the right height, right? Yeah, it's the right height. Because, yeah, we can let that be like a little bad water reservoir. Oh, actually, I don't even need to go that far. I can literally just put it right here. Like, I don't even have to go that far. I can literally just go, like, 2 steps over, and we can pump up bad water right there. So we can ignore all of the things I was saying over there. So if we went to that, so here, we have the large water pump, we have the bad water pump. It requires metal, though. So we are going to need to go the metal route. So we've got the scrap scavenger, and then the smelter. So let's get the scrap scavenger. What does the smelter need? It literally just needs scrap. Let's get the metal working. So we are now trying to get... I've got metal up here. Is there any other metal that'd be easier to get at? I was hoping there'd be some up there, like right by that. It's looking like no. It's looking like the easiest metal I have to get at is right across there. Which is genuinely going to be probably... Well, actually... Oh, no, but I would need meadow. Let's see. Bad water-soaked soil kills plants, right? Correct. So, like, if I was trying to plant here, it would kill the plants. That's the reason I want to kind of hold this way back here. It probably won't hurt these trees. It's going to kill everything up here. All of this is going to die. Like, all of that is going to die. But yeah, so what I'll probably need to do is it's going to say, oh, right, we've got the brand new Ziplines, but the problem is they require metal. So I'm going to have to make, like, a zigzaggy, we can walk up this cliffside, get up here, go get the metal, and then probably zip line straight up here and straight over. To get moving. Alright, so just a moment, they're about to get the next layer. Okay, for right now, I need this fixed now. All of this just became top priority. Did they set the map you have to play in the airdrop? No. The only time they've done that kind of thing is in the event it's like, hey, we want you to play this particular challenge map. We had that, it was the last airdrop I did for this. They're like, hey, you need to use the diorama, which is the micro one. So while getting metal, you can leave the levee higher up. Oh yeah, I could make a levee higher up. Okay, so we are getting this done. I don't think we're gonna get that in time though, because the problem is I need all of this built before that's up. And while our builders are working their best, I've got 5 levees and 5 floodgates to build in the course of... Sorry, I take that back. 4 levees and 1... No, it wasn't 5. Either way. I've got a lot to build in the course of 2 in-game days. They are going as fast as they can, but I'm also concerned that maybe they can't reach this, which could be a genuine problem. Because otherwise it's just going to flood things. I actually might be able to make it work. No, because this, if I slam it down, it's still higher. If I slam it down the whole way, it'll be the same height as this. No time for sleep. Hey, Deonjek, how's it going? Yeah, they're working on it. I don't think it's going to be in time, though. They're going to probably get like 3 or so done a day. And it has to be fully done, or it doesn't matter. Regardless, it doesn't say I have to manage the bad water. It says I have to survive the bad water. And I believe by the rules, it means you just have to have a beaver survive. I'm not sure they can reach those ones. I'm curious how far they'll get. But the moment the bad water comes, we're gonna have to make an adjustment. Keeping at least 2. Right, gotcha, 2. Yeah, I'm pretty confident we can get through that. Oh, no, they are building it. It's gonna be too late. Alright, so, you're paused. No more going in the water over there. Because it is about to get real unhealthy around here. Okay, and before we let it get over here, we're going to pause that. This, and this. So that they can't go down here, they shouldn't go down there. There's nothing for you down here, so you should have no reason to go swimming at all. And here's where we hope that 174 water will be plenty. Oh, it's a very short bad tide. It's just 1 day. Meanwhile, once the first of that bad water gets over here, we're slamming that floodgate open to at least mitigate it a little bit. Where are you going? Oh, stop it. And stop it. I appreciate the hustle and the effort, but stop it. Yeah, so you see all the water's turning rust color, the ground's getting all like red and veiny. All these plants are gonna be dying. So it won't just dry them out, it'll actually poison and kill them. Okay. So we've got that. Slam this gate all the way open. That makes these unfortunately even height. So not a whole lot of water is going to get out this side. And basically I just need to leave it that way without touching any of the other stuff until the bad water clears. What? Your bad tides are always 4 cycles? Well, usually the first one is really short. And then after that, they end up being longer. They do that with the drought as well. Like the very first one, they just kind of give you like this little teeny tiny drought. Turn the pumps off. The pumps will filter. They'll only pull up. Yeah, it slows the speed of the pump. It doesn't, like, you don't poison yourself. So I don't need to turn off the pumps. So basically, it's just going to take a little while for that to flush all the water out. This is doing nothing, so let's just forget it. With those open, it's just not going to matter. No, 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 no. What are you doing? Stop. Get out of the water. Are you okay? I think they're okay. Nope, we had one who got too much exposure to contaminated bad water. I don't have a means of treating them, so that beaver's gonna die. Well. Meanwhile, let's work on all those buildings, it's fine. Yes, that one wasn't that bad. Yeah, as you can see, it did kill some of these plants due to contamination. The other ones we got the good water fast enough. But even that one short day was enough to kill all the plants along the edges there. If we had had like a 2-day bad water, yeah, that would have been properly bad. Okay, it's starting to look relatively okay over here. This is still bad down this way. So let's go ahead and start unpausing these and letting them get back online so we can hopefully get this sorted out for next time. Meanwhile, slam those down. Actually, we could probably go up to like 0.8 to work it as a reservoir because that'll stay full. But we'll just adjust as we need to. Meanwhile, we could probably go here and allow that now. Because like I said, that's bad water there. Unfortunately, I don't think that's, like, I think that's trapped in that corner there. It's just diluted enough it's not that bad. Yes, this is all looking like it's fine. That's going to be bad water trapped over here as well. It will slowly dilute that to make it okay. But we should be good by the next bad water to, you know, flip the gates however I need to flip the gates to get the bad water to dump it out this side where it goes and funnels into that. Meanwhile, we need to figure out what my path across here is going to be for all this. So we can't levy it up here because it'll dump out this area and then flood my stuff, so that's certainly not what we want. I'm probably just going to have to go with building platforms. Okay, that'll help a bit. How do I want to climb this? We've got a little bit of room to work here. Okay, so go up here. And then the real trick is going to be figuring out what cursed path I'm going to be making to get up there. So I'd have that. You can take that there. You can twist it this way. Twist it this way. Twist it that way. And connected. All right, that's going to take a project. Is that going to be efficient? No, it's going to be horrendous. It's going to be absolutely awful. Is it going to be workable, though? Yep. Really badly. But step 1 is just to get it to work. Step 2 is to actually care about if it's any good. Yeah, so just got those handful more to build. I'm guessing these aren't in range. That's the only thing I can guess, is that those aren't in range. Because you are building other things. Well, I mean, they're not building... Yeah, they're building other things. So they can't reach these. Which is a little annoying, but also pretty understandable. So what I'll do here is I will... delete the path underneath. And that'll be good enough. They'll be able to reach it all. And I'll be fine. They're working on getting that dammed off. And as they're getting this fixed, it's clearing out that bad water there. You can see a little bit of like the little pulsiness here. So there's a little bit of bad water still there, but they're getting that sorted out. I mean, fair, they have short, stubby little arms. Oh yeah, no, it's totally justified. It is a funny thing that they can build as far down as you want, so I could literally have a walkway up here and they would build... I mean, I don't know if it's literally as far as they want, but they could build down a long ways and it'll be like, yeah, that's fine, don't worry about it. Alright, so pretty soon, they should be able to get this online, which will get us way more housing for more people. We are getting all this water put into storage, which is lovely. I'm going to keep the little storages as well. I don't think they're nearly as meaningful, but they are well located. Yeah, so get this one sorted out. That'll get this to be a bit of a reservoir. You can actually reach over there. I wonder if it's worth me putting any type of trees over here. Oh, that's interesting. I just realized... it's not going to replace the berry bushes that died down there. It's too far away. So those berry bushes on the edge that died, those are going to stay dead. I think that's fine for right now. But that is something to consider. So I could go over here and do like the pine or whatever. This is probably one we won't do much with in the moment. Because I feel like the split here makes it not a super useful area for farming. So we're slowly getting planks in stock, which is good to see. The builders are building. Relatively soon, we'll get our haulers online. And then once that happens, we will get a lot of the other things worked. But this will help give us, because we've only been sitting at about 150 for our maximum storage for water. That should help bring in a lot more water. Right, and I mentioned what we would probably do is once we got this opened up, it would be worth putting a water pump up here. It's not really a great place for one, because pathing-wise, it's like really inconvenient. But it's just another place where if our water goes dry, someone can go up here and grab that one. So, you know, grab some more water from more locations. And then we would have the bad water pump over here, which just requires metal. We are working on getting our staircase up to be able to get the metal. And for that, I'm going to want places to store the metal. Right, I was going to wait till we got up here. I was going to put, like, the metal storage up here, the scrap. What does it take to turn metal into that? That's mechanical power, right? Yeah, and it's a lot of it. Yeah, so we hit 300. I'm going to want to pop over here. And put the metal there. Honestly, you could probably go up here. Make 2 more stockpiles. And you'll be metal scrap. And you'll be finished product metal. Try not to use any more of that space down there. I really shouldn't put these down here. I should put them up here, even if it's still more walk time. But we can worry about that as I need more place for food. So I can get that. And then we'll need to cut down these trees. But once we have the research time, we can take the 300 and I can put the metal here. With that, I'll be able to start getting the bad water pump, and we can put a bad water reservoir somewhere over here. We can get the paper production online, and with all that, we can make dynamite, and with dynamite, we can start tunneling, which means we could do a couple of things. One is I could do the thing where I carve in here, and we have stuff, food above and below. Let's see, how are your water foods holding up? Did they cover clean water, or are they tainted with food now? So what the tainted does, you notice these bushes died. They died due to contamination. It doesn't like poison the food, and if someone eats it, they get sick. It just straight up kills the plants. So we lost the berry bushes right on the edge because it's a very short bad water. It's just the problem is I can't replant them. I don't think I care that much about those few bushes. Had it killed the whole area, that would have been a more significant problem. But like I got all the spatterdock that is going to be replant. Oh, I need to... Thank you, actually mentioned that. I didn't realize I still had those paused. Yeah, so we'll need to get that sorted. Bad tide approaching. Yeah, no, exactly. I did forget to unpause thing. The good news is I'm still sitting on 1.2 thousand units of food, so we are in good shape. And I've got almost 300 spatterdock, so that didn't hurt me. Yeah, no, I luckily already did it before that got mentioned. I'm going to queue that up to maximum. This is our lowest priority job, but basically if I have any overflow of staff, they go here. We got water retention up here. Yeah, and so basically what'll happen is... Oh, you still haven't got that done? No. Get up here and get that sorted. Yeah, so you'll see this beaver's not doing great. They're not doing great. This beaver is going to die from the last bad water. But we need to get over here as fast as we can, get that built. So we can get these sorted out. I'm really hoping we get that done in time. I'd be really upset if we don't. Because we direly need it. I missed that it wasn't getting done because of priorities. They're not going to get that done, I don't think. No! The second bad water is going to hurt. Yeah, no, it's just my priorities are wrong, so they were building all the stuff down here, and they were not getting that done. They might get it done in time, but it's going to be close. So got the platform there, they need 2 more planks for here. And then maybe they get that done. The big thing is still our planks are bottlenecked. Let's go to the gears right now, and I'm just going to tell it to, you know, stop it. Actually, we could deprioritize it. Yeah, we'll deprioritize it. Okay, they got the ramp. They might be able to get this done. These are a higher priority than those. They got to get all 3 of those. You prioritize the levee, but not the platform to reach it. Yeah, no, exactly. And I got that sorted now, but I don't think they'll have it fixed in time. I might have them just push through. I also don't know why... Okay. We're getting there. Come on, you're right there. Because we slam that up the whole way and lower that the whole way, it will be splashing down here. But they might be able to get ahead of it before it gets too bad. Come on. Because that water does take its time to get here. That's what I'm hoping, is that because it takes a while to get here, we might be able to sneak that one in the last second. Oh, yep, you're right. First objective's done. Let me go ahead and get that off the Steam overlay. First objective, Survivor First Bad Tide. We didn't, well, technically we will have a singular beaver die, but we didn't have a beaver die, so that's a 2-day long Bad Tide. Come on, you're right there. This is like the proper beginnings of the Bad Tide there. Come on, you're right there. Get it done. Right there, just 5 more planks. They're in stock, just build. Just build it. Trying to see where the leading edge. So here's the leading edge here. Like, there's a little bit in there, but this is the leading edge where, like, I don't want them to be in it. Oh, you're not. You're gonna finish for the night, aren't you? No, wait. We got someone walking. Get over here, build it. What do you think the Bad Tide tastes like? Probably coppery. Probably tastes like sucking on pennies. Slam those up. Slam these down. That should prevent the flow enough that they could probably patch it. And we did it. Here's the leading edge, last second. So now, all that Bad Tide water just gets dumped out the side of the map. And becomes someone's problem who is not me. And later on, we can use sluice to do that. Realistically, I want to do that way up here at the source for the sluice, just to minimize. Yeah, so you can see how bad the Bad Tide is. It has killed everything up here. Literally all of the plants have died of contamination. Well, actually, that one's dying, because it's actually not close enough to be contaminated. It's just drying out. But all the ones that got close enough to be directly exposed have died to contamination. Even over here, they're all dying to contamination as well. Like, it takes very little time. So you can see where all of the plant life here, other than the ones that are, like, way up high on these ridges, all of it's dead. Like, it's dying up here from contamination. Bad Tide is a bad time. It's a very human solution? Absolutely. Tried and true. Why deal with my own problems when I can make them someone else's? Now, when the Bad Tide's over isn't when I flip the gates. I gotta wait for all of this to, like, purge itself, and then we flip it back and forth. The sluice lets you automate it. This becomes a problem for the future colony? Yep.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
I'm honestly surprised the one that got contaminated the last time isn't dead yet. Okay, so it's slowly sorting itself out. The sluice are also nice because it kind of automates all your gates for, you know, drought, Bad Tide, everything. So it's like, that was always the one big thing, is you really couldn't run your, you couldn't just leave it running before the sluice completely AFK. Because between that, with the floodgates and all that, you'd just die. Because your main water supply would get contaminated, and that was just it. I mean, not easily. Maybe if you had, like, a large enough reservoir, there'd be a way to work around it or something that I'm unaware of. But, generally speaking, it wasn't until a sluice happened that you could literally get everything stable and just fast forward. If you got the time to get everything set up. Oh, hey, we got our additional housing, so that the beaver population may grow. And so now our priority is to get up to this metal, because our food is doing good, our water's doing fine for the time being. We're going to need a proper reservoir soon. Which is going to be a little tricky, because, like, right now I've got this temporary Band-Aid solution here, which is, you know, certainly is functional. But we're going to need a better solution for water storage, like a reservoir system. And that could very well be that we just build up a spot up here. I just don't have good paths to take, there's so many holes in this wall that I'd have to, like, really build up everything. One option would be to literally build up that spot. And then have, like, another reservoir over here, and another was, like, have chambers to it kind of thing. We can just bad tide, you know, send the bad tide off the side. That's a major project, though. That'll be, like, an entire stream or two's project to, like, do that kind of a giant monolithic construction. Okay, so what were we missing next? So we know we need the smelter. That's 300. So we start working on that. It does look like I'm going to need to remove this one spot of spatic. Build a platform. Put that here. Actually, probably realistically what I should do is remove that spatic. And then build the platform across here, have this here. We can keep putting these across that way. And then build out across onto the water to put to use some of this area that's not going to be particularly good for me for other things. You know, require a little bit more resources to set that up. Alright, we got an oak seedling coming in. And then we go here to platform. Now I can go here. And smelter. And then after that, we're going to need to go towards the paper production, which will be in our 250 research. And I'm just going to assume that I'm going to need our water wheel. Let's just assume I'm going to want water wheels the whole way across. When do we open the gate? We are good. Let's see if I can get away with it at just 0.95 to have as much water back here as possible. We'll see. I think that'll still leak over that side. Basically, I want that as high as we can, but lower than that. So that the water goes through here. Because then this makes all of this that's at that elevation into a big reservoir. Yeah, that's how that works, I guess. So, like, on this side, it shows it, like, right creeping up to the very top of it. This side looks way lower. But it's, like, right on the fringe of overflowing there, which is perfect. Because, honestly, if it spills over on that, I don't care, as long as this is still continuing to fill. They've got this much higher because everything's sorted out. They're going in here, getting all the water wheels set up. We're getting these paths going. Ooh, you've almost got this whole thing. We just got that one last length there to do, and then we're going to start getting our scrap metal in. We do need more beavers, but we are starting to get them in. I'm going to regret doing this because this is overkill, and it's going to massively increase my needs. We're going to get those going. And I kind of feel like I should put one of my water storages right here, next to that. And again, that's just to help with the buffer side of things. Alright, so food's doing really well. We're sitting at about 1,000. I probably am going to want to increase that since I'm just about to explode my population, and that's going to be a problem. The question is, how do I want to go about doing that? I've got a bunch of growable, arable space down here. We've got some space over here that's certainly going to be usable. I honestly feel like I could put a forestry over here and make this all into chestnuts, and then use one of the grills to cook our chestnuts. I think that would be a good call. So let's see. We can go down here. We'll need another forestry. The good news with this forestry... Actually, I need a woodcutter and a forestry. Woodcutter to clear it all out. And get the wood from it, I guess. And then the forestry to put stuff down. Actually, you know what? Do I care about that wood? I don't care about that wood. Yeah, I don't care about that wood. We're just going to go with this strategy. All this plant life, get rid of it. It's gross. It smells funny. Alright, so what we're going to do here is we want a forestry that covers that whole area. Perfect. And I'm going to make all of this area over here chestnuts. And then we'll want to put a gatherer here to collect the chestnuts. And then just somewhere up here we will make stuff for this. So we can go down here to medium warehouse. Boom and boom. So you will be for the cooked chestnuts, which should be there. And you will be for the uncooked chestnuts, which are here somewhere. There you are. And then I believe that's in our recipe in here, right? Yep, okay. So I'll make another bakery down here. Or grill, not bakery. Bakery's a separate building. And we could choose you, grilled chestnuts. Yeah, so once they clear all this out, we will remake all of that into chestnuts. And that'll just be yet another food source for us. Alright. So water's holding up well, food's holding up well, but we are about to explode our population, so both will be strained a bit more than they already are. We are currently working on getting our smelter online. After that, we're going to want to get our paper production online to get our dynamite online. And then once our dynamite is online, we can start figuring out how we want to carve into the mountainside to change things. I do think one easy one is for, like, the really big house. I could go in, tunnel in there, tunnel to the sides, and then dynamite down into it. And, like, literally just put pockets of housing inside the mountain. The only downside with going that way is if I ever overflow, and I've got that, it'll eventually evaporate from inside the mountain after being underwater for a very long time. We'll want to get Sluice to automate stuff. That's going to still take a while. We also need the contaminated water pump. Like I said, I'm going to just put it right there because we got contaminated water sources right here. So I'll just put this out, put like a little platform here, and then just pump that right up. We can have like a contaminated water storage right there. And we'll need that for the dynamite. So that's not a priority yet. Just don't delve deep, too deep or greedily. Why would I not do that? If you're gonna delve, you might as well go full greed. Caution to the wind. These houses are gonna go away because they're very inefficient. They're just what we start with. So you'll be moving over to these houses, but it'll pop that house, and then this will be our cave, like our tunnel in. Do you want Balrogs? Because that's how you get Balrogs. We can get Balrogs? I want a pet Balrog. I'll name it Nathaniel. And everyone will question it, and it'll be perfect. And everyone will be like, Nathaniel's not an appropriate name for a Balrog. And I'll be like, guess what? Its name's Nathaniel. And you just have to live with that. What do you mean grow plants atop each other? So what I would do is pretend there's a ledge sticking out here. So like, you know, it's sticking out like 2-3 tiles this way. Grow plants down here and grow plants on that ledge. So that vertically the plants are above each other. I'm going to need dynamite to do that. At least I believe... I'm willing to bet there's probably maps where I wouldn't need to do that because it'd have like a cave or a platform or something in there. But... yes, I'm letting them cut all that stuff back before I go in here and tell it to do the chestnuts. And we don't want them to cut down the chestnuts. Let's get all of this out of here. There's no more trees for you to cut down, so just clear that. Because I've made that mistake before where I'm like, this is where I'm going to put my pine forest to go deal with this. Totally forgetting that I had previously set it to clear that area out. Also, please stop trying to grow stuff there. Okay. So, chestnut trees. Chestnut. Chestnut. And chestnut. It's fine. So get the chestnut trees going. We will want to... How far do you go? You go over here? Bad tide approaching again. Thanks, game. We will end up needing the pine and all that. I think for right now, I'm not going to sweat the pine. I will have them plant chestnuts over here as well. But we're definitely going to want to switch that to being like pine or whatever later. Now, this forestry is not going to stay here. The forester is going to be planted here or be set up here. They're going to get all that built and we're going to delete the forester. And the reason we're going to do that, or I mean, at least I'll pause the forester, I guess. Maybe not delete it. Alright. So put both of these on really high so that they get rid of those trees. Well, all of these. We'll get the chestnuts going here. This will go away. We will get, I believe it's a gatherer who gets the chestnuts. Okay, so we've got all that sorted out. We don't have the sluice yet. We're really, really close to getting the metal online. And they're getting pretty close to getting this side of it online as well. Alright, little harvester. You have a good one. I'm going to stream 6:30 in the morning. Ready to practice finally today. Getting your PS5 Slim Digital. They're excited to, because of the availability to get into the farm after months of not being able to. Well, I hope you have fun with that. Yeah, and we're doing a little bit of Timberborn today instead. Doing our dare drops. Got our first one done. I think we can... I genuinely, considering we're only literally coming up on halfway through stream, I'm pretty sure we can get some TNT and put a hole in the wall 5 tiles deep. And then throw a plant in the bottom and the top of it and that kind of thing. What I'm curious about is, so you blow up the tile of dirt. You know, explode it. I'm assuming you can then reconstitute a new tile of dirt with the remnants of the old tile of dirt. Otherwise, it's a loss thing that eventually you would run out of tiles of dirt. And most of these style of games, they do make sure there's some way, like some alternate way to get a resource. Unless it's a resource like, oh, it's a special power core that makes like an amazing building. You only get 5 of them. But then when you destroy the thing that has it, it just gives it back to you. No, like the dirt's just gone. Once you explode it, it's gone forever. I really dislike that. Because it also makes no sense. You explode it, and it's not like the material's just non-existent anymore. Alright, scrap metal's on the move. Okay, well the alternative is the dirt excavator, which is 2,000 and requires resin. Okay, it's another 2-day bad tide. Then they put a dirt pit? I'm hoping. Because that's the thing. I assume there's some way to get, especially with the style of game this is. My assumption is it's going to be like very inconveniently, very inconvenient where it is. Because that's some endgame stuff. I'm not seeing it, but there is a good chance it might be under some bad tide water or something like that. Because they did that a lot in some of the original maps, is, yeah, so slam you up a tick, slam you all the way down. They did do the thing where they'd have like a lake of water and they'd put the metal ruins on the bottom of it, so you had to figure out how to get rid of the water so you could get down to it. There's bad tide there. I don't think it'll be that close to where we start. Like this to me would look like a good place for something to make you go after, because you have to navigate. With that. Interesting that it's like just that one little spot over there. We blow up dirt so good it's atomized. Yeah, I still figure we can make the tunnel and do the things we need with what we got. But yeah, it'd be nice if it worked a little bit different. Regardless, we can keep things going. Yeah, I saw that one beaver has been contaminated this whole time. I'm really surprised it's not dead yet. Okay. Yep, taking apart all the scrap ruins. It'd be nice to be able to manipulate that too. Oh, right, I also just realized we got some beds free. So this building's gonna go. And that's because that's where I'm planning to punch a hole in the mountain. Basically getting rid of some of our low efficiency housing so we can start moving people into much higher efficiency housing. Save space. Get in here. I'm kind of hoping we can go in here and like poke a hole and do all that. Maybe it's the dirt excavator when it hits like its full depth. It just keeps pulling up dirt even though like there's nothing left to grab. Because it'd be weird to not be able to get more blocks ever. Like that you could delete them but not restore them. because that's a way you could effectively brick a run. All right, so we would need the pine resin if we were wanting to go for that, which is more materials. We'll worry about that later. Right now, I do need the paper production. So we can go here real fast, and I'll go, hey, these plants, I got to get rid of them. So you're saying the beavers will never be homeowners? This really is a dystopian city builder. It is what it is, man. Alright. So in the meantime, so that's 3 in that house. Cool. So got rid of all those houses along the edge there. Let's see, I think you get unlimited dirt from the excavator building, then you make blocks. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, it'll continue to make dirt even after reaching bedrock. Gotcha, makes sense. So you just put down an excavator, and that's where your dirt comes from. And then, you know, it's not super fast or anything. Alright, that looks good here. I am really looking forward to making sluice happen. Which shouldn't be too far off. How much for the sluice? That's over here. 400. That might be one of our next ones, just so I can automate this so I don't have to juggle it. Because sooner or later I'll forget to flip it, and then bad things will happen. Honestly, quick change of plans. I know I queued you all up to be that. I'm going to cancel these ones over here. The other ones stay. But I'm going to get rid of those ones so I can make those the pine. And I want to do that so we start having pine for making pine resin. I believe you use a gatherer's building for both of those. I could be wrong. No, there's a tapper's building. That's right. There's a separate building called a tapper's building. That's fine. Either way, that'll be enough chestnuts to augment our food anyways. Apparently, 3 dirt an hour. Just built your first one. Gotcha. So if we're fast forwarding like 3 times, we'll get a dirt every like 20 minutes or something like that. That's fine. Like that's more like me making the comment for the long term. Right now, we're trying to just do the dare drop stuff. So it's going to be getting that TNT online. It makes sense that it'd be a very slow process. Because otherwise, it'd just be something to get out of hand so fast. So you'll be pine. Ah, so you can't get all the way over there. That's your limit. Okay, so you'll get all that to be pine. So we can use the pine for resin later. I can get rid of this building and fit a tappers in here and whatever to get all that online. Okay, do you have range of the whole place? Yeah, you have range of all that. So I'll just take a minute. Okay. And you're getting rid of all that because Wait, wasn't I going to make the thing up there? Did I make the metal storage down here? Yes, it did. So we are actually getting metal already. Okay. So, I need them to get this sorted out so that I can get the wood or the paper production online. And then once I get the paper production online, we can unlock dynamite. And once we unlock dynamite, we can unlock tunneling. And once we unlock tunneling, we can do more stuff. You get where this is going. We're just going to keep unlocking things and making more stuff. And right now, I would need even more beavers to supply everything I want to do. So let's make great decisions. and not wait till things settle out to see how our balance is on anything. And just go ahead and plug in 2 more buildings. And get that all sorted. I mean, per simulated hour, if they work 16 hours to get... Oh, that's a lot. That is way more generous than I was anticipating it being. I was expecting it to not be a particularly fast way of getting materials or anything like that. Yeah, so it seems like we're going to want to pursue the excavator later on. That's actually interesting, because genuinely you could build your place and not need you need platforms, sorry. You wouldn't end up needing levees long term. You could literally just get enough stuff that you could fill up the entire map as like one giant dirt grid. You need more than 1 dirt to make 1 block, though? Makes sense. Still, if you can get a couple blocks of dirt every in-game day, that's not the worst considering the scale of major projects. Because like you'd have a bunch of other stuff you need. We're already knocking down some of those metal pieces. That's a little concerning. But once they carve through here, we'll start moving in here. And while I'm doing other stuff, I might start making a major project in here just because. Okay. So you've got that going. Why is that still not getting done? I needed to get rid of that so I can start building platform. And once we build the platform here, I can get the paper thing. Right now, we are supplying more power than the system needs. Could also be a thing that we eventually clear that out. I think it is... No, I mean... Yeah, we don't care about this up here that much. Told them to cut that back. The rest doesn't really matter. There's no assignments for you up there. You've got that. Why is that not getting done? You should... Oh, you know what? It might just be literally too far for you to reach it. Let's carve a path straight across here. Make sure I didn't accidentally choose that. And then I can put a path here. And I'll serve both as a way for them to get over here and to get those cleared out. This might be one of those cases I need to add the ramp there, let them clear it out, and get rid of the ramp. That's fine. Because my plan is to add, like, more manufacturing stuff here. Okay, and you will delete the stairs now. Make more platform. Now we can go to production, paper. Yeah, that's what I remembered. I think that'll be fine. Because then I could put the, Actually, we don't need to do that. Cancel that there. We put the paper thing here. That'll give me a little bit of room for any type of, like, beautification or whatever. And those will be connected here. Then I can go over to this end and say, yeah, you're going to put a piece of power, you know, there. I'm assuming you can't put a, yeah, no, you need an extra tile away from it. And then we can put another building over there. We can also put some more windmills, whatever. So that gets us our paper production. The next thing would be stuff like the tapper's place we could need for the resin and all that if we go that way. But we would want TNT. which would be here, so 400. And that requires us to have bad water, and that's going to require us to have a bad water pump, which is only 250. So for bad water pump, that's not honestly going to be hard to make happen. We will want to go over here. And that'll be good enough. So we can get a bad water pump. It'll go there. And then we can add some path here. And then we can put storage there of this size. And say you are for bad water. And that'll give us the next thing we need for our TNT for making tunnels. What other dare drop stuff do we have? We had grow plants, top one another, and build a tunnel. Both those are blocked by TNT. Yeah, so literally what I'm thinking we could probably do is for the growing stuff atop of each other. That one might be a little tricky to pull off just because of the paths of the water. Honestly, just for the dare drop, I could see making a path over here, punch a hole like right here. You get the idea, like right here and there. Clear off some of that. You get the idea, like make like a little shelf along one of the sides there, and just put a plant in one thing. I could also just honestly right here destroy the bottom tiles here, put some spatter dock on the bottom, and it doesn't even matter what on top. And I believe that would count. Obviously, long term, I'm not going to use that, but for the purposes of the dare drop, that'd be good enough. Or actually, I don't need to do that. This is green up here. I could punch a hole right here. I imagine growing a tree under there would qualify. I'd still need to get up top, though. It'll also be curious to make tunnels to run the water through. So, like, make a tunnel through the mountain here that you plug up on the other end, so like just the one tile, and this whole area becomes green because there's technically water running through the through the area. I can see a lot of things you could do with abusing the pathing of the water to just cover up entire areas. Yeah, because you only go up a couple of tiles. I think this is our best bet for satisfying the planting one, is to carve into this wall just a little bit. Use that, like, even if it's growing a tree down here, and then just building a farmhouse with some ramps just to plunk one plant right there. Like, properly doing it, I think, is going to be a major project. Alright, so got the paper production online. Oh, I don't have a warehouse for that. Warehouse here. That's not a warehouse. Warehouse here. Wait, actually, no, I take that back. Yes, I do. It's right there. We'll need a warehouse for the explosives when we get there, but we're not quite there yet. So we are over the 250, so let's grab the bad water pump. And so I believe all we're missing now to do TNT is the TNT factory itself. Which is what size? It's 2x4. Fair enough. So we need to go over here yet again and say, hey, all of this, get out of here. Honestly, at this point, just get that area out of here. No, I changed my mind. Yeah, no, it's fine. Get rid of it. They can't handle that whole area anyways. Just get rid of all that. Because then we can put the explosives here. We'll end up doing like the pine resin or whatever over here somewhere. That's gonna take a tappers. The pine resin thing's gonna take a while. That's okay. Alright, chat, bear with me. I need to quickly use the restroom, so I'm gonna do that real fast, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. obsidians without retaining walls. Yeah, and that's I deliberately try and make stuff. Oh, this is this is fine. Who wants to step out that door? This door right here. Because that is a pretty, well, I mean, they just did it. All right, I guess it's fine. I'm not sure if you saw that. They walked out the door and then they teleport up in the sky and then drop back down. So, you know, it counts. It counts. Yeah. Your child will be 100% safe in that treehouse. I wish it kept the treehouse up there. And we could build a bridge that stands. But it takes an engineer to build a bridge that barely stands. Alright. I have a potato harvest all... Not really. I cannot see in the grass at all. No, I was really depending on you not being there anymore. I really need you to get away from my car. Oh, that's it. Well... No, when I turned to go north there and I saw that was a full-on horde, or like a full-on... So this would be the Kurzawa Tartak, which I assume is basically saying it's the train station. Alright. And now I just have one more business up this way. I think it's a business. Or it's the border. Who really knows? And then they'll bring a conclusion to our tour and we can go back to our farming needs. I think it's the border. I think it's the border. So, we're gonna try and make a break for it. The wizards can't stop us. They don't know. We can make it. We can escape this world. Hurry. Don't let me down, John Deere four-wheeler. We can absolutely get out of here. Oh. At least the wizards were enough to put a "you can't go this way" sign. Alright. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. With that, that does conclude our tour. This has been a fantastic tour. I believe this tour, once... Oh yeah, that's exactly the kind of thing Drongo is doing all the time. It's just my axle underneath the bar. Right, so we are back at it. That to date, that tour in Dare Drop, or that tour in Farm Sim, was maybe one of my favorite Dare Drops we ever did. It was just a really, really fun Dare Drop. Because it was like, I can't remember exactly, it was like, you had to give a, I can't remember the wording, it was like, give a guided tour of that map when it came out. It was like, was it Sri Lanka? And so I was like, alright, let's lean in and go full tour guide. Let's do it. I've been a tour guide before. I did not speak like that one as a tour guide, for the record. But that is a very stereotypical tour guide kind of... No. Very stereotypical tour guide, like, voice, whatever you want to go with. Cadence. Alright, so let's go here, because we now have the next thing on the list is the explosives factory. Oh, so that's 400. So we got a little bit of science to go. But then the tour, or not tour, that'll go there. We can go ahead and plan for this here. And I'm willing to bet we're pretty soon getting to kind of the limit of what we got for the power going on here. Yeah, like we're getting right up to that fence that I build the explosives place. We will be beyond our production. Yup. Okay. I'll wait. I was gonna build an area across so we could start like enclosing that to set up a bad water handling right at the source kind of solution. It's like, alright, that's really just a distraction from what I want to be doing. So, like, let's not do that. I do want the sluice to make this automated, which wouldn't be terrible. It's 400, though. And I do want to start the tunneling, like, I do want to prioritize the dare drop objectives, because those are where we get to get CD keys for the community and all that kind of stuff. So I do want to knock that out. Water, we're doing great. I've got 1,000 water, about 1,100 food, and that's mostly the 1,100 with the food limitation. Is more so dealing with just the I can get stuff up here. That's mostly just dealing with the limitations on mostly just dealing with, let's see, is that the edge of the range? Yeah, that's fine. That's mostly just dealing with the limitations on... I've already forgotten what I was saying. I got distracted by the fact that I had an area I could grow in and completely lost my train of thought. It's just gone. Right, so I wanted to... Oh, so, like, getting the keys and all that. Yeah, I just generally... It's just gone. Anyways, completely ignoring what conversation that was going to be. So things we got coming up on the channel in the near future is next week we do have Roadcraft is coming out. So I'll absolutely be checking out that when it releases. The very first stream we're doing. The first half of stream I will be doing kind of solo stuff is kind of the plan. The second half of stream, FG Squared will be joining me. And like, because it'll be the stream I start on the 20th that goes to the 21st. On the 21st part, the... FG will be joining me, and we'll be doing Roadcraft to check that out. So I think that'll be fun because, one, we get to check out Roadcraft, this new game I'm excited for. And then, two, I think it'll be neat to be able to have that, like, very direct comparison. Like, here it is with, you know, playing solo, and here it is playing, like, co-op kind of thing. And be able to just, like, side-by-side that. And I think that'll be good to kind of get a feel for it. I wonder if I put a power thing up, if I could put the windmill above that. Worth trying. So, oh, I need to unlock... I mean, it's only 40, but we'll wait. We'll wait. That's another thing to be a distraction. But, we'll do that. The tentative plan is that Saturday, Sunday, and Monday I'll do SnowRunner. Leading into that to kind of get, you know, people in the mood for the Mud Runner series. It gives me the chance to go and do more SnowRunner because that's those ones I like hopping into, but it's usually one that, like, chat is really on board with for, like, a couple of streams, and then very quickly is like, we'd rather see you play something else. So it's kind of one of those games that people, like, they want a little taste of it at a time. They get really excited for that little taste, but then, you know, they don't want that to be a thing that sticks around super long. I will likely stream on Friday and Thursday, even those are my days off normally, just because I just realized I have a bunch of beavers that are injured, and I never did deal with that, did I? Did I not make a medical bed? I thought I made a medical bed. Did I not do that? Is there not one right here? Am I just stacking up lots of injuries? Is that what's going on? Okay, that's fine. We'll make a second medical bed. But regardless, I've lost my train of thought again. But yeah, so regardless, like, because Tomb has gotten pulled in for overtime, like, alright, well, one might not be enough. Yeah, that's exactly where we're going. But, I'll likely do bonus streams. I haven't decided what I'm going to do for those bonus streams. If I'm just going to do Farm Sim or what we're going to go with. We'll see. I don't think I'll be doing a ton of Timberborn. We'll see. Alright, so we're about to get the last of the gross water showing up. So get that out of here. Flush the system. But we'll see. I haven't made any commitments about what we're doing there at all. Alright, so that bad water is going to be 4 days. So each bad water we've had has been 1 day longer than the previous one. And the moment I get to the point where I can start tunneling into the wall and all that, we're going to divert to getting the stuff like the sluice and all that. So I can start automating this. And I think what we'll do with that is the first one is I'll automate this section. And then we'll start aiming to build up here and do whatever. Right now we were waiting for, what was it, 400? Oh man, it's 2K to do tunneling. That'll be a big one. I probably need to get more research buildings online. We could certainly do that. I have so many spare laborers. Yeah, let's just go ahead and take this approach. So go for these, and these will be slightly low priority. And if I just got the spare people, they'll just do it. Alright, so we're just going to explode research speed. And you got a container of gross water. Okay, so that should really help things go, because that'll literally quintuple the speed of which we were getting our research. The planks are coming along much better than they were before. Yeah, and it is one of those things that sometimes the wind doesn't blow. But that's kind of the idea of having the water wheel and the wind turbines, is just to give you as many, like, by diversifying your power, there's a better chance something might be running. Okay. Got more area over here I could use for something. Oh, right. You're not needed anymore. Yes, I've got most things. Scrap we don't have a lot of, but I'm okay with that. Because ultimately what'll happen is they'll fill up the metal bars here. And there's not much you build with the scrap itself. It's mostly metal bars themselves. Okay. So explosives will be the next production. And honestly, like I said, I'm curious if I go and I put the thing that lets me take power up, if I put that up like one tile, could I stick the windmill on top of it? There's also the large turbine, which is or large windmill, which is a cool building that only the Folktail get. And then you got the battery. Okay, so we're almost done with that. Water's holding up. It's getting really low, though. We're about 2/3 down on the blocks here. And a big part of that's probably evaporation. Yeah, because this one's also there. Yeah, and I really like the idea here of carving into the mountain and then just digging down and just like burying my supply area and houses and all that just into the mountain. Like slowly moving all that into the mountain, so just the beavers emerge from the mountain to the farms and everything that kind of needs to be outside for logistical reasons. It wouldn't even need to be outside. Assuming if we're allowed to like grow stuff underneath stuff, in theory I could carve out like the bottom of the mountain. As long as I had places to run the water through, that would work. That'd be a little bit tricky to do without too many pain. Like, too much pain. But I could see, like, weird ways of going and making entire operations entirely underneath the mountain. That's actually one of the things I'm really excited about. A lot of stuff we could potentially do in this game, especially with the layering now, is just, you're going to be able to do some shenanigans. Alright. And with that, the explosives factory is on the roster. Let's go ahead and get in here and grab the, as soon as we have this, the solid power shaft, because I do want to see if I put that here. Can I put this on top of it? Yes, I can. Give ourselves a little bit more power in here. I should also probably grab a decoration at some point. A shrub. It is the cheapest. Okay, so we are officially... Oh, wait. Wait, they changed it. Dynamite used to require paper. Now it literally just requires bad water, so I guess we're just making paper. Alright, well, let's go ahead, and I just realized I need storage for that. How much is the big storage? How big is it? Nah, we'll worry about that later. So we can go here, and I would like the explodies. Dwarven beavers? Exactly. The beavers are just going to go full diggy hole. They're going to have like an identity crisis with moles and really not sure how to process it. Okay, so the only thing I've got left now is we will need to get the tunnel thing, which is 2,000. Once we get that, I can start doing all the other thing, but the 2,000 is going to be necessary for the five-tile tunnel. I can already imagine people, like, gridding out the entire inside. So, like, you get your production area, you set that up, you grid it out, you go up the minimum number of tiles, you grid out another layer, you go up the minimum number of tiles, you grid out a layer, you go up the minimum number of tiles, you grid out a layer. You get where this is going. Like, getting that all figured out so you can just have this giant monstrosity of a place that you run it and your just poor computer just wants to catch fire because there's entirely too many beavers running around. Whether you hit a hard limit or a soft cap, that like the game just stops working correctly. Alright. And the explosives are on their way. So now I just need 2,000, and it is time to start blasting things. Once we get that made, like I said, we'll go for the sluice next. And then after the sluice, we'll start pushing towards getting the dirt excavators and that kind of thing. And I guess we'll just not have to go through, like, normally where you build up the giant walls with levees and all that. I'm like, nah, we'll just build it out of stuff I can grow things on. Just make layer upon layer upon layer of, like, growable space. I think the most tricky part is going to be the water. Like, making, like, an aqueduct and then having, like, the layer next to it and then having to have, like, another layer of aqueduct. Or, I mean, I guess you just have, like, the super deep aqueduct, and then just, you know, it would just run through, like, almost a wall to the middle and just have the growable spaces on either side, so you have, like, shelves of growable space. I'd certainly see that working. Yep, we're seeing the explosives coming in. We just need the research to keep churning away. Let's see, you can literally have a 3x3 column of water and farms all around. This is true. Because you have the aqueduct way up top drop down. You know, just enough wall to contain it. And then I can't remember if it's like 5 or 6 tiles out in all directions that you can grow. Oh man, that's gonna be like a really bizarre thing to deal with, and then have, you know, your elevator or your like staircases going up, or if you're the Iron Teeth now, those pneumatic pipe things where you can just like go down and over into your farmlands. I can only imagine the whole thing, like these giant sky towers of planting areas. But that's the magic of Timberborn, is that with what they've got set up, you've always been able to do absurd things, usually around the water, but now that they let us do so much with the dirt, it's opened up an entire new realm of ways to just break things. It's honestly also interesting, because usually by this phase of the game, I'm making some giant reservoir, like I'd be making like this whole area over here into a giant reservoir kind of thing. But now I've got another direction, and that might end up hurting me, is because we might get like a really long, like 12-day drought, and this is inadequate for it or something like that. Did you make the spiral? This is already the map. This is the Helix Mountain map. So it has the spiral. I haven't actually really manipulated the flow of the water at all. The only thing I've done is I've added some dams to reserve it, and then I've got a pair of locks here to divert bad water off the side versus good water through. But we're not using sluice yet because I'm trying to focus on our objectives for the dare drops. Which requires me to grow plants above and below each other on different shelves. And I've got to make a tunnel that's 5 tiles deep. And then we also had one which is just surviving bad water, which is not a big deal. Alright. Yeah, I think if we were to play this map super duper long term, I would make a chamber here with the sluice on one side and the other. You drop in like the fresh water just right now back into the spiral till you build out more. And then just make a effectively an aqueduct that just go over here and just dump it down on this side. And, you know, over time you'd build it all the way out to the edge of the map or whatever. Just get the poo water out of here. Alright, so research is coming along. And we could get the observatory, which uses mechanical power. Yeah, so it's 1 research per in-game hour, and that's 10. So this is a little bit better than 10 times the speed. Which is certainly worth considering, but I need the pine resin, which is another thing I need to pay research for, which is going to be something we do relatively soon. But right now I'm just trying to beeline directly for the tunneling. And then once we got that, we're going to get, like, sluice and all that kind of stuff. Honestly, having 5 of those research places to fall back on and how long major projects tend to take in this game, I never really felt that pressured into getting the observatory. I usually did for, like, these later ones way over here. But a lot of times you're like, I'm going to make this giant reservoir, and you'd get thousands of research done by the time the reservoir was done. Oh, wait, I never... You want a pro tip, chat? You're, You don't ever get the chestnuts off your chestnut trees if you don't build the building that collects the chestnuts from your chestnut trees. It's, it doesn't work if you don't get the building for it. I was like, man, I'm really not getting much of the way of chestnuts. They must be really scarfing those. Oh, wait, or I'm just literally not getting them at all. The pine resin we're not getting because I need the tappers for that. And that's basically waiting for us to get the next thing going. On the plus side, we're actually getting a pretty decent number of explosives at pretty decent speed. The scrap metal's getting used up fast. So that's the next closest. There is a bunch over there. I think one thing we're gonna need to do is bring like a zip line over here to get that scrap metal. That'll be another thing to unlock. I actually think there's another dare drop that involved that. If it looks like we're going to be on path to do that, I'll snag that as well. Oh, you know, I think I didn't grab that one because I think it was like you just got the OST or whatever. Which isn't bad or anything. I just usually don't sweat it. If it's one we're going to finish anyways, I might grab it. Actually, I can check right now. I've got that up on my other screen. So drops. Because it's part of what we're doing here is we're doing the dare drop so I can get keys to give out to people later. Okay. Yeah, we don't care about any of that stuff. I've already got the hanging garden. Plant a tree in real life, which I wouldn't be against, but I gotta get all that sorted. The tube way stations I can't do because that's iron teeth. Gotcha. So the zip line is to give a t-shirt away kind of thing. Which you've done that before, and it was actually I remember the people who got the t-shirts were pretty happy about it. Like, because the way that works is, I believe when we finish it, I get like a coupon code to give you, where you just go to their website and they give you the shirt for free. I don't remember if it's free or free as in shipping. But I just didn't grab that at the beginning. But yeah, now if I get it, I'll go ahead and we'll just grab the dare drop and do it anyways. If we get there. We'll see how it is. Yeah, don't worry about that one. Alright, our beavers are somewhat happier because we got them roasted chestnuts. So we're up to 14 happiness. Once I've got a bit more research, we could actually get the Lido and shove that down here somewhere. And that'll let the beavers go swimming and all that, which takes care of the wet fur requirement, as well as gives them yet another mood bonus. There's plenty of places I can put. I can put up here. This is a little crowded. I can put it anywhere in this area. There's lots of places. Oh, that's just regular old drought. Okay. I'm a little scared at how long that drought's going to be because we haven't had a drought in forever. It's been nothing but that. Yeah, so that's Iron Teeth. The connecting both ends of the map is not going to happen. The Wonder Sing. Okay, so the only dare I would consider grabbing as an extra one would be the setting up a zip line. Because one, it'd be good to show that off. And two, we've got basically all the materials, I think. So I believe at this point it'd be a matter of getting that, which is another 2,300, I think. Because it mentions I have to use a pylon or a beam. So I'd have to do a station, a pylon, and a station. Which we might do over here. Like to get to that metal or whatever. So maybe just have the path, have a pylon, you know, like have it go over here, pylon over. I don't know what the lengths are or whatever, but you get the idea. Get them into position wherever they're needed. Alright, so we do have a bunch of water in reserve. That's holding up pretty well. And we've got one water pump in each of the different segments I have water at. And you're finishing that. When I've got extra research, we can make platforms to start doing something with this. This is a kind of insider information that keeps you coming back for more. Have to figure out what we can do with that. We do the thing where the dirt can't get through on the platform. We can just, again, just dump the gross water. It doesn't even matter which side. Just dump it off the side anyway but Taurus. And then use the sluice to handle it. Alright, 7-day drought. That shouldn't be too bad. I do think this area might dry out and this area might dry out. I think this one will be fine. I'm probably pretty soon gonna have to divert to, oh, the acorn collector building thing? Yeah, the chestnut collector. It's just your gathering building. It can also do chestnuts. It can also do the berries, and it can do dandelions as well, which I believe use dandelions for medicine. Which use the medicine to counter contamination from the bad water. Okay. Yep, it's basically a foraging thing. Oh. What? Oh, it's showing that that's right on top, so if I destroy it, it'll be a problem. Yes, I carve in here. I'm believing... it's interesting that shows the water source is that much far above you. Yeah, so you carve in here. And like I said, I'll probably carve in and knock the things down a little bit and just, like, start putting housing inside the walls. Get the really big storage building, do the same. How big storage do we get? Start shoving that on the walls. I'm curious how I would want to approach the, like, how do I want to approach, like, if I was to try and make grow spaces inside there, or production inside there, because I need mechanical power underneath. And most of your mechanical power comes from the water flow and or wind flow. Which would be kind of difficult to do much without some pretty interesting engineering to make paths for everything. So, like, have, like, you know, the water comes this way, we have it take a path into the mound, come around, come back out. You know, like, rejoin where it's supposed to be over there, but have this really long flowing path. It's funny because you used to do that kind of stuff where, you know, you'd build the area up here, and, you know, I'd have, like, this big area that's effectively a big reservoir, but you'd have, like, a zigzagging path through part of it, so you could put a bunch of water wheels on it and not have to worry about it for a long time. And then you'd use, like, the weight batteries to keep it running. Alright, we're getting there. 1.3 thousand research, and we need 2,000, I believe it was. And then we could start tunneling. And it looks like it's supposedly bad water TNT. Is that bad water? I hope that's bad water. No, what are you? There's another material I'm missing, apparently. What is that other material? I'd be real upset if that's a whole big extra process. What is the bottle? So that uses bottle as a material source. What is the bottle, though? You don't have an icon for the bottle on here. Ah, centrifuge. 600. Okay. Alright, so I've got one more thing I need to make this work. Alright, so let's get that. Okay, we'll need to go over here. And we can grab the centrifuge. Okay, so you can get that going. Alright, I'm glad we noticed that. That does mean we gotta wait a little bit longer for materials. But otherwise, it would have sucked to have gotten that unlocked for 2,000 and then stared at it and been like, wait, why can't I? It would have been fine, but it would have been just another delay to deal with. Alright, so is there anything else? No more surprises? Yeah, so we got the TNT, we got the planks, and we've got the centrifuge. And the centrifuge is making what into what now? Yeah, it's making bad water into bad water extract. Do you carry bad water extract? Okay, so yeah, so we need to have one of the larger container things here for bad water extract. Actually, maybe not even a big container. I probably don't need a ridiculous amount of bad water extract. Nah, it's fine, we'll get a big container. We'll put it up here. Not really a convenient place for it, but we'll put it up here. So go here. Actually, what's the really big one like? Use steel. We'll probably want that one eventually. Alright, so you will carry bad water extract. Yeah, and they're already building the centrifuge. And they got plenty of spare people to work and all that, so we don't need to worry about that too much. I just really wanted to be blasting holes in the wall, but pretty soon we'll get the tappers going and that'll be pretty good. Honestly, I was expecting this to run out by now, because this is actually set where I can lower that a couple of pegs to let this water through. I mean, it's getting low. Let's go ahead and, start letting water into the system again. Because one advantage of the floodgates. Okay. Just slap it down. So I'm just letting enough water in to keep that from drying out before the rest of the water gets here. That's fine. We'll slap it back up real quick and keep it all going. Oh yeah, no, I remember the last time I played, it had like this 3-lock setup so that it was even set up. So I had like the one big reservoir. There was like the water source, and so the one would go into the main reservoir, the other one would dump the bad water out. You had the main reservoir, and then you had like this mini tiny like buffer reservoir. And so the water would go into the buffer reservoir, which would then check where things were at in the lower area, which would go out there. That way, for stuff like this, where I'm manually doing it to like let more water into the system, it was designed to have like multi-staged to kind of slowly feed water into the system to slowly drain the main reservoir whenever I needed water and keep water flow going a bit. Okay, so you got that set up, and you got this set up. So we're probably going to need more power again on the mechanic side. You can plunk you there. Get ourselves another windmill. Yeah, so right now we don't have the supply we need. Like the water wheels will come on and help, but I need more power. Gotcha, so you cannot be reached. Alright, so I can't do the 2 tiles up thing. That's just too dang high. I'm assuming it's these buildings are too tall. So if we move it over one. Nope, that'll be too tall again. Alright, was that the right building? Yep. So what I can do is I can just slap one here, and then I could pipe it over. I don't want to, though. There's definitely lots of ways I could do this. Like, I could even make an area where we raise the whole thing, we cut across, there's just windmills across the entire top of it. Which is what I'm kind of debating doing. Is taking away this wooden stair. Actually, I don't really have a good way to get at it. I was gonna say, basically have a wooden stair going up here. I can actually bring that around. Ish. Let's tell them to remove these trees. What I could probably do is I could probably raise this up and get another windmill right there. I think. So you can go here. For the first tile, I just need a regular one. This tile, I need one that can go vertical. Let's get rid of this path. So I'm trying to just figure out how I want to do this. So if I put this here, can I put it there? Yeah, that'll work. Okay, then what I could do is I could put a row of platforms here, and I could put those like every 2 tiles apart. I could add a windmill to make sure I've got enough power. Alright, and we're back to 1.4. 1.4K research. We're apparently blasting through our bad water now. Making all our bad water extract. So that's good news. And we are currently providing enough power to the system for everything to run at 100%, so that's good. Yeah, because then, like I said, I could put platforms here, run the power across here, and just add more windmills as needed. Which is interesting not having that much there. As I mentioned before, I'm getting a little bit worried about these droughts potentially getting long enough to become a very big risk for me. We're nowhere near that yet, but it is a thing that I'm like, okay, Normally by now I'm working on major projects to secure large, copious amounts of water at this phase. And I haven't done that. And I'm kind of worried about the fact that I haven't done that. Yeah, it's going to be tricky to get that metal scrap over there. That's fine. We're almost to tunneling.
Thank you Cody Husky for subscribing for 4 months. Can't wait to see you blow stuff up Rual evil.
Thank you, Cody Husky, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those subs a month, and you used it here. And I really do appreciate that. It's 4 months you've been subbed the channel. Yep, looking forward to that in a big way. We've got lots of explosives. We've got lots of extract. So the moment we unlock it, I'll probably be able to start blasting. I'm kind of debating if we go, like, in a couple tiles, and then we go down at an angle to, like, reach the bottom. And then, you know, like, start building the houses and all that. Like, one tile, like, we go one tile above the bottom is where we stop. We build the houses down into the bottom. I would need to leave room for us to get, like, extract and all that. I haven't decided, like, really, I probably should just mine in and start putting the houses and storage and all that, just shove it in the wall wherever we can. Use the explosives to carve out the area, that kind of thing. When I start running out of space, we just go up a floor. It'll be weird at night having, like, everything disappear in there. Is it possible to find voids underground? I don't believe so. Not unless, like, the map was designed to have one. Which I don't believe they are in general. Alright, 1.7, only 0.3 more to go. And then I've really got to step up getting a reservoir going. The question is, where is our reservoir going on this map? Like I said, I keep thinking we build up this area so that I can, you know, make the sluice manageable. And I probably should actually begin that. So I can make everything manageable up here. With TNT, a reservoir should be easy? Yeah. Yeah, just making it so I can put, like, a big, like, dig down really deep where we are. You're not wrong. Maybe this is me just mentally sticking to, like, the old ways. But I usually, like, build everything up and then work my way on it. I'm going to start carving through here, because regardless, that'll get me towards the next set of metal. We could do whatever we're going to do for, like, the main water source, getting that all filtered out. 1.8. All right. $1.9. We're almost there. And then we're just going to start unlocking things rapidly after there. Just don't tunnel into your reservoir. That's part of the reason I want to build up. paradoxically holding the water above our heads. It's definitely the great idea. Alright, it'll be next in-game day. So let's bring that down to the right height. Looks like I'm gonna need another place. Alright, and 2,000. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I only need 5, by the way. Yes! The explosions begin! It's not fast going from what I'm seeing, but that's okay. We can just start carving in there. We got one block exploded yesterday. Three. Four. And as soon as that's done, that tunnel's officially 5 tiles deep. So that should be what we need to qualify that it is a 5 deep tunnel. It's still going to go farther. Alright, so that leaves me as the last objective that we've already agreed to, is to grow a crop on top. Well, I can't remember, what was the exact wording? Was it grow a plant on top of another plant, or is it grow like a crop? Like, I gotta check the exact wording on here. Let's see. Using the terrain blocks, create at least 2 layers of plants growing on top of each other. Yeah, so it says plants. It doesn't specify whether it has to be like farms or trees or anything like that. I actually have no idea what the restrictions are, by the way. So what we'll probably need to do is I'll probably need to carve a path in here. And I can just get a plant shoved on top of there and down here, and that'll be good enough. So we'll go ahead and get that set up. So start cutting through all that. So you're working on getting all this built out here so we can start making a sluice system up there. I'll make a road into here. Like I said, I'm literally just going to carve a spot in here and probably just put like a farmhouse up here just to plant plant on top and bottom. It's not going to be something we actually use. Because I just don't need it. Okay. And so up here, we will put a carrot. And I'll probably go down here and do the same, as I'll plant like carrots down below as well. Meanwhile, so I've got all that going. Alright, so we do know we're going to want to get the sluice. So that'll be our next purchase for, what was that, 400? Even though I'm not going to use it for a little while. Okay, cool. So we got that set up. We'll go ahead and get the path here. And so now we're going to drop this back down. And not planning on doing nearly as much demolition here. Okay, so there's a little spot there. We will want to go here for just a minute. So you put the farmhouse there. And then we'll get rid of it and put it all back the way we had it. Alright, so let's get our sluice. Unfortunately, I don't really have enough time to do... Oh, stop. I don't really have enough time to do the sluice before the bad tide comes. So this one, we're just going to manually run the gates again. But next one, I'm going to get, just to start this setup to be some sluice. And then we can worry about it from there. We can go here and say high priority and getting rid of those. Alright, so let's go here. Oh, I can't put the carrot there. That's how I was expecting that to work. Change of plan. Oh, you know, I bet you I do. I get rid of those. Then I put the carrot down. Okay, false alarm. We're good. So I gotta wait till they're actually growing them. But I do have the farmhouses queued up. You could also use dynamite to fix your stairway. Yes, there is lots of stuff I could do with the dynamite. Right now I only have the tunneling dynamite, which would still be workable. I'm not super worried about that. Oh, I see. We don't have path up here. That's why nothing's getting done. You need terrain blocks out there? Nah, I think we're good. Because we can go down here, plant the one up here, and we can plant the one down there, and we should be good. Did you collapse the tunnel? No. I widened it. I deleted the material that was on top of it, but the tunnel stayed. As long as it's within 3 tiles of a supported block, it'll stay. Yeah, using just terrain blocks? Am I not using just terrain blocks? Because that's a terrain block there, and that's a terrain block. I thought it was trying to say, like, don't build a platform, and then, you know, put something on top of it. Am I misunderstanding the dare? Yeah, terrain blocks are blocks you make out of dirt. But then, so using just terrain blocks, would that not be, like, would that mean just putting a terrain block over here? Because it's only a medium dare. It's not a particularly high level dare. Either way, that's one of the things you put on the agenda. So here, so I need the resin first. That's right. You need the resin, which is the tapper. So 500. So what is the pre-existing world made out of? Dirt. That's like my thought was you had to grow stuff above and below on the terrain blocks. I get we can make terrain blocks. My interpretation of it, because it's only a medium. Yeah, some of those dares like that one I wish was more clarified. It's fine. We can get there. Pause that building and pause this building. They can just sit there and do whatever. Because, I mean, I guess what I could do is, with that case, I could literally go here and just shove a frame block there and it would still satisfy it. Alright, slam that one open. Slam that one shut. And then after this bad water... Yeah, no, I get what you're saying, Eonek, is that do we consider an existing dirt block a terrain block? I guess that'd be in my head. In my mind, I'd consider that a terrain block as well, but that might not be accurate on my assumption. Because it's just not something I thought of one way or the other. Yeah, so it says terrain block 1000, and it requires dirt, which requires this. Yeah, you're probably right. That's fine. We get the tappers. And after the tappers, we get the wood workshop. And after the wood workshop, we get the big excavator drill thing. And after the big excavator drill thing, we get the terrain block. I'll probably somewhere in there just grab like the regular old dynamite. So I can dig down as well as sideways for purposes of making this cave useful. I'll probably get the dynamite first, actually. Even though that's not really a priority. Now granted, I'll also need the impermeable floor for the purposes of the aqueduct. Yeah, maybe that's why it's because they could, you know, capitalize terrain blocks. It made you think of blocks. Yeah, no, I get. I think you are right that is the intended thing they meant. It's a little much to say that's a medium dare on their part. I'm like, okay, you basically have me solidly in the end game. Now granted, we're cranking through this pretty fast. It was not that bad. I'm genuinely surprised we're not having any water problems here, because I am not putting, like, the only thing I put effort into was putting some dams up and then slapping the water the other way. But I am trying to fix that with our actual work. Okay, so it's gonna start happening up here. Getting this all sorted out. Okay. So we can start building this up. Is that a real priority? Not really. Am I doing it anyways? You better believe I am. Alright, so let's get just the regular dynamite, which lets me explode one depth. And now we're going to go and, like I said, start working on the tapper, because the tapper is what, 600? 500. So tapper's next at 500. And meanwhile, let's start moving our people into the wall. Alright, so for that, let's go in here. And we can grab the tunneling. Let them start blasting. But then the plan is I probably don't want to build this up super high right now. Maybe just a couple of tiles. Oh, right. The tunnel goal can be removed. You are correct. That one we definitely did. So now we can kind of just do what we're doing. Getting real worried about that getting too low. But that's why I'm trying to start getting it so I can sort out. Because with this, we could just use the sluice. And like I said, I don't care what direction we dump it. Just dump the gross water off the side of the map. Probably, honestly, is over here with all the bad water stuff over here. It would probably be good to like make a like an aquifer that just goes here and just drops it down. And then another sluice to the other side, just let the fresh water out. At which point, then I don't have to worry about the water quality. We could start like building this stuff up here to just make this into a big reservoir. And just have that be a side project when people have, that did not... So we've got the TNT and the extract and all that. It's probably just not the same priority because it's construction. That's fine. Alright. Does he maybe collect all the metal there before flooding, plagued with bad water? Well, ideally, eventually, I'd make the aqueduct just go right off the side. I think you may need one terrain block hanging in the air with a plant growing on it. Gotcha. Yeah, I could see that. So going someplace like here, using a staircase, placing a terrain block above that, and then, you know, planting up there kind of thing. Well, it'd be two, but same difference. Basically getting, you know, a little staircase up there with a terrain block at the top. That makes sense. That's very doable. Alright, once this gets out of here, we did unlock the sluice, right? Yeah. So once we get that there, we can unlock, you know, we can take this down, build a sluice here and say, hey, if there's no contamination, let it through. And that'll automate that. And then go to that side and do the same, but like, hey, if you do get contamination, you know, dump it out. And that'll at least automate this part. And then we need to get a reservoir for more water. And we're also working on all the other stuff. We need to get the tappers, which I'll put right down here once we have our 500. From there we can get like the reinforced or whatever they're called wood. The sap wood. And once we have the sap wood, we can turn around to do the next thing. Let's see, are we sure the world is not going to explode once we plug the hole in the middle? Well, I'm not fully plugging it. I'm going to have a sluice that drops out this way for the fresh water and a sluice that goes the other way for the not good water. And then, you know, that's going to have like a little bit of an aqueduct just to drop it off the side. So I am going to be dropping it directly back into this path. And then, like I said, I'll probably start building up here where we just kind of go along with these walls and just start building things up to make a reservoir somewhere in here. It doesn't even matter where I do it, really. I mean, honestly, if I really wanted to commit to it, I would build this up a number of tiles, have the two sluices here, and then I could make like this a reservoir, and as I needed more, you could just make more and more reservoir segments on here. Like slowly bleed the water out. Okay, it's almost clear. We still got that little bit of a sparkle on the water, which is the way you can tell it's contaminated. I'm gonna go with good enough. Alright. So I'll fill up and switch over. And actually, for that matter, get rid of that floodgate. Get rid of that floodgate. Get rid of the floodgate. Get it out of here. It's gone. It's gone. And then we can go to sluice. Make those high priority. Let's see, if close under contamination is above 5%. And also close if the water level is too high down here, is what they got. How many is this going to build before the next bad one? We're going to find out. Meanwhile, I am going to want to get over here. So you can get these sluices built as well. So that'll probably be like knock one down, build a sluice, knock one down, build a sluice. Say no to big bad water. Yep. We've got these all set up to be done as well. Those are just going to take time. Because now we're splitting our builders up between a whole bunch of places. Food's still doing good. We're at 1.3 thousand. Water, I honestly feel like I'm probably going to be at the point of needing more water in here. You don't really, like, I could, honestly, I could put another one up here. That'd probably be okay for water pumps. Because if I dry this spot out, it's not the end of the world. It might hurt my oak trees back there, but we're not using them all anyways. We'll keep that going. Because they are sitting at like the 8,000 or 800 or whatever. We're not in bad shape with water. It's just like, no, wait, but I want more. Because it is one of those things you go from everything is fine with my water to being like, wait a second, where did all my water go? Pretty fast. Alright, so we got the tapper's place. Oh, you actually are really small. Is there a place I could squeeze you in here that isn't that important? Ah, right here. These 4 trees. We can put the tapper right there. So get those out of here. Because I can put it right there. It should be able to reach all of that. It won't require me to take up more of this area. Alright. That's going to be the tricky part, is these sluices over here. Just managing all that. We're doing really good on our metal. They're getting all this cleaned up. They would be working on this, but I've reprioritized them to the sluices. And honestly, genuinely, how bold do we want to be? Let's make bad choices. I'm not going to go too over the top. Let's say 4 blocks. Because by doing it like that will be good. Alright, so we won't do the ones over here. I think 4 will be enough. So this would end up being sluice. And these would be the one when contamination's below 5%. And I'll need to pause this one before we get too far. And go over here. And when those are over, and for right now, just to make sure we don't break everything, they won't be able to reach it, so it won't be a problem. until I make the thing. Don't you want sluice bad from the bottom? I don't know if it actually matters. Because whichever way it's at, like, the water will come through. That bothers me. Like, whichever way it goes, top or bottom, if there's contamination there, it'll go out this side. If not, there won't. So, I would assume if I put it at the bottom, it just, again, if the contamination's at the bottom, can dams explode? If I use TNT on them, I guess they would. But there isn't the idea of, like, your dam wearing out or having too much pressure and then just erupting or, you know, being in poor maintenance or anything like that. That's what you're asking. It's not that kind of game. Okay, still haven't blown up holes. But yeah, like, if I was tunneling underneath it with explosives, I could potentially cause stuff to get damaged and all that and rupture it. But I would have to basically be destroying the block. It'll give the top clean more of a chance to close? I have no idea when it comes to the clean versus the bad water, how any of that works as far as, like, if one's seen as denser, thicker, whatever you want to go as the other. Alright, so we're doing relatively fine. Let's make you high priority. It is going to be a little bit of an issue. Because I'm going to destroy that, and it's going to spill out. But I'm hoping if I do it a couple at a time, I keep the water flowing here. You are blocked. That's not great. So you haven't built that yet, so cancel that real fast. We can go and fix that. You're over here in high priority. You remember correctly, bad water floats. Gotcha. So then, realistically, I feel like I want the sluice at the same height, because like if I put the bad water sluice low and then the good water sluice high, I could get into a situation where the good water sluice is detecting bad water, but the bad water sluice not actually getting it. And then if I reverse those, that could certainly work. Like, that might not even be a bad idea. You know what? That might not even be a bad idea. So well, no, because then if the reservoir gets low and there's still bad water sitting on, it's probably fine. Like, I could see moving this down a little bit, the good water sluice. That I think might make some sense. It does mix pretty well, though. Yeah, like, I remember the last time I did it, this worked really well, just having them at the same height. Because, like, if the bad water was up that high, it just, you know, hucked it out the side. I'm glad that's still working. I was really worried when I popped that wall that was just gonna be it. Oh, it's loose. So we need to get that going, though. Like, right now, it's being divided, but... I mean, this would actually be okay if we had bad water, because those would so close and dump out the side, but I still probably want to fix it, you know, better. So just cut that one tree. Why are you not going over here? What am I... Oh, here we go. There's the problem. I didn't notice those stairs. Okay, so I should get those stairs set up, and then I should get over there and get that sorted. I can get those sluices handed out. Handled. They still haven't blasted more area down there. I'm assuming they can. I imagine they'd allow you to, like, branch off paths in the tunnels down below. Like, opening the space, I'm not sure if we'll be allowed to do. We'll figure it out. I am also figuring we'll probably end up needing to build platforms up to get higher. But then we can get it so we can get that sorted. And then, like I said, we'll probably go and put like a reservoir here that says, hey, if the water's below a certain height here, let the water out. And that should like slowly trickle feed to keep all this running. Kind of delay the rate a drought takes effect. Was that place wide enough to collapse? Don't know. Gotta find out. Because my understanding, if I'm not mistaken, is it can support up to 3 tiles. Now, what I don't know is this considered not supported over here? Does it go by diagonals? Like, that's what I don't really know right now. Because my assumption is this wall is within 3 tiles of here, and this wall is within 3 tiles there, so we should be fine. But if I went 1 tile back here and here, then it wouldn't be fine. That's my guessing of how it's going to work. And then I'm going to shove a building in there, and because the building will fill up the whole space, then it should be, you know, fully supported completely, and it would be irrelevant at that point. So it's a matter of whether I could just do it like this, or I'd have to do like these 3, put in the building, then do the other one, and then put in a building. We're going to find out. This is science. And we might completely ruin everything, and everything catches fire somehow, even though fire is not a mechanic in this game. Oh, I also realized I got distracted. Right, so I need to go down here, tappers, get that, yes. So I got you going. The fancy wood, yes, grab you. So I can go over here, plunk you down, and get the fancy wood going. Okay, can I put a wind turbine here? Is that going to be one that's going to be a problem? Yeah, it'll be a problem. That's fine. Alright. So that'll get us the fancy wood. And then with the fancy wood in place, we could turn around, and that will be everything I need for the dirt extractor. So when we get 2,000 again, I can do a dirt extractor. Alright, well, hopefully they get this all built. Alright, get the next 2 going. And then with that, that'll be automated way down here, while this is getting constructed to do its thing. Alright. Honestly, if we had started this way, this area down here wouldn't be a bad place for a reservoir, because it's already pretty built up. We just have to, like, patch that hole there, patch that hole there, and then make a wall on this side, and it'd already be pretty elevated. That said, we've already kind of got this designed such that it's too low here to now retroactively do that, really. So it's kind of just whatever. Honestly, you could probably get that done before that gets here. And I don't think that's going to matter that much. If it was a bad tide, I would want this... I mean, I guess it probably doesn't matter either way. Okay, so we're going to have all that figured out. Right, so we were waiting 2,000 for the digging thing. Which would be good, because then I could also make terrain blocks. And so where this is, like, kind of this whole windy path, that's where I'd go through and start blasting this, making it into a straight path that we can grow on both sides and get maximum effect. Have the whole, like, aqueduct that comes out here drops into a column of water that's got platforms of stuff on it. That's probably not going to happen. I imagine that is a very macro scale project. Okay, and one other thing we could do. We're horrifically inefficient. is we'll set this up. As a low priority, so when this runs out, even if the person has to run half across the map, we can actually pick away at that. It'll be horribly inefficient, probably a total waste of everyone's time, but it will mean some metal will be coming in from it. Until I get such time that I can get to one of these mineable areas way out here in the outskirts. Those are actually pretty rough on this map, that they're really pretty far out there. They're never really conveniently centrally cased, but those ones are like really genuinely out in the fringes. Yeah, like they're all basically corners of the map. Okay. Yep, they're actually probably gonna get the sluice done before, you know, before the drought. I mean, actually, take that back. I mean, they might get that done before the drought gets down here. There's a pretty good long time it takes to get there. One thing that we could honestly do here is I could start walling this off higher, even though the sluice are at a lower level. I think that would be fine. I'd have to do like a weird little wiggle around here, I think. No, I don't. I don't have to wiggle. Because I have the power of explosives. All right. Okay. Yeah, so let's start turning this into a giant reservoir. Ooh, I think that might be lower. Yeah, that'll be the challenge, is getting that whole area set up. But I believe with the sluice here, that will just work. And if the sluice ever turned off, it'll just fill up. I think we can manage that. Alright. Now, how are things going up here? You're getting your stuff done. We can go down to the cave. Are they actually doing stuff in the cave yet? Not yet. That's fine. Because I didn't set this to a high priority. They're just up here doing their best. I do imagine they're going to get that first ring around the outside, and then they're going to run into problems where they can't get to where they want to go. Like they'll need to make a platforms to get up higher. And once we get the platforms where we get up higher, where we can start walking on the top, I will just start building this whole area. Like that'll just be construction people's job to run around and do whatever they gotta do up there. You need to be construction high priority because that won't get done otherwise. Meanwhile, I can go here, construction. High priority on that. Did that include the platform? Yes, it did. So we can get all that going. So we can get the dirt extractor. So we can get the other dare drop. And then with the dirt extractor, we can also start, you know, building up soil. So instead of just using levees for everything, I can start, you know, we make this area, can make grow shelves or whatever anywhere we want. So make like the aqueducts, do a column of water down, put the grow tiles on it, and just figure out how on earth I'm doing the logistics for going up and down the sides of the grow platform. Which is such a wild idea to me. You need like a little bit of a dirt ledge hanging off the side. Oh, actually, so I'll only be able to go 3 tiles off the side. No, wait, that's not true, because I can use platform underneath it. And I can go, you know, some odd tiles, and then supposedly like 3 tiles off of that, I'd guess. You probably get some good length. But basically, I was thinking you'd want to get to like the edge of it and drop the farm per platform. Probably have zip lines going up and down to it, just so you can get the supplies back to a warehouse in a timely manner. Interestingly enough, instead of a 3x3, you could actually put tunnelways through the middle of it. No, I was going to say, like, you could put tunnelways in there to put storage inside the column and have, like, the water rushing around the outsides. I mean, you could. It just wouldn't be a 3x3. It'd be, like, a 5x5. You'd have, like, the outer wall be... like, so you'd have the wall that everything connects to. You'd have one inside. That'd be water there. And you have the 3x3 in the center of it. And you could just, like, rotate, you know, storage buildings the whole way up so each floor would have a storage building. I don't know that'd be a useful design, but it would be an amusing design. No, you need it larger because the way they volumetrically fill. Never mind. I was thinking about like the waterfall rushing by and then going out. Like, no, you'd probably need to actually like stay in that position. It's fine. I was just trying to think of a way to make it like all self-enclosed so everyone just like go into the spine of the water thing. And you could do it, but it'd be bigger. You need to be like 7x7 because you need to enclose the middle area, have the ring of water on the outside, and have like the tunnel going into it. It'd be entirely too much work for something that's probably got a much easier and less involved solution. There's a builder's hut. Let's make that. You can go down here because it doesn't really matter where you are that much. Because of that, we'll get more people working there. They've got the spare people. Water's fine. We're actually needing the builders to keep water being fine. Alright, so we were going to pursue having them build all of this up. I'll need you. We can clear that just to make it look less cursed. Bring that straight across. Climb up here. Actually, I could do this way easier than I'm doing here. Forget all that. You can do this way lower effort than this. Get rid of that. Get rid of this. Get rid of all this crap. Forget these paths. Get this. Forget those. Alright. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. And what I could do here is I'll put a one tile there, one tile here. I might need to go one farther back, but we'll see. Of course, it'd be just right to not line up. That's fine. Basically, if I get them on top of the wall, they can build, I believe, infinite tiles down. So what we could do is instead we got a path to go all the way over here. Cool. It doesn't solve that one spot we got way over there, but that's what we'll probably do is we'll just run them up and around. Let's see, a little engine, let's see. You guys end up upset with the tunnel underwater, water coaster, and roller coaster tycoon. Little engineering gimmicks that always distract you, but you have so much fun, so who cares? Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like, that's the thing. I've got multiple projects going on. I've got this project up here to get a sluice system up here, so we don't behold on this. I'm trying to build a reservoir down here to prepare us for worse droughts. And then with all that, I've got a project over here to just, you know, start tunneling in the mountain just to see what happens. And with this, I will leave that at just neutral responsibility. We still got some spare beavers who aren't working on anything. What else do we need to do? There was other things I needed to do, and I'm blanking on what they were. Well, we've got the bigger houses and all that. I'm not worried about the better science. We got this. I needed the extractor. That's right. I need the extractor, and it's 2,000. Right, and then later we'll need the other one for 1,000. So let's save up for the extractor, because I'm just going to plunk that somewhere over here where it's out of the way and just let it drill to get ourselves dirt. I actually don't know what building carries the dirt. You carry dirt? Yes, you do. And also, you're going to carry fancy wood as well, because I forgot to make storage for it. Let's bump that up in priority, because otherwise it'll never get done. Okay, so that way we managed to get all that stuff coming in. How is our power working on this? Network power is negligible for almost 1,000 need. That's not what you want to see. So we got to get more power into there. This is where this comes in. For another project I don't have time to do. So you can go like this, and if I'm not mistaken, we go that one, you, wind turbine, that one. Yeah, that'll work. You, and wind turbines. Okay, we can worry about the rest later. So you get that bottom layer going. That's fine. Working on all that. We got all this going. This is all online. Okay, they got those built. So when we hit 2,000 research, we'll put an extractor up here. And I can just do that by going stairs, stairs. Make those a priority so when we get over here, it don't have to worry about it. And then the extractor. Right, you have to go up one more tile. I forgot about that. That's fine. So we'll go up one more. Platform. Path. Priority and priority. And then we can just put the extractor way up there and just let it drill down. And it can start dropping this crap in there. And we're pretty close to being able to get the extractor. So I just got lots of products going on. And this is well as what you could build. What's the highest level you can go? 18? So gotcha. So I could have gone one tile higher with that. No, actually I take that back. I think that's literally the maximum height. Let me double check. I can't remember if this is one of those games that increases your height based on that. I think it was 24 maybe was the cap. I am wrong, whatever it is. Okay. So maximum's 31. We are not building that high, by the way. That is not a thing I'm doing. Not yet, at least. That's those ones I have been tempted a number of times just running this game, like, while I'm doing a bunch of stuff, just have this game running in the background and just take on one of those macro products where you try and just utilize as much of the map as humanly possible. I just always have too much going on and I never get back to it. Hey, a Night Dweller, how's it going? Thank you so much for the 5-stream streak. I really do appreciate it. I've been having a good one. Right, so you gotta destroy those trees. And then what we could do here. Let's put down ramp there. That'll do for now. So get that reservoir built up. Just one of a billion projects to be working on. There's up until your alarm went off? Nice. Congratulations. After we get the extractor, then I'm going to get the Lido. That way you can start boosting people's moods more. And we're going to put a little bit of investment in trying to build people's moods as well. Because that'll help them work faster, move around faster, all that kind of stuff. So that should be very useful for basically getting literally everything working. Alright. Because the movement speed alone will help with the commutes back and forth. Today you learn light affects your sleep? Yes. Light very much affects sleep. What do you got going on? Oh, there's more injured beavers. Let's go ahead and add more of that. Also make the little contemplation spot. They're not a good place where I can put one of these again. Another place for them to wet their fur. Now, honestly, I could just make a path and put like another rooftop place and campfire over here. Campfire actually could put just down here somewhere. Because that'll help keep people happy. Yes, we've got one with an injury. Everyone's doing pretty good here. Not really getting enough people at the contemplation, all that. No real decor going on, so want to get that going because that gets some mood bonuses. Like I said, all those mood bonuses make them work harder and go faster, so they end up being pretty valuable. Yep, that metal's going quickly. This is not gonna be great, but we'll go ahead and do all that and this. And then we'll need to go to the metal thing. Will you be able to reach all of that from here? Yeah, you will. We'll get that to be slightly higher priority. That way when this metal runs out, they go to the next one. Obviously, that's getting to be way too far. I do think we should really get the ziplines going. Those are going to be pretty important to make this not ridiculous. Like, very genuinely, I think it'll be one of those things to get, like, a zipline down here somewhere. Like, up there, straight across to this area. Nothing to do in range. That's fine. You haven't built... There you go. As I say, you haven't built the rest of that yet. Alright. But, wood extractor first. Then we could start sweating about how to deal with the zipline. That'll be our next move after that. For, like, research stuff. Worry about that in a minute. Oh, wait, you know what? I'm doing this in a dumb way again. Let them keep doing what they're doing. Let's go to this side. And go 1. I'm gonna get it anyways. 2, 3. Let's see, what do you... Oh, I already read that. Yep, and then we can go here. Because it could do this whole nonsense where we climb right up there. Actually, don't even need that pad. So instead of running circles around on the bottom, they can just go around that way. It's fine. No, that's a priority right now. Just waiting for the 2000 real quick, we'll get that. And the reason I wanted to do that is that saves at a ridiculous number of planks by getting that 3 tall platform. Cool. And now I should be able to reach all of the metal there. So once this one runs out, which is pretty soon, we'll already have the other one lined up, even if it's not efficient. Then we can get the dirt extractor. We can get the thing you need for stuff topping over each other. I mean, honestly, with as many projects as we got going on, I could make another one of the builders' buildings. And very genuinely, that builder's building, I would still have leftover people to work. I think I'm going to do that. That'll be a problem eventually. So I'll take this one, your very low... Sorry, no, actually, your high priority build, low priority job. But if I got the spare people, just do it. Get even more builders building. Keep things moving. Right now I got 6 beavers sitting around. I got 1 spare bed. Because if they can't find a spot to work up there, they'll end up going down below because they'll just queue up the next one. Or they'll queue up over here. So getting ourselves even more builders building should be a good win. Just speed up everything. Because it's not resources that are holding us back right now. It's just not enough people working on them. Alright, so we got 4 more builders running around, so that's good news. So, regardless, that means all of my projects should be going a bit faster. Okay, so they've almost finished that bottom layer. Also, take that tree, make that 1 tree high priority. So I can at least layer that up. One of the other things I bet you I could do with this is, you could probably put here where it's like, okay, at the lower layer, it's only 2 of these. And then you go up a couple tiers, and then you put like 4, and then you go up a couple tiers, you put like 6. That way, when you have like a massive amount of overflow, it'll just dump all the water down, but as it goes down, you'll eventually hit a time where it just puts a little bit slower and a little bit slower to like drain the reservoir kind of at different rates depending on how much is in the reservoir. You know, eventually you'd have whatever's the rate it gets its things. I see beavers running into that cave. Alright, so... the interesting thing... let's see how this goes, and I'm going to remove the supports on the areas where I'm going to be putting the buildings. Okay. So we've got that. Now I got regular dynamite. And we'll start carving in there. Okay, so we should start building that up here. You're about done over there. Not seeing them get work done over here. It doesn't matter where they're working. As long as stuff is getting built, I really don't care. Progress is progress. Oh, we got the stuff we wanted here, so let's go here. Get our big drill friend. And I am realizing there is a problem with what I was doing. That we need those trees removed. Is there a good angle where I can get there really quickly? Or let's just delete that one tile. We can go here. Grab you. High priority to get rid of all that. So I should cut all those trees down real fast, make room for it, and then we can go and put the staircase back. Yeah, my expectation is they will blast holes in the ground down here, making it, 2x3. We put our big houses in here. And slowly we'll move in from, out here to over there. Alright, so we still don't have things set up for handling a drought better, because I'm going way too macro scale on everything. That's right, they'll get that up and it'll be fine. At least it's another drought. I've got tons of water. We're all fine for that. Even if it were to dry this area out and the plants die, I've got enough food surplus, I could just endure it without too much of a hassle. Okay, so you've got that now. And so now I can put the ramp back. Let's put that max priority. And this max priority. And then work, it's just neutral. That'll be the first one where I actually would potentially need more beavers, because now I've got that building place, so it's not going to have people once that gets built. I'm okay with that. What we'll end up doing is, because I am clearing this area inside the mountain, once they get that sorted out, we're going to be putting more houses in here. And I could probably go in here and give it just a little bit of a priority boost, not the big one. And then when I see a whole bunch of rooms, I actually don't even need, oh yeah, sorry, I won't see the whole bunch of rooms. I have to wait to notice it. That's fine. Yeah, so I'm planning on moving them into the mountain just because we can do that now and I want to see it. So I'm gonna do it. Fair enough. I guess all of this became irrelevant, didn't it? Okay, so let's go here and just put that there. We can ignore the rest of that. Because, yeah, what I'll do for growing the plant over a plant is I'm literally just going to go boom, boom, boom. And I'm assuming I will need to put the dirt block up here, and then we can delete that. And then grow something over top of something else. I probably want to turn it towards that so it's already over it. Actually, we do it like this. And I could put over there. We'll figure it out. I haven't done much with the moving terrain. That's really, really late game. I'll see what I can queue up with that. I still need more treated wood. That's fine. They can take their time getting the sweet treated wood. Yeah, we can unlock this pretty soon. Ah, I cannot place that on top. Slight change of plan in how this works. What we would do is delete one plant, place them up. I mean, I don't even worry about deleting the plant. What we could do is I need to place one here, then place the next one. It's interesting that's got an arrow to it. We'll figure it out. Yeah, my thought is I might need to stack 3 on top of each other. And then we'll stack 1 on top of each other, and then delete the other one. It doesn't look like I could have a... Oh, right, because I can't have a free-flying one. Because it specifically mentions they need to be supported by a couple of tiles. Alright, well, in that case... In that case, what I could do is just shove one of the blocks over here. I don't know. It's one of those things that be like, we'll be honest with it, but it's one of those ones that, because it's against the wall, other than just knowing the map, telling whether I drilled into the wall or placed dirt out of the wall, will be purely just, like, remembering. Yeah, I'll get that soon. That's fine. Either way, until they get that built, it doesn't matter. Ooh. I have a lot of our people have just hit the point where they're all dying of old age now. I understand. That will sort itself out in not too terribly long. Like, I've got a bunch of kiddos and all that. But it is just like a temporary thing where I had this set as a low priority, so it'd take people away from that building. That genuinely, we're only costing ourselves builders for the most part right now. But we still have 8 builders. That's fine. Oh, good, they got that sorted. So with that, we can go here, levy. And we could deliberately not build the path, because I want them to walk around this way and build this part last. So that the water should always flow out that side. Until the whole thing's done. Yeah, I definitely feel like there's a benefit here of putting like only 2 sluices or whatever, you know, enough that the water source overpowers it, and then having higher up like 4 sluices to where it overpowers the water source. That way, if it's above here, it will fill up the whole way up there, and then once you get below like the faster speed, it'll slowly drain. Let's plan for that right now, because I think that's... Yeah, now is a good time for this. Okay, we can grab you. Because for right now, we'll want to prioritize these higher. Because I think this will still be sufficient for it to work. And if I'm wrong, then what do you think? Who knew beavers evolve into gophers? I know, right? We just happen to have a bunch of beavers who are absolute mole people. That's all. Okay, that's getting there. They're getting over here. Building lacks workers, that's fine. They're gonna get that resolved as people age up. I might end up regretting that, but we'll let it happen. We'll see how it goes. Because very genuinely expect it to ever so slightly splash over here and there. And then if we have contaminated water, it'll just dump part out the outside, so I think that's fine still in the interim. We'll see. I might really end up regretting that, which is the workaround, at least until we have a bad water, is I just knock out pieces of the wall. In hindsight, what I could have done... In hindsight, what I could do here is I could have left them as sluice, and then just had two of them not synced up and have them latched closed. It's fine for right now, but that's probably would have been the better approach. Okay, and how are you doing? Almost there. We have 1,000 for the dirt blocks. Okay, maybe that will work. And we can worry about all this later, but I'll go ahead and put down the buildings. That's fine. We'll leave it alone for right now. But we'll go ahead and, like I said, we can put the one spot of dirt over top of the other one to satisfy that. And now we should be free to just grab whichever. That's still waiting on 20 more units of, like, the special wood and all that. Oh, I didn't make a place to store the pine resin. Where do you store? Not liquid. Warehouse. Fair enough. That's fine. We'll just take a regular warehouse. I don't need to be picky. Then grab the pine resin. I have no urgency on that getting done either. We've got planks, we got all that stuff happening, we've got the pine resin. It's just basically waiting for stuff to get done. They're continuing to build all the wall up around the reservoir up here. They're working on this down here. Right, so it is splashing over again and again, which is not ideal. Well, let's fix this before it gets too bad. That was just a mistake play on my part. So we're gonna take that. Gonna take that. Gonna build 2 more sluices. And this will be fine. So you'll see what I got going on. It's the thing I just mentioned. Put those two there. They put the two up here. And so what ends up happening here is I can, after, like, I don't need this anymore, I can slam those two sluices shut and leave the two open. And then with that, I can have it so it's like it only bleeds through slowly on the bottom part. It bleeds through, like, it dumps out water really fast out the top. So kind of a scaled operation. It'd honestly be worth doing the same over here. Like, doing the same pattern. But we can leave it like this. You know what I could do is I could leave it like this. And then down the road, if I ever decide to, like, really take this to an extreme, I've already got, like, the bottom set. We can put a bigger one on the top. I don't think we'll ever do it, but you never know. Sometimes you get super into a project, you just keep going with it. Alright. So once again, I'm going to ignore wisdom. Oh wait, didn't we already set that to be a slightly higher priority? Oh. I see. I have to manually trigger it. Okay, if we make these high priority, we get more beavers, and more beavers mean more work gets done. Alright. And I can pop in here and say you're not done yet. Gets to tunneling. Okay. And it'd be nice to actually go over here and get rid of these ones slowly for those. I'm going to put that off. Because I think all the rest of the stuff going on right now is more urgent. I just want to get some more housing to make sure we have all of our jobs fulfilled. So we can keep our builders building. You gotta be really close. 91. So that's about to be done, and they'll have 4 more workers I'm going to need. So we really do need more people being born. And our food is maxed out, and our water is maxed out for our storage right now, but we still want to get this reservoir online. Still want to get these sluices happening. So one of the other things we probably want is the impermeable blocks. Those aren't too expensive. We're going to want those. That's fine. And then after that, we probably want to start working our way towards getting a mine, which is very unfortunate. It's very costly to get that metal. But realistically, I think that's going to need to happen. The catch is, where am I going to go for that? There is none of these that isn't in a terrible spot. Like, get over here to get a hold of that. Like, that one's on the other side of the world. Like, honestly, that little column down here is probably my best bet for getting one. Oh, the ziplines. Right, the ziplines. So 700 gives me the zipline station. Right, so then I could use a zipline and put it somewhere around here and just try and, like, rush it over to where that metal is. Start trying to get that stuff going. Basically, speed up our commutes between all this crap. So, like, very genuinely, I think it'd be put a zipline station, like, right here. And then put one wherever I can get it, one down here kind of thing. And then, you know, have the pylon up there to rush it across. I don't know how a lot of it works yet. We're gonna figure it out. So, like, I can put it here, maybe. Pylon up there. Maybe a second pylon. Put the receiving end right there. Yeah, so it'd be 1,300 for the both of them. We'll figure it out. And the zipline network should be allowed to get our service around, because then we could also probably sit there and use the zipline network just over here somewhere, just like have it zipline over in there. The downside is someone's got to run over there the first time to set up the zip lines. But I think that's fine. Yeah, so trying to get that second set. Once they get that, they'll start building and getting on top of it. And that should be helpful. How goes the indoor construction? Alright. Indoor construction is assembled. Cool. So with that, I've got 23, 24 more beavers and still more being born. You like, oh, you require mechanical power. I forgot about that. How much do you require? It's a lot, right? It doesn't tell me. We can make that happen. I just totally forgot about that. There we go. You get your own wind turbine to yourself. They let you build in the mountain? Yep, that is build update 7. Like the update 7 to it. That's the big thing. How much power do you need to run? 200. I believe you can supply 150 by yourself. That's okay. That's enough that it will function. That's frankly good enough for me. But yeah, we can now detonate into the mountain. So if like I go in here real fast, we can pop over here and say, okay, you are not super low priority, you're like medium priority. They'll run up here, start putting supplies, and then detonate to expand the internal chasm. But yep, it is like mid to late game tech. You need dynamite and all that going on before you can do it. Alright, so at 700 we'll get our first zip line. Like I said, I think I put that zip line over here. We have it go up pylon, up here somewhere, pylon, wherever I can get the next one, and then have it drop off there. Or actually, they're grabbing the wood. The wood is here and over here. You know, it's fine. We can put it here. Okay. So one there, and one there. And I'll figure out how to connect them. Which will be 500 for the pylon towers. I just gotta figure out, like, how close they gotta be. Do they need line of sight? I assume they do. Alright, so that's enough to run it when it's turning. Okay. And slowly but surely, we got a drill getting me dirt. So we can start putting all this in place. So we can grow a plant on top of a plant. And then once we do that, that'll be for the last dare drop that we're aiming to do. Well, and we'll keep building and doing stuff in the meantime, but yeah. Still a lot of jobs vacant. We got 11 jobs vacant. Just waiting for all of our new residents to age up. Yeah, so as you can see, they've been mining in here. And so what we'll do is the same thing as last time. I will say get rid of the columns that support everything. And then we can go down here and say, all right, I would like you to dig down. Make room for more housing. And let's start just pushing the beaver population up to get more workers being able to do more things. Because one interesting consideration is if I zipline up here, I could probably start farming a lot of the helix. It'll die during the droughts and all that till we get some type of reservoir going. That's a proper reservoir. But more growable space. Not that I really need any. I need to also get the bigger warehouse and all that so I have more storage. But that's just another thing to be added to the long list. Let's get you a little bit here. Gotcha. So I can add a connection. And you're allowed to have 2 connections. So I can have it like go in one way and out the other. So you can have like, you could have a thing that daisy chains across the map, but only in a series. You can't like have a hub and spoke without having multiple stations. And you're 500. They're doing fine for wood. They're just doing their thing. Eventually I'll get enough builders going that they will not be fine for wood. I'm hoping I can get enough builders that they can't all queue up working on the same task. Like so far as the same area, and they just kind of scatter to work everywhere. It's probably overkill, but, you know. I'll also see. I'm pretty sure it's not going to let me make a direct connection here. Yeah, too far. Gotcha. So there's the angle it can go and how far it can go. So I could probably put one here and then over there. So one tower in the middle. I didn't think they're going to be able to go through terrain, but I guess they will. So that said, they're working on the research. They'll get there. Yeah, but if you notice, this thing will slowly drill a 3x3 hole straight down the whole way. Alright, all jobs are now filled. We now have unemployed beavers, so love to see it. Alright, more drought. Still haven't had a bad tide in a good long while. Not complaining, just... I got that lock system set up to automatically handle it, and now it's just like, fine, you've solved it. I don't want to give it to me anymore. You're no fun. How dare you spoil my fun? What's the fun if there's no one suffering? Alright, getting a little worried about these droughts. I'm also noticing, very genuine with how far they're having to walk, them getting food and water is becoming more and more a problem. But we are actively solving that with the zip line, because then they just go here and they zip line across and back. And that's supposed to be way faster and they won't have to zigzag the whole way up and down. I have no idea what the limitations are with that. It's also looking like I'm ending up with, again, a lot of injured beavers, which I think is just how much industry I've got going now. There's just more things to hurt the beavers. Will help with that, because injured beavers, I can't remember if they don't work or they work really poorly. Either way, it's not good. So having 7 injured beavers doesn't really help much. Okay. I have to wait till they build that up. Alright. Yeah, so once they get that done, they won't be able to reach up there, and they should start scattering onto other tasks. Okay. I'm a little surprised by how many of them are running around hungry, considering I've got so much food for them to eat. And the food isn't like, there's some over here, there's some down there. The water, on the other hand, that's starting to worry me. I just noticed that that water is starting to get a little bit lower. Let's get you back to neutral. So let's also get storage here. And put more storage right there next to it. Meanwhile, as far as pumping more water... So this bridge is actually pretty high, so I don't really get to do much with that. If I put a pump up here, it'll be worthless during the droughts and whatnot. But this would give me a place up top here for while they're building and all that, just getting water real quick. Speaking of which, that does remind me, it is zipline time. Gotcha, so I need one here and one there, because it's putting a green circle around the top as long as it's okay to reach. Actually, can I move you just a couple tiles over? So you're good there. Yeah, you'll be good. Nope. Well, actually, I don't know if you are good. Let's clear that and check again. Yeah, because it's got an arrow on both of them. All right, cool. So yeah, so once we get that sorted, that'll be a zip line across there. So we'll put those as both high priority. So we can hopefully zip line up and over from now on. So a little concerned with that. I think I may have fallen behind on my water, on what we, like, literally I'm just not pumping up enough of it at all. Not even a matter of, like, anything else, just literally not pumping it at all. Which is a really big concern. So that's a real big problem. But hopefully that gets all sorted out. Okay, so add connection. So when those are built, that'll be the zip line over. Oh, wait, you got that built up. We can go here, carrots, do that. I'll need these also built up, because that's for what we're trying to do. Yeah, I was going to say, I'm assuming that won't pick that up. So I'm going to have to do the awkward thing real fast of building a farmhouse for one singular tile of food. And then I'm going to immediately delete the farmhouse because I don't actually want it there. I'm just trying to get the dare drop sorted. The 600 water? Yeah, but it was going down before the drought, which is my concern, is it does imply that I am consuming more water than I am producing. So regardless of the drought, that is a big concern. Alright, chat, so what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to step away for just a minute because I need to use the restroom. and all that. So I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. Oh yeah, no, I'm already on that Luxray. The thing is, I don't want to build the pumps down here because I don't have a reservoir yet. So I need to be careful about draining water out of this area. So I actually have a pump queued up here. It's just the classic thing of I've got a billion things I'm building right now. And so they're not getting done because I have a billion things I'm building right now. And that needs to be dealt with. Okay, so I've got even more people who need work to do because we let the population explode. So I'm going to go ahead and grab another builder's hut, which is probably, this is something I haven't done in this game, by the way. It's just been like, no, more builder's huts. So max that out. Workplaces, put that as neutral, I guess. So max that out. Let's go ahead and get these dropped down to make sure we can watch. So planks are actually not really keeping up now, which makes sense. I keep just getting more and more and more and more construction people. So it doesn't surprise me that they're starting to overwhelm what our woodcutters and our foresters and everyone else can do. Unconnected building. Oh, I see. That's on me. There you go. That won't help right now, but that'll help later. We're doing okay on that. Research-wise, I've got 500, so let's see what we got here. Paths, we're definitely going to need the platforms and all that later. We do have this. So what we would want to do with that is, again, make like supports here to come across here to jump it out that side. That will require stuff here. Pretty soon they'll get that built. Oh, construction maximum. Yeah, it's fine. But I caught that. Alright, so what we'll want to do is I am going to need the columns. Man, those are going to be real expensive. Yeah, so you're 30. I think for the volume of water, I might need the bigger ones. Because then what we could do is build the column and then bring it across. It's 5 by 5. No, I don't necessarily need to do that. We don't need to necessarily go into those materials. I can always go into the really expensive way of doing this, which is I would go here and do something like that, and then adding the material where it can't sink through the water can't go through it, and then just make that the whole way. And honestly, what I could probably do, so I could probably use the overhangs too. So like do like one row here, overhang a ways, that kind of thing. We'll worry about that in a minute. That's later. Until we have the sluices on the top, it's pretty irrelevant. So we got even more builders running around. And with that, we officially have crops growing above and below. So that is our last objective for Dare Drop. That I have a crop growing directly above another crop using just the terrain blocks. So we can go ahead and get our objectives off the screen because that's all said and done. So we're good, and with that, get you out of here. You're no longer needed. Because we only did that just to get the Dare Drop thing so that I can give out some keys to this game later. And it's not later today, just as a heads up. It is a thing... Oh, I should probably have not gotten rid of that yet. Put it back. It is a thing that, that's not high priority. It's a thing where basically we submit our keys and all that. Or not submit our keys, submit the clips. And then sometime in the future, like couple days usually, they, like day to 3 or 4 days, they review the key, or they review the clip, and they're like, yep, you did it, and they give us a key, and then I give that out in the stream at that point.
Thank you Radidex for subscribing for 1 month.
Thank you, Radix. I really do appreciate that, that support. You only get 1 Prime Gaming sub on the platform in a month, and you used it here, and that means a whole heck of a lot, so thank you. So they're chopping down the trees as opposed to building this. Are we out of planks? Yeah, so you've officially hit the point where we're not keeping up with the planks. And a big part of that is a lack of power. Oh, you never finished building this stuff. I see. Let's put 2 more of those on so we can keep the power going. Some of these will end up turning off as we max out their stuff. Like, I imagine we're probably getting pretty full. Yeah, that's already maxed out, so that'll just turn off for now. That'll probably fill up and then that'll turn off. We could use more power, but I don't think that's going to be a short-term addressed thing. Okay, cool. They are getting... This is what they're working on now, is they're starting to get that all built out, so that's pretty good. So they should get up here, build that, and start working their way across. And that's our actual reservoir for dealing with drought. You've got this getting more water put into storage. Alright, we're also waiting on you. Because I'm trying to get the storage closer so that we would get more water. I've got too many projects and not enough planks. And to me, it doesn't do me any good to build another thing for manufacturing planks as long as these aren't running at capacity. I'd be better off getting this stuff set up to get them running at capacity. Okay. It's interesting that the ziplines don't require power. I imagine it's because it'd be very impractical, so to a point they wouldn't be useful. But it is interesting. Okay, and you also... Okay, there's both your connections end to end. Right, I was going to say. So, I mean, I could also put a zipline connection point down here. To get them across there. Probably not needed. Okay, add connection. Okay. So basically it'll give me a way to like kind of going, all the clips done and posted. Well, thank you, and I really do appreciate it. It makes it my life way easier because normally I have to go like after stream, be like, okay, what were the times on these? You know, go figure it out. You know, make sure everything's set up right and done. So that just saves me all that, so thank you. Alright. Yeah, so we've got all those. We've got the pumps here and here. Yeah, and I'm not even turning up the priority. It's like literally planks is the bottleneck. And how are we doing on this stuff? Okay, are you still running? Are you at full capacity? Okay, they're at full capacity now with all these on. So that's good news. I probably do need to add another thing for making planks from the looks of it. No, I need more wood. It's wood itself that's the new problem. And this forestry is mostly kind of overrun, so we need a new area to get trees, which is not going to be an easy thing to make happen because I don't really have a lot of green space that's looking pretty good. I would say like this area probably not. Where could I make a big area that we can grow in for purposes of trees? I got lots of like little edges here, but that's not really that good. Do you have med beds for beavers? I have like the regular injury treatment beds. I've got a bunch of them. I keep adding them and I keep turning around and finding more of them injured. Here's another one. I got room for another one over here. We can put another one down here. We got the research. Let's go grab the Lido. That's been overdue forever. So what we do want to do with the Lido is put it somewhere where the beavers can get at it really easily. So they can go splash around in the water and have a good time. This seems like the place I should probably put it. So I believe what we need to do... Oh, do you have to be on the ground? I gotta remember what the rules were with the Lido. No. So we can go here and add some platform. And then add the Lido here. And that'll give, like, mood bonuses and all that. Alright, so yeah, so wood's the current problem. That's even with the oak tree there. Adding another woodcutter there is not going to help anything. We don't want to cut down these trees. We're getting our pine resin and our food from that. I've got space over here I could certainly put stuff. It wouldn't be a great use, I don't think, because it's a very narrow area. Now, granted, what I could do is I could just start blasting and making this into a larger area, which is honestly feeling pretty much like a good idea to me right now. Like, I feel like I could put a ramp right here and then just start tunneling through all of this. Probably taking a ridiculous amount of time, but it is worth considering. Yeah, so what we could do... Yeah, I have ideas how we're going to do this. So let's first get the forestry. I'm going to scooch it on over here. Yeah, that should be about good. So scooch it on over there. Bring that. And I'll grab you. And I'll put 2 people for cutting trees. So have roughly the same range. Then we can go here. Start planting oak in every spot here that's available. And so that way they get started. So I'll be something. In the meantime, We'll go over here. Get rid of those 2 tiles. And we're going to start just causing mayhem. Because what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to say, hey, you know, we got all these explosives to tunnel with. What if... Actually, I guess we wouldn't even want to do it that way. We just want to use straight up dynamite, wouldn't we? Okay. What if, hear me out, we just started, like, cutting this whole area out? Which I'm sure I would regret. Let's start by just hacking this one wall down and not going farther than that, because I'm a little worried I'm going to go overboard with it and then find out I really don't want to go that far with it. Oh, I see. I have to get rid of the trees first. I understand. Alright, so we'll worry about that later. I've already got a bunch of projects queued up. The classic thing. I've got a billion things we're already working on. Nothing in range on 2 of them, that's fine. Oh, right, I'm going to need to tell you to be high priority, aren't I? So that way they can get that going. We're hovering right on the edge with the planks. Once we get this forestry up, I will add another place for making planks. Which will, of course, require even more planks. So we can go here and say, hey, uproot these and those. And then we can have that down there. Meanwhile, I can take the path here. Okay. Yeah, so everything's waiting on more planks, more planks, more planks. The good news is we'll probably cap out our gears soon, so that'll be another thing not using planks. And I want to say, once we get the stairs up to this area, most of this isn't using planks. There's the sluices up there, but most of this is just straight up wood. You know, other than I think we got, like, a staircase over here and, like, one other place. I'll go ahead and mark that as a high priority staircase, so if we get there, you know, they'll just get that done. Why are you the way you are? I don't have an easy way to get them down, so I do need to have someone build that, and I think that'll shove them off that tile, and that's a question of where it shoves them. There's 5 of them stuck in those 2 tiles. They're probably just gonna die. That's what I'm going with, is they're probably just gonna die there. So, you know, that's a real bummer for him. Okay, the water is slowly going up. That's not what you want to see, them glitching and teleporting around. Okay, that's probably fine. Probably nothing to worry about. And we can go over here again. Get some planks back. And I don't need more houses yet. But that's where they'll go. That is really unfortunate. Real shame that one is. Because of the staircase, I can't even delete that one and get them over. I'd have to delete all of this, and I'm sorry. I hate to say they're expendable, but you know, they really are. Like they really, really are. I think I have so many building, so many beavers building right now. They are kind of glitching on each other, kind of thing. Yeah, it's a harsh reality. To be fair, they did it to themselves. So you know. I did try to increase the priority of building, but just didn't help them. No, well. Alright, so we got this all sorted out. So we're getting to the point where this is going to start becoming a reservoir. Okay, and you're starting to plant all the trees. Oh, one thing I need to do is cut down trees, queue up. Anything from there over is in range. Little worried about the water situation down there, but you know, it'll probably be okay. Or it won't. You know, it is what it is. I'm honestly surprised they're not dead yet. Okay, so we got that all cleared. Another building for making planks when they have time. All right. Let's pause that spot. And the reason I want to pause, I want to make sure they build around this way so this way stays open until it's done. Hey, Bassett, how's it going? Yeah, so I think I've got too many builders half the time, so they're like stutter stepping a whole lot because they're like fighting over who's doing what task kind of thing. So very genuinely, I might need to just get rid of one of my builder buildings. I mean, I probably do because it's wood not. So this building, we can go ahead and get rid of it. It's not doing anything worthwhile. So things we could do instead is I could get more hauling people. Keep things moving along. I don't know if that's really necessary. If we don't do that, what would the other thing I should be working on? We can get the mine unlocked in not too long. We also have the decorations we can build. That's more building stuff, though, which is our big bottleneck right now, is just building things. By the way, can I get a shout-out for Treacle? For those who don't know, Treacle, absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone else definitely worth checking out on the platform. But good times over there. Been playing a bunch of fun stuff, but also does like a lot of RimWorld, a lot of good stuff. You woke up to sweat and overheated? That's no fun. Yeah, I'm playing some RimWorld now. Good times. Alright, so we got the underground pile, which is like the really big one. Let's grab the large warehouse and the underground pile. Well, actually, and the large tank. And almost get all of them. Yeah, this is like the really big warehouse. We'll want to start getting those. They got the really, really big water tank. Yeah, it's a lot of planks. So right now we'll wait on that. They're doing fine underwater for right now. We're getting this built. I just need to keep that moving along. There's the drought. Oh, good. The beavers who were trapped here are no longer trapped there. Definitely nothing tragic happened to them. Definitely nothing tragic happened to them. Okay, so no more scrapping range for you. We can go up here in the meantime because I got the extra people. Grab you and say all these trees, everything the light touches, get them out of here. Keep that wood rolling in. Alright, so the good news that's still flowing for the moment. Right, because we did increase that elevation a bit, so that's good news. Once we get this area closed off over here, like I said, we'll close off 2 of the sluices here. Actually, let's you don't synchronize. Right now, you just... I guess it doesn't matter. Yeah, you two aren't synchronized with the, Actually, if we switch you to synchronize, but you not... Gotcha. So this one basically will control that one. Oh, we're gonna have weird... Yeah. It's fine. So what we'll probably do here is tell these two on the outside not to synchronize, and we're going to lock them to closed, and lock you to closed. And the idea with that is that's not enough throughput to handle the water supply coming in, so the reservoir slowly fills up, and then, you know, when it gets up to here, there's 4 open there. And so with all 4 of those there, then it can spill over when it gets to the full reservoir. So you can kind of control the throughput so that it drains the full reservoir at the rate the water comes in when we have, like, water above that level. Otherwise, it slows down so that the water slowly drains here into the rest of the system. It could even be worth knocking it down to 1, but we'll have to see. Yeah, so you're getting all that worked out. You're working all this out, too. Yeah, so I wasn't going to worry about blowing that up right now. We're getting all the trees planted. They're doing their best. We got our woodcutters down there to try and keep more wood coming in. It's going to take them a little while before they're able to do much. I guess technically I could have put more there, but I don't think that's that important. That's a pretty long drought. The good news, we shouldn't run out of water because they do have a big tank of water up here and other ones down below. We're getting pretty close to this being set up. Which will automatically handle the bad water up there, which we are handling down here as well, which is redundant, I don't need it. But this is just to do it quickly, and this is at the source, so that we can funnel it out when we're ready. We're just running into the problem of always needing more wood, which is just Timberborn. Timberborn is no matter what's going on, you need more wood. And that's why some of this, all this green space out here is such a premium. If we can move some of the stuff off of the green space, it gives me more places to grow trees. Right here, because the bad water is just not enough room there. This spot I could technically grow stuff, and it wouldn't necessarily be the worst idea. It's not much space to work with, but it is there. One thing I can also do, so we've got the beehives, boost the growth of nearby crops. I forgot that was a thing. there any of these crops I'm particularly hurting for? I guess the sunflowers would be the biggest one. Don't worry about that. So we got the bakery, which allows me to turn flour into a whole bunch of things. We got the grist mill, which lets me turn a couple different plants into flour. Let's go ahead and get that built. We'll worry about where that's going later, because it needs mechanical force behind it. So it'll probably go down here. How are we doing in spatic? So we got more spatic than I know what to do with. So we're going to go take the plan of getting rid of this section of the spatic for right now. That'll give me a little bit more range to put more stuff on. And then I'll find some place that we're going to go and get the other stuff. Can you blast an irrigation through some land? Yes. I can if I've got a flat area to work with. And that's the problem, is we got ridges here. So I'd have to knock down the ridges to make room for it. Because like all of this is like narrow chasms. But say I had a spot like here. Like this wouldn't be a bad spot, so if the water came by, you know, I could pop a little hole right through there, let the water into this area, and then make all of that usable. But obviously I'm not down there, so it doesn't work. This would be another one, same ideas. I could poke a hole there, make this available. But with all this being thin ridges, it's kind of hard to put any kind of meaningful use to it, unfortunately. One thing I could probably do with some of this is, as we build this reservoir up here, I could take this area down here, and where we have these like wider paths, I could make it like a straight line this way and that way. Like 2 tiles wide. Like 2 separate paths to go through here and make a very large grow area. That'd probably cost me this grow area. Unless I like really kind of work with it. But I could certainly see making a path through here and starting to knock this down to make a big flat area. I could also just see, literally as we dig up the soil, just making plateaus out here for when we start backing up the water. It's still down to getting our existing... Did you trap your... Oh, no, never mind. That's impossible. Getting our existing stuff finished. Like, I've got too many projects queued up, and I need to wait for some of them to get done. I need to get a reservoir done. Because our droughts are getting longer and longer. I'm really expecting to see... Like, that's getting really low there. I'm really expecting to see, if I don't get this reservoir online, that we're going to start seeing these droughts getting long enough that we end up having our stuff go dry before it's over. Oh, you've almost got the Lido built. That's cool. See, it's a classic. Even though I've got, like, 12 builders running around, I just have too much queued up, and we're not getting the wood fast enough. As projects will get done, they'll get sorted. The other one is here. Oh, I see. You can't quite reach that far. That's fine. Yeah, so as these start growing in, we'll be able to do that. I've got some staircases here queued up. And the intention is that they'll get up here and I'm going to start blasting this area flat. It's probably not the smartest move, but I'm going to try and get rid of a bunch of this area to have like a big area for growing more trees. So kind of make an area like that, but over here as well. Because we got the materials. Alright, you're getting close. You got the one staircase down there. That little plug right there, and then this whole thing will be a whole tile higher. And then this will already be wired up. And we'll be good. You know, and then of course what I could do from there is I could choose to make the staircase go like 2 higher, 3 higher. and build this up even more. I probably won't, because every tile I go higher, the more of a hassle it becomes, because then I'd have to seal off that whole area, this whole area. Eventually it spills over this area too, but that's also kind of a good thing, because that means this just becomes part of it. But I have to seal up that area. I was expecting no one over there, but I guess not. Yeah, you can absolutely make some monolithically large projects in this game. Oh, good. They got the ramps done. So once they cut down this tree, the plan is basically queue this whole thing up here to detonate. And then when they're done, detonate the whole thing, delete that, queue this whole area up here to detonate. And we're just going to make a sheer cliff down here that opens up that whole area. That's what I'm thinking. I could just blow up the whole thing. Maybe that's what I'll do. I'll just literally blow up this whole thing, remove that, blow up this whole thing, remove the ladder there. Probably leave it at this elevation for this part, and then blow up all that. And just make like a big flat area. And then if we need to, I can carve a way through with water. I can also certainly block off, because this is usually how I do a lot of the stuff in the game. Usually I'm doing something like this. We just go to the output area on the edge of the map. And it'll end up just like walling off the edge of the map, except for like one way in and out kind of thing. Or sorry, one way out. So in this case it'd be a bad plan. Because it would actually go... well, no, actually, that'd probably be fine. Because it'd spill over here, fill up that to the height that my area's at, which would make a bunch of this available. Nah, it's fine. We're not going to get over to the edge of the map there anytime soon, so I'm not going to worry about it. But yeah, that's usually what it would do, is I'd sit there and wall off any of the areas you'd run the water out to like, get a bunch of the area green to decide where we can set up. And go from there. But having like one exit off the side of the map to handle. Ooh, that got low enough that went dry a tile. And this is right about to go dry. That did go dry. Okay, so we definitely are pushing the very edge of what we can handle on the tile. We did also get our other place here set up. So I need to make the gristle or whatever it is, the thing for flour. We'll need 2 of those. So let's plan for 2 of those right off the bat. We can go here. Wait, don't do that. Don't do any of that. I don't have power here. So let's go here real fast. So we can go here. We'll add mechanical power to that spot. Then we can go over here and say remove these plants. And then here, and go like that. And go to you. Yeah, I'll go with it that way. And the reason I'm going this way instead of the way I had it before... oh, I know I need that one there. Is because if I turn them facing both ways, I didn't have an easy way to get mechanical power through the both of them. Oh, get rid of you. Versus this way, put the paths there and there, and we can add mechanical power here. So everything's all connected there. You will have a recipe for wheat, and you will have a recipe for cattail. The entire area is now gone dry. So that's deeply concerning. The drought is over. The water just hasn't built up the reservoir. So we did just hit our limit on what we can handle. So that's not amazing. And then we would want the cattail for some wheat here. And then it's a matter of figuring out where we would put actual wheat. So all stuff like the carrots and all that are still doing well. So I think I actually have more than I need. So let me plan on removing those carrots up there. And we can make that wheat. And then from there, we'll need to go over here to the bakery. And then I've got 3 different recipes I can do. Well, 2 for right now. No mechanical power needed. Not really sure where I'd even put this. Put a platform there. Alright, so that unfortunately means I need a lot of storage stuff. And it'd be fun to put in here, but would we have room? So my concern here is we might not be able to do that. Oh, here, we can also do this. So we can go in here real fast. So it'd need to be 3 by 3 on either side. We'll see if this works. I'm a little bit worried about collapsing things. If it collapses, we might completely screw this entire thing. So that's exciting. And will not backfire. Almost certainly. Because I'm hoping the columns in here will make it okay. Because we're going to need the bakeries. Yeah, those are the bakeries. So we're going to need the 2 things for making that here and here. We need the bakeries. We're cleaning that up. We're getting our cattail for flour there. So we've got that. Yeah, so it gets up here, it should be enough output that it can't, can't get over that. Close when it's above. Basically trying to make it say, like, hey, if you see... If it's over a certain amount, shut it off. That's fine. And close if it's above 1 tile. That's plenty. That'll just keep it running. Oh, hey, our happiness is higher. Oh, because the Lido got finished. And now it has water. Hey, Major, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. How was your stream? What were you playing? Can I get a shout out from Major 113? But welcome in, Raiders. I do hope you're all having yourselves a lovely evening and all that good stuff. But welcome in. I am Rual Storge, who play variety games here on Twitch. I am most known for my exploit. There we go. Playing some GeoGuessr. Excellent. Good times over there. But yeah, so if you're looking for GeoGuessr, definitely a good time. And what else were you getting into today? Also says Half Sword. I'm not familiar with Half Sword. But again, thank you so much for that raid. I really do appreciate it. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. If you want to introduce your stream and all that stuff, I really think. Let's see. Stream really enjoyed your farming simulator the other day. Hope you're having a great day. Well, thank you again so much for the raid. I really do appreciate it. I'm glad you enjoyed that. 60-second world records run. Oh, right. Yeah. The 60-second world records run. Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. So thank you so much for the raid again. He's number 1 in GeoGuessr. Half Sword is janky chivalry. Gotcha. But yeah, so for those who don't know who I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed at 135,121 zombies killed on 1 character in 1 life, with no mods to change animation or vehicles and sweaty try-hard settings. That said, now that record has been beaten. There's a past tense there. But, and thank you for all the follows and all that stuff. But I'm a variety streamer. I do play a whole range of games, including RimWorld. You know, I haven't been playing as much Project Zomboid these days, so I played plenty. We did a bunch of Farming Simulator. We're going to be doing Roadcraft pretty soon. A whole bunch of stuff. I do a lot of, like, Simulation, Tycoon, City Builder, Settlement Builder, Survival Crafter, a whole range of things. Oh, I see my spot for my wheat is clear. One moment. But you get the idea. A whole bunch of things. So thank you so much for all of those files. Right now, we're doing some Timberborn for the dare drops and all that kind of stuff. Time to beat again? No. No. I set the record to about 135,000. The person who is like also a friend of channel who eventually beat that record set it to over 900,000, which is where it has remained because it took them over a year and a half of playing that game almost exclusively full-time on stream. For over a year and a half in a single run. They have that record. It is theirs. They can keep it. This isn't me being like, no, I could do it if I put the time. No, I couldn't because I couldn't put the time in. But yeah. Which that's Mr. Lamprey, by the way, who we're talking about. But yeah, now we're playing some Timberborn. This is a fun little game here we've got going on. Let's actually get this out of here. Fun little game going on. It is a settlement builder, city builder, whatever you want to call it. It's a little bit different from a lot of the ones you see. So, like, normally when you go to survival, city builder, settlement builders, it's usually spring, summer, fall. You need to get, like, firewood, food, shelter, whatever. And then it's just surviving the winter. And then repeat. That's your game loop. Timberborn's a little different. You've got, like, your normal season, you've got your drought, and you've got your bad water. And so a lot of the game is around water management. So, like, you know, we were building, you know, dams and levees and all that kind of stuff. I've got some sluices up here. And so a lot of it is, like, trying to keep water held as much as possible so that when, like, droughts get longer and longer, you have more and more water to work with to keep your crops alive, to keep the beavers alive and all that. And then when there's a bad water, being able to divert it away from your water supply and that kind of thing. So there's a whole lot of stuff going on with that. All right, is that... Yeah, so they've got that queued up to do that. Oh, I see. There's gaps in the path because there was trees here previously. But what we are trying to do is we are trying to get things to go longer. They also, with the new update, they made it so now we can tunnel into places, you know, Dwarf Fortress style. So we are actively working on that, where we're carving in to make ourselves live underground. Because, of course, that's just what beavers naturally do. Everyone knows beavers are actually moles in disguise. So we're just kind of doing that. They added ziplines to the game, so we've got people ziplining around. And here, I was trying to wait for them to explode on the walls. What language do you use for coding? So I am quite a bit of a polyglot in the fact that I've used just about I've used a ridiculous number of languages throughout my career. I tend to prefer the .NET languages like C# and that more than the others. But like I've done everything from, you know, PHP, Java, C#, JavaScript, Python, C++, Objective-C way back, Swift, whole range of things. If you count them, like all the stuff like HTML and the scripting languages and all that kind of stuff. I generally do count them, but there's a lot of people who are like, no, that's not a real language. Which is very exclusionary. But yeah. So I've done a whole mess of stuff. And I've also, like, historically, I used to author courses on a lot of those languages, too. That very genuinely, for a lot of them, my courses were, like, the courses. Used to be thing. Let's see, you play Space Engineers at all? The game is programming blocks for C#. I have played Space Engineers in the past. And I have done programming on the blocks as well, in the case. You're in your last year of software engineering? Nice! I do hope that that works out for you and all that good stuff. The thing that's nice is, like, one of the big complaints you get when you're getting your degrees for software engineering. This is someone, as my degree is a hybrid computer science, network signaling, and electrical engineering degree, though I cannot legally call myself an engineer because I didn't have, like, the general engineering stuff in it. But, like, even if they're like, oh, well, you're going to learn Java, and you're like, wow, I want to do Java. Usually, when you're dealing with programming languages, you start to learn after you've done time in it that there's similarities in syntax. So like if you learn Java, you've got a pretty good idea about JavaScript, you've got a pretty good idea about C#, you've got a pretty good idea about insert like 5 other languages. Yeah, there's syntactical differences, and no, Java and JavaScript are not related to each other in any meaningful way. But you start to notice that. And if not that, you will have like functional languages like Python that even if like the nuance and the syntax is different, it's very similar enough that you learn one and you can look at the R1 and be like, all right, I may not know the exact command I need here, but I know the structure I'm going to be using around it. So I just got to find the one command and now I can code this thing here. So it is nice that there are patterns. And you'll run into the occasional language that's just really bizarrely out there doing its own thing. Most of the time, they're kind of memey languages that aren't worth your time. But every once in a while. Let's see, you've done Java, C, C++, Ruby, Haskell, Python, and a few others. It always gets a lot quicker to pick up. Yeah, because like C and C++ are very similar. They're sort of ish, kind of a little bit like Java. Ruby's quite a bit different from them. Haskell and Python are similar. Wait, am I thinking Haskell right? But yeah. What do you teach? So, I used to teach college courses, like in-class college courses for beginning PC repair, advanced PC repair, and CompTIA A+ certification. I don't teach in classroom anymore. After I did that for a long time, I did informal education that I was teaching, where I'd author interactive courses to teach software development as well as technical skills. A very wide range of stuff, everything from AWS, Azure, C#, individual frameworks like, you know, the ASP.NET Core, the Django, which is Python. What else do I even have in there? I had tons that were like HTML and JavaScript and all, like CSS and all that kind of stuff. Let's see, I did XAML courses. I did, oh man, I'm blanking on it. I did a lot. But, I'm not actively teaching in this very moment. The company I had been working for doing those courses went through a bad acquisition, where they went from being one of the biggest companies in their industry to not. And it was definitely one of those ones the acquisition happened. I was like, yep, I'm going to go over there. I see the writing on the wall coming from miles away. Yep. It happens. I have been through many a company acquisition, usually on the acquiring side, but that was on the acquired side. All right, we are getting our project. Did they get that done yet? No. Well, they got the stairs done. So let's go over here and do the priority. Let's make that max priority so we get that reservoir sorted. That's cool. What are your opinions on LLMs taking the coding? LLMs are how you make really bad code. LLMs are why I'm not entirely worried about, you know, my capabilities as a software developer, because LLMs reinforce bad habits. They scrape incredibly out of date, Stack Overflow stuff and be like, what if we kept doing that? So yeah. LLMs are basically what you get when you have people just copy-paste from, GitHub Stack Overflow. Yeah, they're using code, and the code itself is not bad, but you don't know what's doing, so you're just mooshing it all together. If I were a team lead and I found my person, using ChatGPT to code, I'd be like, alright, here's the deal, that's not okay, man. It's one thing to research stuff on Stack Overflow and all that kind of stuff, and then, grab from that code and learn how it works and do it. That's fine. You gotta do your research. But that's not what LLMs are. I genuinely feel that we are going to have some serious code quality issues in the oncoming future as we have more and more people depending on, LLMs for that kind of thing. Now, to be clear, there's a difference between that and stuff like, IDEs using stuff like IntelliSense and autocomplete and all that. That's a very different animal. Hey, our beavers are slightly happier. I don't even know what... Oh, I probably got you... You probably got crackers, didn't you? Did we get our first crackers made, maybe? But yeah, no, I have... Okay, and we're gonna get bad water here in a little bit. I have a pretty negative view on LLMs and their impact they're going to have on, honestly, a lot of things. Let's see. Yeah, it's banned in your university and still rampant among students. Really easy to spot what when marking. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's the same thing, like when you because I used to be a team lead on like 2 different teams I was on a team lead. And before we had LLMs, the thing that was like the lazy way of programming was someone would just go to Stack Overflow and be like copy paste. And again, it's fine to go to Stack Overflow. Like I myself used to. It's not as relevant nowadays because they got way too moderation heavy in the sense that everything was marked as a duplicate, so you'd have this incredibly out of date post. But because you literally rewarded people for marking things as a duplicate, you would have like the new version and the old post would be completely irrelevant. And they would still mark it as duplicate. But back in the day, Stack Overflow was an incredibly valuable resource. Nowadays, it's a mixed bag. But, you know, even back then, you'd be like, oh man, okay, I need to go into this config file I touch once every 6 months. I'm not going to remember the individual things. And some stuff would have really good documentation. You go to the official documentation, you'd be like, ah, cool. Some stuff, the documentation was absolute hot garbage. That you look at the documentation and be like, this is objectively wrong. Like this command, your own framework is saying is not valid in your documentation because it's 6 versions behind. And stuff like Stack Overflow would come to the rescue. But like what you do is you look it up and be like, oh yeah, if you're running into this problem, you know, you can set this, you know, this command, like this, you know, thing to this value and all that, and that'll do this, this, and this. And that's a good use case. But you would have people be like, oh yeah, so you're doing ASP and you need a web config and yeah, I'll just copy the whole thing and I'll paste it in there and it'll replace the connection string. Like, you don't know what you just copy pasted, man. You just copy pasted a lot of stuff and you really need to know what you're putting in here. But yeah, you'd find stuff that people still have like the comments from other thing, and it's one thing to comment your code. Commenting is good. Having notes about why you did stuff, especially stuff you do infrequently, that's a good thing. But you would find stuff in that have comments there like, you know, you should change this to whatever your connection string is. And you're like, what? Why is that there? Which again is not a thing. It doesn't hurt anything, but it means you know the person didn't read through what they were doing. But it scares me that people in school for healthcare are using LLMs. You think this AI stuff is going to get people intellectually lazy for the most part? Some will use it as an argument that'll be beneficial, and a lot will use it to do everything. Right, I do feel there is a use case. So to clarify, when we get into the conversation, AI as a concept is a good thing. Like, AI can do a lot of stuff. But the lazier like LLM just spit out, regurgitate, you know, mush your things together, predictive words and all that, spitting that out. I do personally agree 100% that it is going to have a lot of people just going to the computer, pushing the button, being like that, without doing any sanity checking about what's actually being done and understanding what they're doing. And it's going to get people hurt. And it is terrifying. Because like it was machine learning, not AI, but AI right now is a marketing term that is using to encompassing machine learning, even though that's a different technology and all that. Because marketing got a hold of it and rang it to death. But what we're calling AI now, which is not AI, but we're calling AI now LLMs, which is again prediction engines. You know, it's basically guessing what word you'd want next based on your inputs. What you end up doing with that kind of stuff is not helpful. Like the AI, like the things like machine learning Watson kind of thing, where they're going, okay, based on this handful of symptoms, we've seen these these observed patterns. These are conditions we commonly see based on these observed patterns, is really slick stuff because, you know, medical is just too broad of a field for people to understand everything. So it, you know, gives a chance for your family doctor to be like, oh, this really obscure thing might be related to a foot infection. You know, it's just really bizarre, but the pattern matches up. And you'd still then have the doctor go, okay, so it could be this, this, or this. Well, I can just do blood work and I can test that one, like it's very uninvasive. This one, I need to get a bone marrow sample, which means I need to drill into your leg bone. let's do the blood work. Let's do the blood work. Let's not go to the bone marrow drilling thing. Let's human brain goes, yeah, drilling into people's bones, if we get there, we get there. But let's maybe knock that down the ladder to one of our later considerations. But yeah, the whole thing. As you know, there's currently using AI machine learning to do a whole epidemic research and hopefully prevent and predict. Yeah, so that's the thing. Like we have the conversation here from time to time about marketing buzzwords with tech. That is a very common practice at whatever the buzzword is, crypto, machine learning, crypto, AI, choose your flavor of the week. There's been dozens of them. And a lot of them are empty terms as far as they're not useful. Like crypto and blockchain and that kind of stuff. I remember with software development, you'd have people bring up, like, okay, well, how can we add blockchain to our product? And you'd sit there and going, I'm going to clarify. This is like asking me how I can turbocharge a tomato. You've said words, and they mean things that have nothing to do with each other. You're an e-commerce website. You don't need blockchain. I can't come up with a reasonable use for blockchain to do anything here. Can I load a blockchain library and just run a command on it so you can give the thumbs up on some marketing spreadsheet? Sure. But it's not going to do anything because it's irrelevant. Alright, so this should work, because we got our sluices configured to close the moat to detect any meaningful contamination and open the moat to get contamination. And here's where we get to find out if having those lower or higher is going to be a problem. But you get that. With the exception, though, of machine learning, of like all these marketing terms going on, and don't get me wrong, AI has a place. Again, actual AI, the marketing AI right now encompasses so many things, it's an irrelevant term for any meaning. But like machine learning was the exception, that it was a tech buzz term in the sense that we were ramming it in literally everything, whether or not made sense. But it actually is a very meaningful and useful technology. Cool. Yeah, so what's happened is that's detected the water's contaminated, so it's kicking it out the side there. As the contamination reaches this, it shuts these down so that the water stops going through any of this. Why are you getting contaminated water? You should be closing. Close when above 5% contamination. Close when above 5% contamination. Oh, there it goes. Alright, so we probably want to lower that. 5% is a little bit higher than I want. Let's go to 2%. Let's see. You understand the good potential of AI, but it's creepy and needs to stay away from a lot of things. Yeah, no, well, that's again like the marketing term AI versus actual AI. Actual AI we don't have in a meaningful capacity, nor do we expect to have in a meaningful capacity in the immediate future. There's some like very, very infancy stuff out there, but where people are like, no, the computer's going to take over the next couple... No, you're being fed marketing BS. We are not that close. We are still in theoretical stages of some of the basics. We have some stuff that can do learning in the sense that you give it very strict parameters and very strict controls, and we can use generational AI where we go, okay, teach this how to run. Okay, and it just throws spaghetti against the wall until it, make number bigger. And we have stuff like that. We have machine learning, which is pattern detection and all that. But where people are like, aha, we've got AI that can actually think. No, we don't. We're not even close. We can get stuff that looks like it does, but once you understand what's happening under the hood, you realize that's full of garbage. Like, for example, there's been AI stuff that's come out that'll be like, oh yeah, this AI is doing it, and you realize it's literally a human being secretly controlling it behind it, because they haven't figured out how to make it work. Will we get there someday? Maybe. I'm not saying we won't. I'm just saying we've been almost there. We've been right there. In just 2 to 5 years, we'd be there for about 40, 50 years. And I'm pretty confident we're not 5 years away. There are many milestones we need to hit along the journey that we're not close to. And this isn't me trying to be pessimistic on technology or anything like that. It's just, in a lot of ways, we like, you look in software, there's certain trends that are a real big problem that we have. There is what's known as vaporware, where you sell a product that does not yet exist. We get a lot of vaporware around tech terms. Let's see, you're more concerned about everyday life, of being secretly controller. Your privacy is mine to have. Yeah, those are things to be genuinely concerned about, stuff like what your phone is doing and that kind of thing. Not that I think, like, you know, big bad government's gonna suddenly kick in your door because you said something naughty or whatever, but rather your private information getting out there and putting your privacy at risk, where, you know, identity theft, spam, scams, you know, all sorts of stuff around that. Those are things to be far more concerned about than any of the stuff related to what AI is going to be doing in regards to the machines uprising or replacing everybody or everything. Like, don't get me wrong, there'll be improvements in efficiency. They will cost jobs. These are real things that are going to happen. Like, that's a genuine concern. But as far as, like, the inevitable robotic uprising, you're good, man. Don't worry about it. You got time. Your children have time. Your children's children probably have time too. Your children's children's time. All right, now we're starting to get to the point where maybe there's more concerns to be had. All right, so I want to cut those down. Because what we want to do is I want to make a large platform over here where we can make an aqueduct to take the water out here and just huck the bad water right off the side here. Don't use computer, the backdoors and the hardware, not just the OS. I mean, there are. Like, that's the thing. I'm not saying, okay, be concerned, you know, everyone stop using all technology. Hardly. I'm literally on a computer right now, doing computer things. But more so like, hey, just be aware there are problems. Be aware, like, there are things that are, you know, fairly concerning we gotta deal with. So I'm hoping here is we will be able to... Back to the Stone Age. Yeah, no, there's definitely times working in tech. You're definitely times you're like, you know what? I understand people in this industry just one day going, you know what? I'm going to become a farmer. And I'm gonna go live out in Amish country. I can understand why people decide that's where they want to take their life, working in this industry for a while. You see things, you're like, nope, just don't wanna. Just don't wanna. Alright, so we'll go ahead and get that started. I'm going to punch a hole here. And we're going to put a path to climb up to there. It gets scary, man. I wonder with the making it so the water can I put a path through there? Okay, cool. Alright, and so we'll also need to go... Actually, there's more trees over there? No, so it's just this one spot I gotta worry about. Actually. Oh, it's lower. How do I want to do that? I got like 3 ways I could do it, and all of them have their pros and cons. What we'll do is we'll go here. I'll do one platform down. Put the stairwell. And I'll put platform across. And all that. And for the record, usually with a lot of technology, I'm the kind of person who's typically on the bleeding edge of like adopting whatever the latest thing is. But yeah, no, the current AI thing is... It's interesting. There's fun stuff to be had there. It's fun to tinker with. And it does have some narrow use cases. But all in all, there's like... There's a lot of problems. Okay, so we don't have any of this stuff running to get there. We should be out of our drought. So what's going to happen is you'll notice this is still just dumping water out the side. This is because the contamination level in the water's still too high. Once it drops below 5%, those will slam shut. This will start to fill up and they'll start dumping out the from. AI's not the problem, the humans are? Yep, I agree. Computers are dumb. They're really fast at being dumb, and they can do calculations faster you could ever imagine, but they'll do whatever you tell them. And they don't understand what you're telling them to do. They don't comprehend. So, like, when you go, hey, LLM, write me a Sherlock Holmes detective thing, it doesn't know what a Sherlock Holmes is. It doesn't know what a detective is. It just knows this pattern of words works together based on the input you provided. It's a prediction engine. And don't get me wrong, it makes a very convincing argument for itself. But once again, you understand the tech underneath and how it works. You get a good idea. It just knows here's sentence structure based on the input of Sherlock Holmes. Here are some of the combinations of sentence structure that are a little atypical, so use that instead. It doesn't understand what the sentence structure means, just that this word is a noun, it goes in this position. This word is an adjective, it goes in this position. Based on Sherlock Holmes, even though the verb normally goes here, instead put it over there. Those kind of things. Use more of word X instead of word Y. It doesn't know what those words mean. It doesn't know what a cat is. It is just too good at being completely wrong. Yeah, it's got a strong sense of truthiness to it. It doesn't mean actual truth. The feeling of truth. The impression of truth. AI is Calvin's dad from Calvin and Hobbes. Where it says utter BS with utter confidence. Yeah, there's been a thing. I know there's a lot of articles. So this is another one that and how the devs weighted truth. Yeah, I mean, with a lot of LLMs, it's not even getting to that. Oh, actually, one of our beavers, oh, they must have gone in the contaminated water. Well, that's unfortunate because I actually don't have what I need to treat you. I can probably get it though because I have more than enough money. Yeah, I need dandelions though. I don't have those. That is real unfortunate. Real unfortunate, that one there. Because that does mean they are going to die. That is really, really just a shame. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Yeah, and that's the thing, with a lot of like the LLM stuff, so you set up an algorithm and all that kind of things. And you can nudge it, but a lot of times, under the hood, even the devs don't really know what's happening. Like, you get the, what's the word I'm looking for? It's not the algorithm. The model. You get the model approach you're using, and how that weighs, and you can choose your sources to put in there, and that can nudge things one way or the other. But sometimes it'll just spit out absolutely asinine things. You'll be like, where did that even come from? Because it's just running through a model, and you just shotgunned a bunch of data into it and said, yeah, it's probably fine. Alright, so I do need to get dandelions going. The machine spirit blesses us type moment. Yeah, like, you get the idea of, like, how the technology works under the hood, but once you just throw the data at it, because of how little control you have over the data and all that kind of stuff, it becomes a real mess. You have a friend who uses ChatGPT for emergency therapy? That sounds horrifying. But yeah, no, I was going to make the comment that a lot of the articles you read around, it's like, oh yeah, no, Gen Z is using ChatGPT to make all their life decisions. A lot of that's overstated. It's the classic sensationalization of articles that, yeah, you know, this one kid did this one thing this one time, or couple kids, therefore label the entire group as doing it. It's kind of one of those things. Is there some doing it? Sure. Is it a meaningful number? I honestly couldn't answer that question. To be genuine, I honestly have no idea. Is it overstated? I can say with confidence that it is being overstated. But to also, not like devil's advocate, that's not the right word. Wait, actually, dandelions, that's not you, is it? Which one was dandelions? Oh no, it's, you know, it's... Was that under the tree stuff? I think it was under the tree stuff. Yeah, alright, you get out of here. You're not needed. But yeah, so... Like, it basically is being overstated kind of thing. But my other argument you'd say is when I was like, you know, at that same stage in my life, I was using Google to help me make life decisions. And if we're being real, it's not that much more better. I'm not saying, like, I would personally argue ChatGPT is worse, but at the same time, just popping in your local search engine being like, that one. A lot of the resources I leveraged were certainly not that trustworthy, if we step back and look at it. So, it's one of those things I'm like, yeah, we could be judgy about it, being like, don't they realize? But then I can look myself in the mirror and be like, yeah, no, at that age, did I realize? No. No, I did not. But it's also because, in a lot of ways, there's a lot of things that don't provide information as readily available. And it could be a difficult thing. AOL chat rooms? Exactly. You know, chat rooms, yeah, tarot cards, horoscopes. You know, so it's one of those things that, like, where they're like, they're using ChatGPT. It's like, let's be honest. As much as we can laugh about that, it's, you can turn that around and be like, yep, we did, like, you know, whether you're Gen X or Millennial or Boomer, it doesn't matter. We all use our own completely unreliable resources that were awful as well. So we don't really have a lot of room to stand on. So, you know, maybe let's not be as judgy kind of thing. And I'm not saying you were judgy in there, but that's like the whole article being like, oh god, they're doing that. It's like, yeah, but we did our own stupid stuff. It's like, you know, when you have anyone who's older, it doesn't matter what generation they're from, they're older talking about the younger generation. Like, did you hear that stupid thing they did? It's like, yeah, they're young. It's called being young. I did stupid stuff when I was young. But, like, I don't have kids, but if I had kids, they're gonna do stupid stuff when they're young. And their kids are gonna do stupid stuff when you're young. Do you know how we learned? We did stupid stuff. And it went, oh, that was stupid. I'm not gonna do that again. Or a friend did it. And you went, oh, that friend did something stupid. That didn't work out for him. I'm not gonna do what Chad did, because everyone knows it was Chad. We all know it was Chad. Once again, some Mesopotamian put that on a clay tablet long ago. Yeah. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. That's, oh man, I always forget it comes up occasionally. That's like one of the very first thing, I think actually it's our first, like, oldest piece of written language is basically a guy being like, this a-hole sold me bad copper. Don't go do business with him. That dude sucks. Obviously, I'm paraphrasing. And that is like our oldest written record. It's like, that metal was garbage. I'm gonna take the time to carve it into this, that dude's copper sucks. And I'm pissed about it. And it's great. It is a perfect example of humanity that is our oldest written record. Like, very genuinely, I would have it no other way, because that is a perfect example of humanity. Not even in a bad way. It's just a way of pointing back. It's like, back when people had respect, it's like, no, oldest written record. You should start podcasts as well. I have actually done podcasts in the back. Not since I've been a content creator on Twitch or whatever. But when I was teaching, I had a podcast I did. Like, I wasn't the only one. I was a bunch of the teachers were on it. Talking, like, tech topics. Going way back to, like, Windows Phone and all that, I was on the podcast for a bunch of that with the Laudermilks. Like, not as like a regular thing there, but like I was on there. I've been interviewed on a number of podcasts. It's not really something I think I'd want to do. Yeah. See, in fact, it was a whole collection of complaints like that. It said Scummy Copper Merchant kept his hate mail. Yep. My favorite one is, again, it wasn't like writing on papyrus or something like that. It was the, what was it, like, where they imprint clay? So it's like, you had to be mad enough that you carved into this clay and you did all this stuff. And then you dried the clay out so you could have your message recorded. That is a level of anger. It's one thing to, you know, go on your computer and, like, you're just in the moment, you know, type out an angry email, or, you know, a little bit before that you got out your pen and wrote on a piece of paper, or even before that got out your quill and wrote on a piece of paper. But to be like, no, I'm going to get my little kit, I'm going to press out all my letters into this clay. Oh man, I'm so mad. I'm going to spend the next half hour putting this whole thing in here and set it out so it can dry, so it solidifies. Oh man, I'm so mad. And at no point we're like, you know what? Never mind. This isn't worth my time. It is fantastic. I want to have someone find, like, the cave drawing of, you know, Littlefoot's a cheating a-hole, like, just painted on the wall. You think it was accidentally preserved? If memory serves, a fire ended up firing the tablets which helped preserve them. Could be wrong. I have no idea. It's been a long time since I've read about it. It's just, oh man, there was another fun one that there was a, you know, there's the classic thing. It's like young people don't want to work anymore. It's like, it's the classic complaint. It's been around for literally hundreds of years. And it was an article about that phrase. And so the article was just referencing articles from stories back. So it's like, you know, the kids don't want to work anymore, and it go back 30 years. The kids don't want to work anymore, and it go back 30 years. The kids that don't want to work anymore. And it wasn't Socrates. They got someone like way back, like Shakespeare or Socrates, making a comment, like not the official thing, but like in a play referencing a line like that. And it's like, look, man, that's been a complaint since the sunrise. It's just the thing. It's not, they don't want to work anymore. Here's a hint, they never did. If I don't feel like I'm being compensated fairly for my work, I don't want to work. That's been a universal truth since work was a thing. Sounds like Buddy sold bad copper one too many times. Yeah. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and get some more explosives lined up so we can start digging in here for our storage area. Because I'm liking the idea of like putting all of my housing and storage inside the mountain. Is it going to be the most efficient way of doing things? No. Is it going to be actively a bad way of doing things? Probably. Am I doing it anyways? Absolutely. So I'll go ahead and put all the dynamite in there. Besides, it's the new mechanic. We gotta see how far we can take it. Okay, we've about got this thing all enclosed off so we can get our sluice up here. They are starting to get this built up here as well. Those metal blocks are going to start being a problem. I am pulling this from over here. The big issue... Oh, right. I was going to add a zip line going all the way down here so we could start getting those underground ruins going. I forgot about that. Let's grab this so I don't forget about it. It's going to be a massive expense. Okay, so we got our zip line over here. So let's try to figure out what we'll need to do. And I'm going to need enough room on that platform that they're going to be on to have the zipline hookup as well. You don't have to have power, do you? Mechanical power? Please say no. Doesn't look like it. Let's double check over here. Cool. I would have just put up a windmill if I did. Alright, cool. So with that, we can go over here. We can get our new zipline station put right there. Little walking path from A to B. Alright, so now the trick is, as long as it's green there, we can keep going. So that's kind of limit there. Let's put you here. I'll need one more along here. Alright, so we got our bad tide coming in. That's fine. Alright, so that part's the easy part of figuring out the plan. The hard part now is we're going to have to go through the entire rest of that process to get that all sorted. So, I want them to keep building this all the way up to that last spot of that sluice. Right now, this isn't going to do me any good. We already have our other system down here. We did adjust it so that as far as the contaminated water goes, that these are going to be a bit more sensitive about the contaminated water. Let's adjust that farther down again. Yeah, because I want it basically, if there's any contamination, to shunt it out the side. Alright. And so this is going a lot better up here. We can definitely make these reservoirs bigger. Once we get this, we'll be able to shunt the bad water out much earlier and just literally huck it off the side of the map. And then we'll get to use a lot more of this for reservoir and not just lose a bunch of water due to having to filter. But the reason why this is a challenge is I've got to get the beavers to each of those zipline pylons to build them. They don't... Actually, let's check that. I'm pretty sure that's true. It'd be weird for me to be able to go there with it not being done. So it still means I got to build the path there. So let's work on getting that. Alright. That's going to be a lot of resources. So you look like you might be one higher than where I'm at. Oh, I don't need that one there. That's a waste. Okay, so get this one in place here. Then we need to get over there. So basically I'm going to need to make a walking path the whole way there for the most part. But it's those ones I'm going to use like one time to get all in position. And then once we've done that, we're good. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. Oh, there's a ledge there that drops off. Okay, well, we'll just go around that. That's fine. Okay. And you can do, like, suspension bridges and all that. That'll be fine as well. So let's have our plan be to... get all that sorted out here. And we can go over there. And that'll take a while for the beavers to get done. But once they build in that zip lines there, they no longer have to take this ridiculous road all the way across the map. They'll just zip line along the way the whole way there. But that's another thing to add on to the queue of stuff to being built. They're still working on this. And honestly, we're probably getting to right around the point that I can unpause that levee. And they're working on getting all the platforms and all that built over here, because this is going to be our aqueduct to take the gross water out. We can... oh, right, I have to wait till I can build the path over here so I can cut down the trees to keep building it, because I want to take it all the way over. It needs to go over here. Once it's over here... Alright, there's the gross water again. But yeah, this time now I've got this to be more sensitive to shunt even the slightest amount of pollution out of there. It should be better. Alright. Thank you for everyone hanging out and all that. As a reminder, if you are enjoying the content tonight and all that, you can go ahead and follow the stream to find your way back here. Because otherwise, you know, you don't find your way back here. It's kind of the whole way this whole streaming thing works. Meanwhile, we'll tell them to blow up that tile. We only did that for a science experiment. And how are we doing inside here? And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And with that, let's explode stuff. Cool. And that takes care of that. Oh, I misread this situation. That is not where I thought that warehouse lined up. That's not great. Well, that's fine. I thought it was on the second floor that the door was at, because that's the way it's on the houses. And I did not pay close enough attention. And that is not a thing I do all the time. Let's see, does the difficulty in this game increase with time, or does the player progress? Or is it constant for the map game setting? So, there are different difficulty settings, and the time you go between, like, how long a drought stays and how long is between the droughts will last longer and have less time in between, same with the bad water. So it does escalate, but it does have a cap. That if you know what you're doing, you can manage it pretty well once you've learned the game. You could probably, I think there might be custom settings you can make it worse, but it's still one of those things that once you've done it enough, you can get to the point where it's not going to be that big of a problem for you. Well, that's interesting. That's getting all the corrupted water there because it's above. That's probably healthy. So now I'm at a loss of how I want to approach this. Because I could go and put platforms underneath it, but I don't really know. I'd have to go mine above it and then blast from above, which will be complicated. And I'm a little concerned if I take these down, it'll collapse, because this area will be more than 3 away from the wall. No, actually, as long as I leave this here, this row there, I think it'll be fine, because that'll be 3 from that. So I can put a stair down and flat down here. Yeah, that's fine. It's probably a terrible idea, but I'm going to do it anyways. And if everything goes horrifically wrong, we'll learn something. Probably something terrible. But sometimes terrible lessons are important. Okay, let's get rid of the path there. Get rid of the path there. We will need to get the dynamite again, because we're going to blast that area and that area. And like I said, then I can make a downward stair. We can put our warehouses down here on a lower level. That'll be fine. But yeah, as far as this game being like some brutal, impossible game or anything like that, the game when you first start actually is pretty rough right at the beginning. Especially when you're a new player, it does tend to hit you kind of really hard right out the door. But if you really know what you're doing, you can get yourself situated. But there is kind of a thing of like working your way up and getting it all figured out and all that. How did another one get sick? Somewhere they're getting exposed to the contaminated water. And this actually goes over and away from all the contaminated water there, so that's not the concern. This one they shouldn't be able to get into the... Oh, it's right there. That's how they're doing it. I see. Alright, so you're on the other side. No, get to the other side. Here, pause that building. Get out of here. So destroy that. Destroy that. Unpause the building. It can't reach it. That's fine. We will go here. That's my fault. Yeah, so basically they're dunking themselves into the contaminated water. So I've got one beaver who's unwell and is probably not going to ever be okay. And then I've got another beaver who is also contaminated. So these two are going to die. unless I get the medicine going, which may or may not happen. We'll see. We'll figure that out. I'm more focused on getting this giant macro scale project going, because this is one of those games where you'd be like, I want to work on this thing. I want to like dam off this entire part of the map and make this absolutely asininely large project and take the time to see it through. And it can be really amazing to see that come together, but it takes time. So like the projects we got going on is this is going to be a thing for filtering the bad water. That's going to have an aqueduct to drop it off, and then this will just dump out the clean water on this side. So kind of the same idea what this is, but allowing me to make this into one giant reservoir, so that as the water runs low here, I keep this whole thing running, and I can keep building it up. We also have the project we got going down here where I'm basically making the inside of this place where we live. Because reasons. It's not a strategic decision. We're just doing it because. We do have like all the zipline stuff going on over here, so we could start getting towards the metal over here. Because this metal you literally have forever. You just need the people to work it. Whereas the easy to get at metal, I had one spot up here. And now I've got the other spot I'm working on here, and it's getting pretty low. And when it's gone, it's gone. Yeah, nope, the beavers die. Real sad. I mean, for the record, the beavers die constantly from old age. They don't live very long. It makes it one of those things that you don't end up worrying about it nearly as much because they have very short lifespans. Okay. Now, if we can get maple trees, we can start getting our beavers some maple pastries, and that'll make them happy. Alright, so the bad water event is about to come to an end, so that's good. Yeah, so they're starting to make this solid so that water can't get through it. Which is a new thing on the last update, not the current one. Maple pastries make me happy too. I know, right? Like, everything's awful. But, maple pastries. Okay, so once they get this all enclosed, you're going to start seeing this reservoir fill up more and more. And that'll be a really good thing to be able to start moving this around. Just gonna take time. And you can build, like, so where you've been seeing me build, like, the stilts to get up, like, these, hillsides and everything, to, like, get up these areas. You can use that as well. Like, for example, all of this is built on top of the water. Yeah, like, if we look at it's all on stilts. That is a thing you can do, and you can get to the point that you'll have, like, a giant reservoir in this, and like your entire place on top of it. The one big caveat is you have to grow stuff on ground tiles, and they have to be near water to be, you know, usable for growing. And so it is just kind of one of those things that you can make these entire things where you can no longer see the ground below and just everything's handled. And then you'll sit there and have it where it goes like a 2-tile wide thing that goes around like this. And that's just so that way you can have all of that water flow turning water wheels the entire way. Because like you can see, this is all shut down right now because there's no wind blowing and there's no water going past because we're still waiting for it to get to us. So all of my machinery is offline. So I'm just not producing the materials that we get from that. The big one being planks. That's the thing that's holding up a lot of this stuff from getting done, is I'm not making enough planks. Which, honestly, I could probably make another place that makes planks here, but... You wonder if underground water makes ground above it fertile? Yes, so that's already a thing. So if you look at it, the way the water works, it can actually make tiles anywhere above. It's just a range that it can go around it. We even had over here... It's still sitting here like this. That would be an example here. This box is like free flying here, and it's still... The water's not even below it. It's like literally around it. Unless you're talking somehow getting this to be like 3 out, no connecting things. I still think it would, because like I do believe it's based on the range. Because like you'll have weird stuff where it'll like make the area green multiple tiles away that you wouldn't expect, as long as it's in the range of the tiles. I'll be surprised if it didn't work that way. Okay, so what we need to do here is I will need to increase the priority on that so you can get back to getting metal. Just cut some tunnels, fill it with water, and the entire map becomes fertile. Right. You would have to flood it, and you'd have to keep it attached to flood it because evaporation, I imagine, would still happen. But yeah, that's what's actually very genuinely curious, like, for people who get to, like, the really min-maxing thing. Like, get down here to, like, the bottom layer. And just, you know, carve almost a grid into it that just has endpoints. The catch you're going to need is the water is going to need to release somewhere. Oh, no, because you're talking about tunnels. Yeah, but, like, put the grid underneath, have the layer above it with all the fertile farmland and all that. You know, then you go up a couple tiles and you'd repeat that process. I'm willing to bet some people come up with some absolutely wild, completely breaking your computer with entirely too many things moving around on it type stuff. I'm also very genuinely looking forward to it. We're still doing fine on metal. Planks are still struggling. We got this one last spot here, which I'm looking forward to that getting all enclosed. You should start seeing this coming up a lot, because with only one tile wide, that's not enough throughput of the water for it to, like, there's just too much water coming up from down below. So it should go up until it gets to around this level, and it'll dump out these sluices on this side if it's clean, those sluices if it's not clean. And that'll be like this first segment done. And then, you know, would be the time, do I make more area up here for more reservoir? I've seen some real wild things done in this game, like where people have literally made the entire outside border of the map walled off, so that like the entire thing was like one giant lake, and then it'd have like the areas cut out with the dirt exposed so they could grow stuff in between, like these. It's like instead of having a river, you had the gaps where you'd normally have a river, and it was the ground and everything else was the river. Yep, so I'll just get all that built up. But yeah, so it's actually getting up to the same height here. We just still want that for the sluice. So on this part, it's the exact same. But now I've got this reservoir here that's going to do a lot of good. Later on, I could even build this up even more and then turn off 2 of these. So again, that it would fill up and just really take this all the way to the moon. I'm not going to probably do that. The higher priority is to get this over here, which is going to be our aqueduct to dump out the bad water. You know, and ideally I'd eventually take it all the way to the edge of the map and just dump it off the edge of the map. So it just never interacts with anything. But we'll get there. And you're working on that. But as you can see, when you start scaling these like really macro scale projects, it does become one of those things that the projects do just take time. This is a really good game if you want what I refer to as an ant farm game. The kind of game you give it a couple of pokes, and then you go and you work on something, and then you go, you know, spend 15-20 minutes poking with it, and then you go work on something. They're really great. So if you're doing, like, if you're someone like me who has ADHD, so you use something like the Pomodoro method to help you manage projects and all that, it can be a great game for Pomodoro method, where you just do the handful of things you wanted to do. You know what, let's see if we can't... Oh, these all require... No, these don't require planks. Let's have this wrap up with one big boom. So let's go over here, get all that queued up, and see if we can't get them all to put the bombs here. I don't think... do we have enough time for that? I think it's going to take them too long to do it, unfortunately. I have the explosives made? Yeah, we have all explosives made. Yeah, no, we can probably do it. We'll let them get all the bombs going, and we'll let them chain react. It's just going to dig a hole. It's not going to be like this amazing thing. But it's getting to be pretty close to the time that I normally wrap up. So again, if you have enjoyed the content, don't forget to follow. Let's see. So once the water filtration necessities are automated, you don't need to babysit it like RimWorld or Factorio. Correct. it's more than just that split I've got here. Like this one, if I just left this the way it is now, I would eventually lose because I wouldn't have enough water saved. What I would need to do is potentially build up this amount of, like, I'd basically need to make this reservoir bigger. But if I took the time to make this reservoir a bit bigger, you can get to the point where you could just fast forward and step away. Let's see, you would have put the bad water sluices much lower to drain the whole thing. You didn't get a good look. If they're low, apologize. Yeah, no, they're fine. And thank you, your local guru, for the raid and all that. I really do appreciate it. How was your stream? Can we get a shout out for your local guru? Another fantastic content creator. Plays like a lot of simulation games and good stuff over there. You ascended from factory management. Oh, Satisfactory. Gotcha. But yeah, so go check them out over there. Playing some Satisfactory. I was wondering where the factory part came in. I didn't catch that you had played Satisfactory today. But yeah, definitely good times over there. How is your Satisfactory going? And also, if you got a raid and run, I totally understand all that stuff. You know the drill. Alright, so we got our sluice going and all that. So now, this is all automated on this regard. Now granted, it's just dumping the gross water right back into my clean water supply until the aqueduct's down. But yes, you can get this game to the point where you can just literally run it and walk away. The game does escalate and get harder and harder. It's just there is a cap. We're nowhere near that yet. And also, we aren't on the absolute hard... Ooh. Okay. I was not expecting you to overwhelm those sluice, so that's a problem. Well. Okay. I figured 4 was going to be enough. And I figured wrong. Let's get rid of the path that's on there. You're no architect, but that's bad. Yeah, it still works as a reservoir, so that part's fine. But for the whole filtration process, not great to have it suddenly just spill over everywhere. And it could be just the water settling in. That is actually a thing you run into. But the good news is that just means you end up with a bigger reservoir. Yeah, well... Oh, right. I wonder. Either way, I can do the same thing on both sides. Basically, what I can do here is I can have... I can have it where we have more levees, or sorry, more sluice higher. I'll plan for that. I have the materials. Yeah, no, the water physics are pretty good, but if you're going like proper realism, they do fall short. But that's kind of one of those things, like, it's the same thing like when you play, like, say, Skylines and all that back in the day, and the water's real wonky in City Skylines, and people are like, oh, you know, why is it so bad? It's like, well, if we took the time to make the water work correctly, the computation on it would be very high. And that means you're putting all that stuff you could have being, you know, your cars moving around and all your economy stuff and all that kind of stuff, and you're just doing it to make the water behave like water. So, you know, you get it 90% of the way there and cut yourself like 50% of the CPU cost, and it's like good enough. City Skylines, where you can make a perpetual motion machine where you have like the dams the whole way on the bottom, and then you have water pumps on the bottom that pump the water back up to then fuel the dams again. Yep, that's a classic. Infinite power. Alright, so they're going to keep working on that and getting all that done, that's fine. Definitely can't use sewage for almost the infinite power loop, feeding the dams with their own water. Yep. But with that said, I do know we just had that raid, but we are getting towards the end of the stream because I need to call it a night soon. But I did promise some explosions. They're not going to be the biggest explosions ever, but there'll be several of them. Let's go ahead and clean out that spot. Alright, your local girl, you have a good one. And we can do that last one over there. And I won't remember what I was doing, so I'm going to add the path here and here. And then this. And this. And a really big storage that I goofed, not realizing that was the shape it was. And now I got a bunch of storage bins underground that'll be built there. But with that said, what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to save real fast. I love that we misspelled at the beginning of the stream. Alright, so as a reminder, if you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop your follow, that way you can find your way back here in the future, because we are going to be wrapping up, because I can only put off the ads for like a couple more minutes and all that, and I need to wrap up for the night, so I'd rather raid out and get you out of here before those ads happen. If you're watching over on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly, so don't forget to like and subscribe over there, because I do keep my VODs over on YouTube. But with everyone here, if you could grab the raid messages, the top one if you're sub, the bottom one if you're not.